We just get this shit started now. What do you guys think? We could do a little pre-stream intro talk before while everyone gets here. Don't feel like making you listen to Green Day, so. Turn your mic up. Oh yeah, wait, this shit's low as fuck. Okay. There we go. Should be good now. Yeah, it's very low. I don't know why it's so fucking low. Bro, really streaming on Easter? Is there like a law that says you can't stream on Easter? I just been informed, just been aware of those. I've literally streamed through like every single holiday, regardless of religion. Holidays mean nothing to me. Nothing. Easter is next weekend? No, it's not. Isn't it like today? Easter is next weekend for Orthodox. Oh, so for LARPers? Alright, LARPers, Easter's next weekend. I'm having a bad hair day. My hair's really flat for some reason. So just don't mind that. Yeah, they made the law a few hours ago. Oh, lucky me, dude. Lucky me. Holy fuck, what the is there ever gonna be a time I like cam up where somebody's not like, oh my god, what am I staring at? Like every time I cam up. I'm just gonna start wearing a mask, okay? It's just gonna be a mask. I'm wearing a mask from now on. What's happening with you today? Nothing. Your hair looks normal. Normally awful. You know, it'd be fucking nice if somebody had something nice to say one of these days. I don't know. You see stubble coming in. Nice. Anyways. Your facial hair makes you look like you just got out. I basically did. I don't know. I thought I'd change it up a little bit. You know, I think I can grow facial hair, so I just thought I'd change it up. Who knows? Who knows? I feel old now. Ever since my 21st birthday, I feel old now, and I think it's time to look the part. Because I think I've always had a very young perception of myself, and I think I have to change that. I think I have to change that. You try to get me to invest in a crypto coin. Well, speaking of investing, well, it's not even related to investment. This stream is sponsored by Steak. Did Dickers get you anything for Easter? I don't believe so. No. But I haven't spoken to the guy in a long time, so probably makes sense. Also, I don't like. Do people get people things for Easter? I don't think they do. It makes you look swarthy. Well, I also got a bit of a tan. It's fucking beautiful out today. I literally, if I just want to like, if I get rich and still stream, I'm literally gonna stream outside. I'm just gonna stream from a backyard. That will literally just be like, the streams will take place outside. Build a fucking smoke tobacco, enjoy the sun, and stream. Didn't you two breed in London? Is there anybody that I have met up with that you guys have not accused me of fucking? I'm not a whore. Okay, I'm not a whore. Wait, what is this? Fuck. I just got off the phone with Dumpy, who's probably watching this. You guys remember Dumpy, don't you? You look more alive today. Not like a recovery. Well, I have been eating more as well. I've been eating more. I'm getting more sun, and I have been taking better care of myself. But I fell out of that for a little bit. I fell into a mood, and I've been out these last couple days. But we're back into it. We're back into it. What else are we talking about? Okay. Anyways. Dude, I was looking at photos of myself when I was fat, and I just looked so much happier. I just think I'm gonna become fat again, honestly. I just, like, I just see that, and I was like, you were so jolly. Look what the people did to you. Okay, you come out of being fat. You come out of being fat like a more hardened person, just because you know how the world treats you. Now I've become a part of the problem, and I bully other people for being fat. Like Purple Fatty Gaming. Whoa, my alarm went off. Anyways, um, what is that? What is this? Okay. When were you fat? I got fat I was briefly fat as a kid. I got fat again when I was a teenager for like a year. Um, when I was a kid, I was always a super skinny kid. My parents used to say I was like a chicken, but I was just like, I was skinny as shit. And I always looked a little sickly. And whenever I'd go to a new school, I'd use that to have like a free pass out. If it was a nurse that never saw me before, I'd go in and complain that I wasn't feeling well. And they'd be like, "You look really pale. We better call your mom." And I'd get out that way, and my mom would pick me up, and she'd be like, "You play like you totally played them," because they didn't know I just looked like that. Um, but yeah, hold on. Okay. Well, so we've got some stuff stacked up today. I gotta be honest. I have some family in town that I'm gonna be seeing later tonight. So I don't know how long we're gonna be on here, but we're gonna try to go for a while. We have a good lineup today. We're gonna be covering the Chibi Reviews situation and his drama with Schlep. We're gonna be covering. There was apparently I woke up to it. There was apparently this like major they're like crash out slash fight slash bridge burn that happened last night or all day yesterday between Gama and Dickers, where the bridge between the two of them might be burnt. I don't know, but apparently it all got recorded and posted. So we'll take a look at that. Um, we've also got a stream that Kuihman told me about where I guess he had a conversation with Beckett, and apparently in that conversation my name is evoked, and Beckett elaborates on his refusal to speak to me. So I think to start us off, we're going to watch the Beckett and Kuihman conversation. For those of you who are somehow at this point unaware, Beckett is somebody who I've liked for a very long time. Nobody else seems to like the guy. He was friends with an individual by the name of Lyle Convoy, who, do I need to list it? Not a great guy. And he got accused of sweeping over that. I kind of played a little bit on the sweeping allegations, but something I respected about Beckett was that he was always willing to call into my streams and take the blows and deal with the shit I threw at him or anyone else threw at him. Recently, he's outright refused to come on my streams, saying that he, acting like as though he's unable to get through to me. Or something I just am spiraling or whatever. Everybody likes to pretend when they stop liking me or don't want to talk to me for some reason, like I'm going through like some active spiral right now. They can't get through to me. I'm like totally delusional. But as a result of that, he was unwilling to call into a stream where I was going to challenge him on claims that he made publicly that were just not true. He falsely claimed that I originated and spread the workplace of Lao Convoy's wife, which isn't true. So I wanted to debate him on that, but he didn't show up, or he told me he wouldn't. So apparently, Kuihman gets him in a call, and they talk about Lio and sweeping a little bit. It's funny because for those of you that don't remember, one of my earlier debates against Kuihman, where I was actually relatively surprised at how easy that went, because Kuihman's a bit of a challenge. I was surprised that how easy I won that one specifically. I've lost to Kuihman a lot. I was surprised I won that one. But Kuihman had come in and essentially said that my line of questioning against Beckett, I was doing guilt by association over Beckett's talking to Lyle Convoy. I elaborated that wasn't what I was doing because I said this, and this in the stream, but to his credit, he hadn't really watched it yet, so he missed all those statements. But I'm going to be very surprised if Kuihman is now going to talk to Beckett in a negative manner about his Lio associate. We'll see this. We'll see this. So I think that it happened on. Let's take a look. Wait, fuck. Let's take a look. when was this? This would have been like what, 2 days ago? 4 days ago? I think it was like 2 days ago, no?
For that, but he uses it for that, and it's
where does he get Beckett and call?
There's like,
hold on, I'm just looking for the timestamp. I think someone linked it, but take a look at my side. Fuck. Professional streamer. Shit. Hold on. A day and a half ago. Oh, okay, gotcha. So it should just say like 1 day ago, right? So it would be the stream before the last, I'd assume. Does he have Beckett's Discord avatar on screen when he talks to him? Or am I not gonna be able to find that? Fuck.
Shockingly to me,
hold on.
Honestly, news to me. Soypil's chat aren't totally like block broken.
And I am perhaps. I'm not mad at anyone. This is totally on me. But I just gotta find the timestamp. 1 sec. Fuck! Oh my god, dude. Fuck. You know what? Well, before we watch that, I can't find the timestamp. Apparently, there's been a leaked call in regards to the Beckett and Falgi shit. Let's take a look at that. We'll skim through it. Oh, wait. 526. Never mind. Is that call, by the way? I totally forgot about that. Is that call just like call? Because it looks like it might be call. Also, I think it's so funny how quickly these guys are, like, doing, like, the recorded confrontation calls with their supposed friends. And how quickly they're like, listen, it's probably deserved. You shouldn't sweep for your friends. But I'm just, I'm surprised at how overtly Falgi was turned on here. I mean, rightfully so. It's at 5:27. You linked to my... Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. All right. Here we go. All right, let's take a look at this. The Kuihman Beckett conversation. Hopefully, Beckett makes claims that are completely true. There's no false statements made, and I'm going to be very pleased by the outcome of this conversation and walk away from it forgiving Beckett for his transgressions against myself. Am I unhid? You are unhid, Raven, and do you want to know the funniest part? I didn't unhide you. Because I must have done it days ago. Because you were annoying me last night. Today, all last night, I couldn't find you. I was wondering why. Before stream, I couldn't find you on my ban list. I was wondering, you weren't hidden. You were just on your main. You were just timed out. So you had me looking for, like, literally nothing. You weren't hidden. But anyways, just behave, Raven. Behave. All right. We all like you. I like you, but I like when you are more chill. Okay. So this is the streams. Thank you, Cal, for giving me the timestamp. 5:27. I was told, and him and Kuihman have a combo, dude. No wonder I couldn't find this shit
like,
when they don't have the
no
Discord like sprites on screen. It's impossible to fucking find.
KJ paid.
Yeah.
Okay, KJ.
I was desperate for poppers.
I guess. Wait.
Faithful to where we.
It's the interesting part and the least funny part. It's the least everything part. It's literally, it's not even the most indicting part on his character. You know, it's not even the most indicting part in terms of behavior in drama spaces, or is it
his group? Yeah. It's caused massive fucking issues.
People that it works for, that this guy is a doxer, etc., and that was causing him problems.
It was spread through his group. Yeah. It's caused massive fucking issues. It also like fucked up another project KJ had. With,
Are they
like,
talking about the mod that
Which...
KJ? So they're talking about the mod that Falgi was like slandering or whatever, or involved in a gay op against. Did we ever figure out what Falgi's motive was for that? I didn't look into the details of that. I looked into the details of what was easily accessible. Unfortunately, this situation is anything but easily accessible. So it's hard to find like the specifics of certain things. What was Falgi's motivation? I don't understand. A lot of this drama, I know what Falgi did, but I can't for the fucking life of me, like, ever really figure out why. My assumption, the inference that I made with him being so two-faced with Malcolm versus this, I forget their name, the mod that he was telling not to work for, or the co-host that was gonna go work for Malcolm. What I believed happened was this, like, paranoid freak, started panicking and getting worried that this person had gone to Malcolm and told Malcolm about their ultimatum. So he preemptively took the opportunity to reach out to Malcolm to try to settle any possible, you know, flames that might be stoked as a result of that. Being like, hey, just so you know, I would never try to, you know, get in the way of someone's business or career, you know, professional relationship with you, etc. All the while he's telling this person, your position as co-host will be gone if you work with Malcolm.
Which had like I think like significant money poured into it.
Yo, thank you so. Did I say thank you? I have Alzheimer's. I actually have Alzheimer's. Thank you so much for the 7. How about nope? Happy Easter. First stone of the stream. So base. Thank you so much. Happy Easter to you.
That's work had gone into recording it, like fucking.
Okay, the D&D shit I don't care about, because anyone that's like setting up D&D stuff expecting to make literally any of that money back ever is like deluding themselves in the first place.
But it's still like fucking with someone else's content, Kuihman. Right, it's still fucking with someone else's.
What do you mean fucking with that content? What do you mean? I don't. It's not about it being shit content. It's about that money's wasted. That money is just wasted. You've spent that money on leisure stuff for leisure purposes, and one of your friends has pulled out, and that's not a fucking, you know, try to spin this as some business shit is fucking retarded.
Okay, sure. Well, they thought of it as a business shit, so whatever. But
they're so delusional that they should not be running a business in the first place.
Okay, sure, whatever. I mean, KJ,
this is about some shit related to pathology stuff that I don't. If anyone, please, chatters, you're the essence of my existence. If you know anything that I do not, don't be shy. Feel free to let me know. Anything that Falgi did that I might be unaware of in chat, if you've been following this. I haven't been following it super well, admittedly. Once again, it's like a more fringe drama or controversy or whatever. So I'm not super familiar with that. I'm more interested in me, obviously.
But let's just focus on like the reputational stuff for somebody who's doing work for other people in this space. KJ has worked for other content creators who are significantly bigger than Oplog. And also there's the general hypocrisy thing of these are the very things that Falgi went at Tyler for, because Tyler did the same shit to KJ. That
are they talking about West Side Tyler?
Like Falgi freaked out at Tyler. I was pissed off as well, to be clear.
I kind of like West Side Tyler. I always say this. I don't know anything about him, so I don't know if I should say it. I know he was like doxing President Sunday and shit. And I will say this about President Sunday. Like literally, the person, when I was like at rock bottom, I will never forget this. The only person, well, he wasn't the only person, but like the main person. I had like friends that didn't hit me up or whatever. Not that that's an expectation. I don't know President Sunday. I barely know the guy. Most of our existence is him insulting me. This guy was like actually like so fucking nice to me. When I was like at like total rock bottom. I was like, I won't forget that. He was like, we had like a really great convo in DMs, and he seems like a legitimately good person, which is, you know, a weird, I know it's like a weird like crossover or whatever, but yeah, I was very appreciative of that. I won't forget it.
Because Tyler did literally this to KJ, so there is elements and layers here. I'm not just be like, he kicked his mod. You know?
Yeah, I'm trying to go back. I'm trying to remember what else I said earlier. 1 minute. So you're saying that KJ is paid, and you were annoyed over the lying about doxing stuff because that could fuck with KJ's business.
It could also fuck with me, right? Beckett keeps around a doxer and protects him. Yeah, because it's also like a reputational.
Are you literally what? Okay, that's not gonna. If people are fine, it's not like people are. Why? Like, isn't Beckett literally like, for example, Gilded Poo, one of Beckett's good friends? Didn't Gilded have the mod role in the Cope and Seed Discord server? I could be wrong about that. Gilded has doxed. Gilded is doxed. Go to fucking Lio. I can't, as much as I've covered Lio, to be fair to Lio, Beckett has told me that Lio has doxed. Beckett has literally said, yeah, Lio has doxed people. I have never come across an instance where Lio has done something that meets my definition of doxing. I know he has searched for people's doxes, probably to go and do that. I know that he has done things that are way worse than doxing, like actually calling people, like, doxing is so bad because of what it gives people the ability to then go and do. And he was like one of those people that used that ability to go do something bad. He, in an argument where his ego was hurt with a 16-year-old kid, he called the kid's school, knowing full well Lio had said he was going to show up to the kid's house. The kid made a statement indicating self-defense, saying like, it was like Texas, like, I've got guns, you could show up, and so Lio used that statement as a justification to go call the kid's school and report him as like a possible shooting threat. When based on the recorded conversation, he obviously didn't think that. He was doing it to get back at the kid, which is like pathetic.
On me that he spread throughout like like my mod team and to my admins, and was like, oh, I don't know why Beckett's keeping this doxer around.
Oh yeah, that was
Crazy.
the other
And
thing is the idea that you're saying it's weird that my mods became his mods without me knowing.
It's weird. It's not like a damning indictment. It's just like a little bit fucking odd, man.
I just don't think that's odd at all. Like, is someone being a mod really that deep? Do people really give a fuck? Like, mods, yeah, there are a lot of common mods around the world.
This is why I've been so pro-green. Recently. I caught on to what he's doing. Remember how I talk about, streamers' goals to be an entertainer and we play shit up? Like, sometimes, believe it or not, when I'm yelling at a chatter, I know full well what I'm doing, and I'm not nearly as mad at that chatter as I'd like you to believe. Have there been times where I've legitimately been pissed? Absolutely. 150%. I've totally had crash outs. Real crash outs. And most of the quote-unquote crash outs do rely on some real sentiment. But a lot of it, there's some acting involved, some performance art, sometimes gesture maxing, making yourself the butt of the joke. And I noticed, as I spoke to Green more and more, that this wasn't some psychotic retard, but rather he was a performer. He performs. It's all a performance. And it is a damn shame that he won't use that to go and do anything, like fucking stream. He knows what to do. He could stream. He could be a streamer. But for God knows what reason, he chooses not to.
People's chats in Discord because
I obviously don't give a fuck. I don't even talk.
But you
mod.
did kind of.
No. Hold on. I barely talk to my mod team. That's what caused.
Bro's still acting like he doesn't abuse us. Dude, I had to actually do like a someone said in chat that my yelling made them cry, and I was like, holy fuck, bro. I gotta reel it in. I gotta fucking reel it in.
Was part of this. I care because Falgi cares, and he clearly cares about having my mods as his mods, and then didn't tell me. And that's like,
wait, what?
Okay, so what the fuck are you doing here?
Why are you no sidetracking?
It's odd at all. Like, is someone being a mod really that deep? Do people really give a fuck? Like, mods, yeah, there are a lot of common mods around a lot of people's chats in Discord because
I obviously don't give a fuck. I don't even talk.
But you did kind of.
No. Hold on. I barely talk to my mod team. That's what caused part of this. I care because Falgi cares, and he clearly cares about having my mods as his mods, and then didn't tell me. And that's like, okay, so
but Beckett, you just stated that the thing that he found weird was descriptively the fact that his moderators became Falgi mods. He's now saying he didn't care, but like that's directly contradicted by what he said like 2 minutes ago. Maybe he misspoke. Listen, people always say misspeaking is a cope. I'm totally open to the idea that people misspeak because I've done it myself, where I've said something other than what I meant to say. So I've been more open to the idea that people could have been misspeaking and aren't lying or being. But no, this is it's kind of obvious here what he initially meant. And now he's getting some pushback on it, so he's gonna abandon that point, which is cowardly. Take Kuihman on. You believe in that? You believe that that's kind of weird? Take Kuihman on that. What's he gonna? How is he like? Just it's cowardice. I hate cowardice. I hate cowards. It's pure cowardice.
What are you doing here? Why are you hanging around with key people from my community?
But I mean, I would never tell someone. But but you're saying it's weird because no, you seem like you said pretty clearly it was weird that they became his mods without you knowing.
Okay, so I should clarify. It is weird that he took my mods and like people like who were running my community and ended up in a chat with them all that I did not know about, that no one told me about, where he's talking shit about me and other people are talking shit about
I think
me.
it's
That's
gay
weird.
when you like make a conscientious effort to start poaching mods and chatters, or like a little gay. Not gay enough to actually care. But more than that, I wouldn't particularly. I guess if they're like friends or whatever, like you might find that to be a little bit odd if he didn't tell you that and was just like taking your whole mod team or whatever. Like, sure, but like in general, it's like you guys have heavy community overlap. A lot of your mods probably watch him. The Discord servers probably have high overlap, and if these people have been reliable mods in your server, they would probably, considering he's in your broader sphere, he'd probably view them as reliable moderators for his. Albeit if Beckett mods somebody, that's probably a good sign that you shouldn't, because this guy would literally be friends with ISIS. Sorry, I literally didn't get the sound. I just didn't get the sound. I normally, if it's Streamlabs, I get a sound. It, for some reason, didn't work. Let me take a look. My bad. Thank you to Vakva with the 5! The day Beckett's broom breaks is the day he dies, because it's literally his spine. He used it as his broom handle. All right. We like Beckett, folks, don't we? We like Beckett. And I think that... I'm ripping this bit from Kuihman.
I don't mind the shit talking. It's just weird to do that, right? This is my friend Beckett, who I do content with. By the way, fuck Beckett to Beckett's mod team. Yeah, that's weird.
If you want,
Okay, that would be the weird part. The weird part would be like, you all you need to say is, I was angry that he was like going to all my mods and talking shit to them behind my back. I was like upset by that. I felt like he should have, like, I feel like that's like very duplicitous and snaky. What is Kuihman gonna say in response to that? If that actually is what happened, is he gonna argue with you that you don't have a right to? Because then he'd look retarded. Is he gonna argue that you don't have a right to be upset by that? Like, no. But instead, Beckett's like arguing this. I actually don't know what Beckett's arguing, because at first he's trying to say that it was he finds it weird, the mere fact that his moderators were now Falgi's moderators and he didn't know about it. Now it's, he finds it weird. The aspect he found weird was that he didn't know about it, that Falgi didn't tell him, and then it's actually Falgi's like shit talking him to all these mods behind his back. So I don't know why he didn't just start with that.
say Falgi's being two-faced. I agree with that, but the idea that the moderator stuff and any of the stuff you just said that involves moderators.
Mod drama has to be the most retarded fucking. Well, yeah, but these people, the ACC types, they have like a weird. They're like close with their mods. They're like it's like their little friend group, their little found families and shit. Like, and then the mods themselves are always losers who treat it as if it's like a fucking life or death job. It's like so cringe.
Like that is.
I'm not mad at the mod.
I just mod people who are here a lot, who just demonstrate like basic self-control and don't want mod. That's always a big thing for me. I like to give mods to people who don't want as opposed to people who do. For me, for some reason, it's always been a red flag if you actively keep asking for mod. It's just like, I feel like if you want the power that much, I probably shouldn't give it to you.
No. But I'm saying
so. Yeah,
the details, the fact they are moderators or the fact they're your moderators, literally has like no bearing on why that's a problem. In my mind.
Exactly. Yeah, it would just be shit talking and snaking behind his back. The only part of this, the only bearing that them being his mods would have is that, oh, it's relevant because he's shit talking you as well to people that you know, which would make it a bit more consequential, right? As opposed to if he's shit talking you behind your back to strangers. That would be the only relevance of the fact that these people were modding for the both of them. But he was acting initially like the shit talking wasn't the main problem. It was the status of them being moderators that was the issue. But he seemingly is now either misspoke or has now walked that back, and the issue is now something entirely different.
When you're saying that to me, it's not for you to say it's weird that my mods became his mods. That's not weird. That's not remotely the weird. The weird part, if you want to call it weird, is Falgi being two-faced, and that
at this point Beckett needs to ask him to define weird.
That's not to do with him having the mods. It's to do with the way he's speaking about you behind the scenes and the way he would speak to you to your face.
I just always assume everyone shit talking you behind your back at all times, and then you will literally never be disappointed or weirded out by it. Everyone does it. Everyone does it. If you say you don't, you're lying. By the way, people are like, I say everything publicly, everything that I say in private. It's like, no, sometimes you got like a fucking bone to pick with somebody and you shop it around. But you should always inevitably bring it up to them directly, right? I do hate Beckett, though literally everyone here hates Beckett. I don't hate Beckett. I think Beckett just completely got something wrong about me. I think that Beckett, I did lose respect for him over various things that have happened since the reign of cruelty from January to February. But, you know, I think that I just hate is a feeling. It's not something logical or rational. So it's like, I see people, for example, how they were going at it with Diorio. It was like, I could criticize Diorio always on the surface level, but I never can. I'm not like you guys where I get to that point where like there's emotion attached to it, like legitimate. Hey, I'm like that with other people. I understand that feeling. I understood that feeling when I was A-logging Lio, right? But it's rare that I'll actually legitimately hate someone that I'm covering.
If he's saying things to these moderators that he wouldn't just say to you or isn't raising with you, then yeah, I mean, he's being two-faced.
Gama asked Stickers to define reasonable. Oh my, it's gonna be so. Do you understand what Gama's problem is? I legitimately think he just doesn't speak English. I think that's. No, I'm kidding. I think the problem with Gama. We'll talk about this later. Now, I don't want to get sidetracked, but to make a long story short, it is the fear of making the most mild of concessions, when in fact mild concessions can benefit you in the course of attempting to get the opponent to concede to the greater point. You show fairness and willingness to compromise when you're willing to like concede on the smaller shit that you are wrong on. The thing is, Gama will legitimately misspeak. I don't think Gama's overtly lying. I think he misspeaks, which is ironic because when that happened to me, he did accuse me of overtly lying. But I think Gama misspeaks a lot. And instead of actually just saying, that's not what I meant to say, he will deny that he said it entirely and then just like keep altering the argument, but deny that the argument's been altered. Imagine if Gama just said, oh, I said that. Yeah, that's not what I meant. What I was trying to get across is XYZ. I didn't mean to say it like that. No, if that's how it came across, wasn't my intention. What I'm actually arguing is this, and then you go and argue. The whole conversation will move forward. Instead, he denies that he just said that he said the thing that you just heard him say, and that's what the whole rest of the argument is, debating over pointless, fucking pedantic bullshit just to get him to agree to like even what you're arguing about. And by the time it's all, you're just exhausted. You're totally exhausted.
I understand what you would say. That's weird. But
So,
to say
okay.
it's
And Perry
weird,
also
my
debates
mod
Gama.
became
Yeah,
his mod.
Perry's the worst debater in the community by far. He just like has like some pre-recorded lines and then freezes up. You can watch it. He freezes up and debates like the most awkward thing ever.
No, that's not weird at all. And I can't imagine. I have the same mods as other people, and other people have the same mods. I can't imagine like Freddie Woods is a mod for me and Gama. I found that out the other day and speaking about this. I would never expect Gama to tell me.
Well, that's because Gama poaches everyone. If you're Gama, like when he made Nuki, I took him from my chat to his chat. He just modded all my mods. So he's Freddie Woods by a mod for Kuihman did the same.
I would never expect Gama to come tell me.
But there's like, okay, so the reason
Notice
weird,
isn't
and
deny.
again,
It's so funny because like people keep accusing me of hating hell, but I know how I feel. Obviously, I can't. This is the biggest cope ever when it's like I know how I legitimately. I swear on my life, swear to God, I don't hate Hellbent. I don't hate Hellbent. I don't. You know, the worst that has happened is I found this person annoying, exceptionally so, and have been temporarily enraged by their presence because I find them annoying. But it's not that deep. It's not that deep. There's no hatred. There's no, you know, I don't think Hellbent's a bad person. I've just been they just have a unique ability to annoy me. Especially the only thing that I get truly mad at Hellbent about is content cuckery. If Hellbent cucks the content, I will get mad at her, and she's done it twice. Albeit the second time, I'm not gonna be super judgmental about it because I was being a shithead. But the first time with Lex was like completely fucking gay.
like when I was in Pol, or if I was in your community, I wouldn't, because it's like it's whatever. But like we're dealing with a really parasocial community, and
Your community.
Falgi cares.
Your community.
No, Well, I mean,
Your
They're
mods.
both community.
Your mods.
Yeah,
Uploads.
why is Beckett pretending like his community? They're not like the ACC. They're all gay and parasocial. It's not like your community is different than his.
Mods, Upbox community, your community. That's all one thing. The
Yeah.
ACC.
yeah, sure. So the reason I care. Okay, so let me just give you the dynamic of what my mod team looked like. I didn't talk to my mods. That's why they ended up having grievances with me, because I didn't talk to them. I barely talked to these people. That's like one of the big like grievances against me. I've
He talks to his chat like children. Who, Beckett?
been described as cold
Giving them gay stickers and giving them art. Damn.
and distant, which is fucking gay.
A chat of artists. I would actually like lose my mind if this chat. Listen, there's a lot of artists I like. Okay, there's a lot of artists I
But
like. But oh my god, the artists like Twitter artists can be some of the most insufferable fucking people you've
Basically,
ever met.
Falgi cares.
Having
Falgi
a
wants to-
community full
Falgi
of
and
them.
Claudia are in this mod
I'd
group going,
lose
"We
my
want to build
mind.
This big Discord. Falgi gives a shit. So I'm like,
You
well,
know, just so you know, even when I yell at you guys and I abuse you and treat you like dog shit, okay, I have it pretty good, all things considered. I look over to Diorio and I imagine myself in his shoes, and I would love that money, of course. I would love this, but I'd be miserable. I'd be miserable because I'd be talking to a chat of actual, like, goy cattle, like fucking wine moms. And I'd be miserable. At least I'm like Beckett's community, and it's the same. So all things considered, okay, I am grateful for what I have relative to what I see that other people have.
if he gives a shit, and you can take the Two-Face thing, is this part of the Two-Face thing? He's like, well, I want to undercut Beckett's community. It's not like I feel
Yeah,
slighted by the mods. I ain't
there's heavy
slighted.
overlap between like neurosis and being an artist. There's just heavy overlap, and a lot of artists are just fucking insane. I did like a project about this for my biopsych class about like links between like schizophrenia and bipolar and like the expression of creativity and shit. But yeah, just a lot of artists are like totally insane.
Do what you want. But this is somebody who I work closely with, who seems to be like trying to find little ways to fuck me over. It's just weird, right? If you had somebody close to you, and it's like not just modding for another community, but you found out that they were, I don't know, like a key chatter or an oiler, and they spent their time like getting to know that person and then pulling them into their community when like talking shit about you. It's not like a damning indictment.
Isn't this-
Kuihman, I just
Gama? Hello? I'm kidding. Gama?
find it a bit weird is all.
Yeah, but I just don't think that, like I say, it's not
Is this a defined weird moment?
everything. No, it's not
Aiden
about defined
reference?
weird.
Aiden
It's
reference?
everything you're saying.
Iconic Aiden.
About-
I'm telling you, I just have so many iconic lines and moments and contributions. Okay?
About it being weird
Don't let them write my legacy out of history.
or being bad or whatever is totally irrelevant to the role of moderator. When you say that they became his moderator without me knowing, it doesn't make any sense to call it weird to me. And you harped on like
Yeah, because
sort of
that's
similar
obviously
topics,
the
it felt like,
original.
while I was watching.
It doesn't. Okay, Beckett knows this doesn't. Okay, the point that Beckett is trying to make now is the shit talking was the part he took issue. It was the shit talking, but he was obviously emphasizing and using the moderator aspect as a key part of his point from the get go, and is now slowly abandoning that from his argument because Kuihman's giving him pushback on it. And he knows that that doesn't make sense, but that's because it doesn't make sense compared to the argument he claims he was making, but that's because that wasn't really his original argument. His original argument was the weirdness lie in the actual moderators moderating for Falgi itself.
For a while, where it feels like you're saying that there's a lot of very intricate community stuff going on, and that seems to be what you care about, and that's not really the indicting or weird part. The bad and weird part is
No.
Falgi's character, Falgi's behavior.
Yeah.
And that's it the whole way. But you seem to talk a lot about the dynamics
So-
and the roles and how what those rules should be, when I don't think those rules are really there in the way you're saying.
Yeah, so I think a big part of this, and I said this in the DM, like, I had a general thing. That's why I was really distant to my mod team. And because, you know, I've seen what happens in Twitch poll where you're all like buddy with your mods, right? And you need them for every decision. And you can't fucking function without them.
Yeah, you wouldn't know anyone like that, would you?
No, I wouldn't know anyone like that. It's crazy. Basically, my thing was like, don't bring drama to my door. So when this happened in August, part of the big reason I was pissed at Falgi was I basically said, hey, you're having this gay little community drama, and I have to hear about it. And it's causing issues, like, and people are DMing me about it.
Oh, poor you. Boo, that's the gayest reason to get upset. Hey, I have to hear about this thing. It's like, okay, then just tell people not to talk about it? Block them? I mean, wow. Such a huge... I really have to hear about this? Yeah. Wow, dude. Crazy stuff.
About it. I don't want to hear about it, Falgi. It's fucking gay community shit. And when
That's literally what you cover. What does he think what does this guy think he covered? I want to see what, like, serious fucking critical analysis Cope and Seeth is engaging in, where this is like too gay. It's gay community drama. Who cares about shit like that? So what does this guy normally cover? Oh wait, that's right. That's right. That's like, it's almost like this is like literally all this person covers. That's crazy.
Part of my, if I am looping on a stream, that's a fair criticism. But I'm more pissed that I've been dragged into this.
You know what it is?
I didn't want to...
You know why I can't hate him? Because he manages to, I guess in my like threat detection system, when you're viewing someone as hostile, or he manages to come across as quite friendly. So I just can't mark him in my mind or designate him in my mind as hostile. And that the hatred doesn't really come out, does it? That's why I can never hate him. He just seems, he's just so like, you know, he's like Beckett. He's just Beckett, man. You know what I mean?
I want to get involved. Not because I don't want to criticize Falgi, but because this is fucking gay. I agree with you. It's really annoying that this has happened.
Okay, but this whole thing of like, I'm pissed off that I get dragged in. Everything you're expressing to me right now is a product of being too involved in the first place.
Today's word, we're doing a new segment, word of the day with Shelby. Today's word of the day is disarming. Disarming, ladies and gentlemen. This is Shelby's word of the day. Brought to you by Adam and Eve, Stake Gambling, and Alcoholics Anonymous.
Because this only matters to you because you're invested. If someone tried to, quote unquote, drag me in or I imagine Chud into Discord drama, it's like I don't care. Well, because I fall out.
Literally, the accent's a double-edged sword because some people seem friendly with it. Some people, it's like, I just don't want to hear you lecture me about anything if you have a British accent. I have like British accent like trauma, not from London, from my beginning days in commentary when this was a mostly British space dominated by Angloids and like Pyrocynical's crew. Calling everyone a nonce. That was the big thing. It's like, it's a bit noncy, mate. You're a nonce or whatever. It's like, dude, I actually just have like, I have serious subconscious like Anglophobia I need to address.
I fall out with any of these Discord retards. Who cares? Like, who gives a fuck if I fall out with X6217X?
Yeah, I don't care that my mod's left. That's fine. It's whatever. I do care about the KJ stuff. He
from what they did to Napoleon, and they never got over him. By the way, they're still making horrible Ridley Scott. They're still making horrible movies about him.
Yeah, that does drag me in. And I said this when Dick has read out the DM from Cloudy, where
no. I'm a better person. I honestly woke up and the last few months, it's been great for me. It's been great. Unironically, I needed to struggle. I needed to fuck up. I needed to struggle. I needed to be torn down a peg. Because when I look back at it, we had a solid year where things were just good. Everything was really good. And when everything is really good, that gets to you really fast. You stop caring as much. You get sloppy. You start getting an ego. You start hanging with people you shouldn't. You start all these different things. And I was like, and I let it all get to me. I let it all go to my head. And I was out of my fucking mind. I was really out of my fucking mind. And I think I have grown up a lot more over these past couple of months than I've done in a while. And I think that a lot of lessons were learned for myself. And I'm actually grateful for the hard times because hard times create strong men.
It's like, yeah, KJ's a doc. So I was like, okay, well, now fuck, I have to deal with it. Because he's known to be associated with me. So that's what I mean when I say I'm getting dragged in by this like weird gay shit. Because if it had just been mod drama and just been like this little community event Discord thing, which I've known about for a week and a half, mind, right? I didn't go live and talk about it. and I wasn't like,
Sometimes you need to be humbled.
oh, we need to talk about the fucking group chat. I don't fucking care.
But
But once
okay, but
KJ
then it
got
feels like
involved,
it does just feel like, okay. So I understand not wanting to get dragged into
Mhm.
stuff that could hurt your reputation with other creators and publicly.
You're literally
But
still
then
growing up because you're under 20. Well, yes, there are ways you can grow up, right? There are ways you can grow up in between. You're always growing up. I'm sure after I turn 25 is just the physical development of the prefrontal cortex. I'm sure that after I turn 25, I'm still going to learn a lot of lessons. I'm sure for anyone in this chat, which there aren't many, who's in their like 40s or 50s, you look back at yourself and even your late 20s, and the person then, you like kind of cringe, right? I do that now, like with my kid self. I do that now with my kids self. It's a sign of growth, people. It's a sign of growth. And I have a lot of it to do.
The solution is simple, and it shouldn't be one that pains you particularly. It's just rape Falgi. Like, that's just the immediate response is, oh, Falgi's smearing me and the people I hire in order to fuck over my business.
Well,
I have to rape this guy.
So there's another thing. There's the reason the stream is as long as it is. Because there has been this campaign of information, when I just remodded KJ, because originally I wasn't going to talk about this at all. I was just like, I just remod KJ. He's back, like in the community, he's back on staff or whatever. Fuck off if you don't like it. But I couldn't do that because so much of the community.
You're growing up. No, I just might get like a goatee or a little stash. I don't know. We'll see. I'm playing around with it. We'll see where it goes. Spring break. I'm gonna, I'm taking my own personal spring break. Who knows? Might go to Florida, bag some baddies, have a fucking Miami. I'm kidding. Dude, I'm gonna start dressing like a 1980s Miami's cop. A 1980s Miami cop. That's what it's gonna be, man. That's what it's gonna be. Yeah.
Has heard this through this little group because they're fucking friends with everyone. That's like, why is KJ back? And I was getting loads of shit basically, and loads of concern. So I had to do a full breakdown of the last 6 months too.
He's going east for sure, dude. I met the Trough. I didn't realize that I'd met him previously in Chud's server a long time ago. And dude, this guy is so awesome. He was like in my VC last night, drinking, just like completely drinking a ton, waiting for a hooker to come over, drunk out of his fucking. Dude, he's awesome. And he told me I should come out to other countries and we should go shoot AK-47s. And I legitimately just might take him up on that. I don't want to go fuck hookers, but I do want to shoot guns. Especially full auto AKs. That's like my fucking dream. That's my dream. I know there are some shooting ranges you could do that in the US.
To explain to everyone that they've been lied to by these retards behind the scenes. That's why. Because I'm not just clearing.
I don't know. I don't.
One of these days, there's gonna be a video. I'm just gonna put it up on X. It's gonna be me holding a photo of Gama up to the camera, and then putting it up on a pole, and then just like shooting it with a full auto AK.
By that, because there were like 700 people watching your stream, and most of the
I didn't expect 700 people.
most of the chat had no idea, and they were all just saying like, "Oh, I had no idea Fauci was like this. I had no idea. Oh, I didn't know this was happening to KJ." That's what they were all saying.
Well, yeah, okay. Well, I don't know how much I believe I don't know what was happening to KJ.
Yeah, the chatters are lying.
I don't think
the chatters are all
people
lying.
knew about.
All the chatters are lying.
That. I can't believe 700 people turned up to that fucking stream, to be honest. But I suppose I am like burning.
What was the
Well, I was one of those
insinuation of that? He's like, I'm not sure if I believe that. Why would a chatter lie about their personal not? I guess you guys had to make themselves look better. I don't know.
What those rules should be, when I don't think those rules are really there in the way you're saying.
Yeah, so I think a big part of this, and I said this in the DM, like, I had a general thing. That's why I was really distant to my mod team. And because, you know, I've seen what happens in Twitch poll where you're all like buddy with your mods, right? And you need them for every decision. And you can't fucking function without them.
Oh, I always I'm so glad
you wouldn't know anyone
I was
like that,
not
would
in
you?
Twitch poll, dude. It's all these fucking people, well, namely Beckett. It's all they fucking talk. Back in the Twitch poll days, it's like, we get it. You come from, like, Pedophiles Anonymous. You don't need to fucking announce it to the world. The place you came from sucked, and you should stop trying to live by it.
No, I wouldn't know anyone like that. It's crazy. Basically, my thing was like, don't bring drama to my door. So when this happened in August, part of the big reason I was pissed at Falgi was I basically said,
Don't
hey,
bring
you're-
drama to my door as a drama streamer is just like a fucking insane thing to say. I would love drama at my door. I like being in it. I like being involved in it because you can get your own like personal scoops and shit that other people don't have. You can get like the interviews, the stuff that stands out, the live debates. Like I would love for drama to come to my door.
You're having this gay little community drama, and I have to hear about it.
Oh,
it's
poor
causing
no.
issues.
He's too busy covering like the important stuff, like the Silver Indeed call. Like the shit that matters, the shit that we all really need to hear about. He's just too important for this guy. This like shitter drama. He has to hear about it. Poor him.
Like, and people are DMing me about it.
I have to.
don't wanna
People are
hear about it,
DMing
Sanji.
me.
It's fucking.
You're a fucking drama streamer. It's so easy to not read DMs. I do it all the time. I don't have notifications on for Discord. Like, there's ways, people are gonna DM you about gay drama. You kind of take that, but if you create that environment where people can just reach out and DM you about gay drama, you're probably gonna get like the scoop on certain things that other people wouldn't immediately get. Just don't ignore certain DMs.
Gay community share. And when this happened, part of my if I am looping on a stream, that's a fair criticism. But I'm more pissed that I've been dragged into this. I didn't want to get involved. Not because I don't want to criticize Falgi, but because this is fucking gay. I agree with you. It's really annoying that this has
Poor
happened.
you.
Okay, but
Oh,
this whole thing of like I'm
No.
pissed off that I get dragged in.
It's like
everything you're
nothing, it's
expressing
nothing,
to me
it's
right now
whining.
is a
It's
product.
whining. This is literally just fucking whining. You signed up for this, and I don't believe for a second that like it was some hardship for you to be dragged into this. It's a drama. Your friend's involved in it. It's in your community. That's all you cover. Of course, people are going to talk to you about that. Of course, people are going to ask you to talk about it. And you would to basically do the same thing that you do every time you stream. It's not hard at all. Why are we acting like having to hear about drama is like a fucking Holocaust?
Product of being too involved in the first place. Like you're saying, because this only matters to you because you're invested. If someone tried to, quote unquote, drag me in or I imagine Chud into Discord drama, it's like, well, I don't care.
Well,
Because I fall out with any of these Discord retards. Who cares? Like, who gives a fuck if I fall out with X6217X?
I don't care that my mod's left. That's fine. It's whatever. I do care about the KJ stuff. He runs my clip channel. Yeah, that does drag me in. And I said this when Dick has read out the DM from Cloudy, where it's like, yeah, KJ's a dox. I was like, okay, well now fuck, I have to deal with that because he's known to be associated with me.
He definitely wants
So
to appear uninterested in but that's all these people do. That's all these types do. It's literally just like, what's the word that I'm looking for? They just like to sit on a fucking pedestal and be like, look at those weirdos over there. When many a times they are the fucking weirdos, the same type of weirdos that they're laughing at. There's zero like. It's just like infuriating. The fucking pedestal.
What I mean when I say I'm getting
just uninterested in fucking above it all.
by this like weird gay
As
shit.
if you're not a
If it
drama
had just
streamer.
been mod drama and just been like this little community event Discord thing, which I've known about for a week and a half.
Just
Mike, right?
laughing at the lolcows.
I didn't go live and
Laughing
talk
at the
about it.
lolcows.
And I wasn't like, oh, we need to talk about the fucking group chat. I don't fucking care.
But
once
okay,
KJ
but then it
got
feels like
involved,
it does just feel like okay. So I understand not wanting to get dragged into
Mhm.
stuff that could hurt your reputation with other creators and publicly, but then the solution is simple and it shouldn't be one that pains you particularly. It's just rape Falgi. Like that's just the
Okay, well,
the
I don't know
immediate
if
response
I don't know if I'd
oh,
agree
Falgi-
necessarily with that solution. You know, listen, I think there are a lot of solutions. I don't know if I'd agree. I don't know if that might be our solution here. You know, I that specifically, I don't know if that's our solution here. But I think we have a lot of options at our disposal.
She's smearing me and the people I hire in order to fuck over my business.
Well,
I have to rape this guy.
So there's another thing. There's the reason the stream is as long as it is. Because there has been this campaign of information. When I just remodded KJ, because originally I wasn't going to talk about this at all. I was just like, I just remod KJ. He's back, like in the community. He's back on staff or whatever. Fuck off if you don't like it. But I couldn't do that because so much of the community has heard this through this little group because they're fucking friends with everyone. That's like, why is KJ back? And I was getting loads of shit, basically, and loads of concern. So I had to do a full breakdown over the last 6 months to explain to everyone that they've been lied to by these retards behind the scenes.
Dude, the server
why.
where Gilded is like a mod and Lio is like this guy's best friend. They're worried that Beckett modded a doxer called KJ. That's what this is. It's your whole thing, man. It's his top guy. His top guy has literally called kids' schools and falsely reported them as fucking school shooting threats because he got mad he lost a Discord argument.
Because I'm not just clearing.
I don't buy that because there were like 700 people watching your stream, and most of the
I didn't expect 700 people.
most of the chat had no idea, and they were all just saying like, "Oh, I had no idea Fauci was like this. I had no idea. Oh, I didn't know this was happening to KJ." That's
We already watched all that, dude. I'm so dumb.
replica.
fuck.
My sword in the background. But, you know,
Subhuman. Can't ever be in that spot where you're talking shit on people when this is the way you are.
the buck onto Cloudy.
Yeah, that's what I got.
No, like, okay, just okay. Here's for the record. It doesn't matter what Cloudy's done. He doesn't.
Well, actually, no, I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, just
feel like if there were some more discerning viewers in the ACC, they would be very upset too because they would realize how much they were missing.
Sorry, hold on.
I had no idea Fauci was like this. I had no idea. Oh, I didn't know this was
So right about here.
a fucking drama commentary guy.
Right
here. You can't ever be in that spot where you're talking shit on people when this is the way you are and the way you're still behaving.
Yeah. I mean, like, I think it really limits them going forward. I mean, you yourself have been like, you don't want to just drive people out of space. If Fauci comes back and then, you know, either there's more drama or he tries to fix himself, people do. I mean, Himpleton's fucking come back.
Well, I don't want him. I don't care if he just stops streaming. But I'm sick of retards like Fauci being like, oh, he does really good research though. He does really good research though. And you and fucking Dick is repeating this for 6 months when it's patently obvious this guy is subhuman.
Ooh, Dickers called out. I don't know what Dickers' thing is with all these ACC guys. I was surprised how friendly and cordial he was to Gilded Poo. I was like, I don't know. Maybe Dickers just like that with everyone. I don't know. But I was always like, I was always like, skeptical of sort of his some of his associations with these freaks.
Okay,
It's just like it's like absurd. It's like totally absurd. And it's like so obvious. You take one look at this guy on one stream. You look at a guy who is a fat fucking wop, one of a couple, by the way, and he presents himself.
Oh no, anyway.
Dude, the hatred when he said, dude, I think Kuihman legitimately has something against Italians. I took this guy, I picked where we were gonna go out to eat. I picked Italian, and he was like upset about it. He's like, let's go somewhere else. He goes, this guy just hates Italian people. I don't know what it is.
There's a little boy with a laser sword, like some MechQuest AQ Worlds Arctic game shit.
Not liking my sword in the background, by the way. What's wrong with my sword?
Which sword? I don't know what your sword is. I don't know anything about that.
It's a long sword.
Are you a sword guy? Are you a sword guy?
No, but like
you've got a sword in your room.
Yeah, I got a sword for my birthday. That problem. What's wrong with having a sword? It's not like a replica.
Dude. Autistic.
Dude, sword. It's cool. Where's your sense of whimsy gone, Kuihman?
I got whimsy. I got sword guy. You and counterpoints are like the same type of old dude. Fuck. What was I saying before you brought up the sword? Oh yeah, it was patently obvious with this fact. And palling around. Anyone's doing like these big, like group streams with a bunch of people that can't work their mics properly. That's like a fucking big red flag as well. Like the whole thing is just like
the Lio part is gonna. I've heard about it.
In this for the wrong reasons.
Lio's been out of my mind for a long time. I've heard about it. I'm gonna be so angry if Kuihman, if there's a reiteration of like the arguments I was screaming about. Obviously, the way I went about it, I was like super invested in covering this guy. I shouldn't have dedicated as much time, but all the underlying points there were correct. This person is a fucking nutcase that has demonstrated a pattern of bad behavior, that he has demonstrated absolutely zero remorse for, if not the opposite. He still to this day has attempted to provide soft justifications for his call with Rosa, the mentally disabled woman, keeping her there under threat of contacting her family.
The whole time.
Yeah.
That's all I see. That's all I see is this guy who's in it for e-pussy, basically, for like molested e-pussy in the ACC.
Let's say e-pussy. Jesus. Okay, so from the perspective of the accusation,
yeah, I hate guys like that. We're just in the ACC for molested e-pussy.
I think I've been pretty clear on this. Maybe I could be clearer. I mean, I'll say it again if you like. Yeah, he's fucked. It doesn't matter what Cloudy's done. Yeah, she's been behind the scenes, and like I think it's fucking ridiculous. But He's responsible. He's a content creator. Why is he letting? Even if it is the case where she's done this, why is he
Who
letting
would
his fucking
do
girlfriend run
that?
off
It's
the leash?
honestly sick. Who would just like go to the ACC to try to pull molested pussy? I mean, it's just sickens me to think that we have people like that out there.
And like fight his fucking battles for him. It's even gayer, if anything. Like he needs his girlfriend to fight his
Well,
battles.
well,
He's
okay,
scared
but wasn't she
No.
like an ACC retard the whole time? Didn't he just meet her in Discord and shit?
No, well, I mean, he met her in Hassan's community.
Yeah, but I just figured, if she's some.
The Rose
I thought
Call's
she was
actually
some
really
artist,
awful. Yeah, people always think that I got radicalized on Lio because of Goat Cato. It was never about that. It was literally that call that totally radicalized me on this guy and created like a total hatred. And then it just solidified further after that. I listened to that full call at least 2 times, the 4-hour thing. And it was that which really just got me to like fucking hate this guy. Because I just listened to that thing in full and it was just it was fucking really bad.
She was just around anyway and shit.
No, not really. She like makes dolls. I don't know.
Well,
never really talked about it. I
Salmonella,
have no-
Lio claims
like,
that
I-
was a misspeak. Lio claims it was a misspeak. However, whether or not it was a misspeak on his end, let's grant him that. He actually tried to defend the idea of doing that. He still thought it was a good idea on Stardust stream. So even if he now denies that he told the girl to do it, he thought it was a genuinely good idea had he gone and told the girl to do it. He defended it with Stardust. You could watch with Stardust and Barbia. The same Barbia who Lio allegedly, after that conversation, tried to find the IRL like credentials and name of. Because that's just something, it's a pattern with him. He does this. But where was I going with this? Yeah, he that whole situation was great. But that 15-year-old, when they were 16 or 17, Lio had believed that somebody was grooming them. And who apparently this person was grooming them. But Lio's in all of his infinite wisdom, what does this adult man do when he hears about a minor that for whatever reason he's in close communication with online? They're being exploited by an adult. What does he do? What does he do? Well, obviously, he gets that minor to talk about it in a live stream where he's being, first of all, victim blamey as fuck, right? He's just he has his kid on as like a co-host. They're cracking jokes at the kid's expense, but also like they're saying you know better than to entertain, as if this wasn't a minor, etc. Like they're telling this, like making the minor feel bad for engagement, for engaging. And then the most unbelievable part is that they got the guy that they believed was grooming the minor on stream and kept the minor in call. Like, that's fucking nuts. And then the guy, Lio's co-host on that, Vita, later got caught grooming that same minor.
I have had a conversation with her today over this shit. But that's the first
This
time I ever
guy-
saw
What do you think of Fauci
This guy is a fucking nutcase.
saying that even when he was a Hassan fan, the one thing he always fought with people about was socialized healthcare, because you can't socialize healthcare because it's a job sector. What do you think about that statement?
I don't know. What?
He said you can't socialize healthcare because it's a job sector.
That's kind of retarded. Pretty retarded. I don't know. Americans are retarded about
I don't know. Beckett's not sure. He wants to figure out what Gage or Kuihman thinks first.
healthcare. That's a retarded position. I don't really have
I
much
just
else.
I wonder, does hearing something like that make you think like, why was he in Hassan's community? Like, if you think that, why are you in Hassan's community? Why are you in Hassan's Discord posting photos of your dinner?
I don't know. I don't know much about Hassan stuff.
It's
I
just-
don't know much about Hassan's community.
Which is probably the same reason he's in the ACC, I imagine.
Oh, okay. So the implication here is he's there to pick up. I mean, yeah, probably.
Yeah, okay. It's just like, I feel like these are pretty
I mean,
simple
the
reasons. You could have
difficult
gotten
shit
on Fauci like ages ago, though, no? And these
not
these,
really.
these
Again,
guys
I
are
don't-
like bad news. You shouldn't take them remotely seriously. You know, we give morale a pass, but
Yeah, I was gonna say.
We do not give morale a pass. Okay? As much as I think morale's drops by the Fauci have been very useful, he does not have a pass in my books. I think it is embarrassing as fuck on his end that this guy, I cannot find a single woman in this community. Someone said it, it was so true. Someone did a test where they went into my server, found everybody who was overtly female. Apparently they did this months and months and months ago. And found everybody who was and checked to see if they were mutual friends with morale on Discord. And almost every single time they were. And the conclusion is, if you're a woman in this community, you've either had explicit DMs with morale or he's called you a whore. There's literally no in between. You would be pressed to find a woman who is active in this community that Morale has not tried to slide into the DMs of. It's like, if a woman was engaging, you should be called a whore. Should be called a whore. This guy's a fucking man whore.
Okay.
And that's
I
like,
get these reads sooner. I mean,
it just baffles me. It baffles me. I'm like screaming this, like, and then like the whole
You
Crexer
say
thing, the
you pronounce
Crexer
your
thing. Like,
example.
what's this? What's this? Wait, one minute. I need to ask you.
Okay.
What's this I hear about Fauci lying about doing the research for the Camera 305 stuff?
I don't know, because I know basically nothing about the Cameron stuff.
Well, apparently Fauci did the research with Diesel's Yandere dev video, but so he
Yeah,
got
and
the blame.
Diesel, we really gave Diesel a pass on his coverage. Diesel's coverage on the Cameron F305 shit was, as I didn't do anything with it, but I was invested in that drama. I did the interview with Cameron. I was in a group chat with some of these, we were talking about this behind the scenes, talking about the evidence, etc. What I learned in the course of that is that FPS Diesel's coverage of the Cameron shit was like pretty inexcusable. He was muddying the waters against the once child alleged victim of Cameron's every chance he took the opportunity to demean her character for things that occurred outside the context of the allegations. He just went in to go do it. And I was wondering if it was like overcompensation over the Slazo shit, because, you know, him and his friends had like backed a false accuser. And I wonder if he's like overcorrecting by trying to be overly critical of an accuser or whatever. But like, it's not often I'll sit here and morally posture over like victim blaming or whatever. But like, that video is like pretty bad in the sense of like how he was talking about this girl.
For
No,
fucking up the
no.
Cameron F305 Crexer stuff. He took
Nanny.
Nanny did
Nanny-
it. So
Nanny did the
he
research.
took credit for it at some point, I believe.
That's fucking weird. I can go and check with Diesel, but my
I
understanding.
need
is
to know the
Nanny
truth
was-
here. Apparently he took
Yeah,
credit
sure,
for
I
it
can I can go and find
and
out.
took a bunch of shit for it. But then it turned out he was lying about the fact that he did it, so he took shit for it for no reason.
The words I don't know are Beckett's
funny, that's
usage
fair.
of everything. Yeah, I don't know if like Shelby was like parodying Beckett. Shelby just started doing this thing where he'd go, "I don't know," and then reply with an image of like a blonde white guy, even though he's black. So I don't know if he's doing like a parody of Beckett. Did you know that Diesel apparently said that he keeps hallucinating Cameron at the grocery store after what? Huh? He keeps what? I honestly, if that's true, I think that you should nip this in the bud and go see a doctor, Diesel, because it sounds like this might be sudden onset acute schizophrenia.
Yeah, I can go talk to Diesel and be like, "Is this who was your like research for the underage
Dude,
stuff?"
actually,
Okay, I need chat
it's
to
not even
remind
just
me.
like dreaming about the drama. You're just straight up hallucinating it. I don't think I've ever dreamed about a drama. I have had like one dream where a bunch of chatters were in it, and I don't know why. We were all on like a train in like the fucking Australian outback, and there were a bunch of random people that were in the dream that were known, that took the names of known chatters or whatever. But I was just like, I was on a train in the Australian outback. That is all I can remember. So I did dream once about chatters.
Stuff from earlier that I said, so I can bring it up now in case I've forgotten anything.
Yeah. While they're reminding you, are you done with Aiden then?
What do you mean by done with Aiden? I'm not
You
done.
were like, well, morale gets a pass. Aiden's a retard. Are you like, well, fuck Aiden then?
I did one thing. I have 8 years of like a pretty good reputation in the sense of like, as fuck ups go. I being like a fucking drunken lunatic had a pretty bad fuck up, right? But like, obviously that the reason that was given so much attention is because that's not in character for me, right? If this was in character for me and I was like a bad empanada type, there would be nothing exceptional about this. So who's covering it every single time? Bad empanada is going and doxing somebody. They're not, because it's a pattern. And there's a difference between like poor behavior, a poor demonstration of behavior, and a pattern of poor behavior. And the people that Beckett is associated with have exhibited a pattern of poor behavior and seemingly can't actually understand why what they did was wrong. And that is the minimum for any chance of redemption or correcting a wrong or righting a wrong. At the very least, you should know why what you did was wrong. Lau Convoy does not. He does not. The point I was making, you know, back then when I was covering the guy, he legitimately does not understand why the Rosa call was so bad. He still has like tried to provide these like soft justifications of she's more competent than like she seemed to be, and it's like this person, she's literally, you can listen to her, she's very clearly super mentally disabled under fucking conservatorship and stuff.
Well, I know what you mean. Like, I'm not like, don't associate with people. I'm like, correctly read them and discuss them accurately. You know, that's always my standard. What do you mean? Am I done with Aiden?
Okay.
I'm never done with anyone.
Okay.
Unless they're like doing something that's super damaging actively.
Yeah, like unless they're like rapist, pedophile, sure.
I think there's some people. I don't know. I think Kuihman's more tolerant than I would be. Obviously, he's tolerant in the context towards myself. But there's absolutely an easier line where I just would stop talking to people at this point. Because there are some people that they are making no effort to like be a better person. It's like, why the fuck would I keep talking to you then?
But yeah. Oh yeah, Beckett burned the bridge with Aiden. So I've heard this. Because Aiden asked me on stream, and I said no. I don't. It's not over the doxing thing. It's not over Lyo's wife.
Obviously, obviously not, because Lyo himself has done a pattern of way worse shit, and Gilded, your mod, did actually dox Lyo Convoy's wife. And like before her shit was out there and easily available, he literally put shit he got on her Facebook into his public video years prior to myself. So on his public platform.
Started spiraling with the ACC stuff. I'm just bored of interacting with it. It's just fucking exhausting. I just don't care. When he stopped doing
that's the other thing I was saying earlier. You call Aiden an ACC lolcow for getting to invest in this stuff, but it seems you are in the same position.
True!
How?
Because you are friends with all these people. You are deep friends with fucking Lyo Convoy and all this shit, and then when shit happens,
true, but
you're
only one man wears the mantle. Wait, hold on. Only one. Listen, he's been at Bay. He's been at Bay for a long time. Listen, many claim. Hold on. Listen, Beckett is trying to take my flow and become a label that I have tried so very hard to build and maintain. And you know, the ACC lolcow, he's been kept away for quite some time. He's hungry to come out. He's very hungry to come out. And I think it's time. I'm transforming into my alter ego, the ACC lolcow. Okay, yeah, I'm doing the Dark Brandon. I got the Dark Brandon sunglasses. This is what the ACC lol. This is when I become. That's how you tell the difference. This is me as the ACC lolcow, and then this is me as Aiden.
Doing the exact same shit you're getting on stream, grandstanding about absolute fucking minute bullshit, little friendship flow pass.
Hold on. Firstly, KJ is not ACC. This is like someone who's a researcher who's done work and is like completely separate from the fucking community.
No, Fauci's ACC, and this is all connected to ACC. It's all about ACC. It's all about
what is everything? Why is everything about trans with you? Everything is trans. Trans is trans. What? Nobody. Who's trans? Well, we have trans people here. Not me, but people in chat.
Malcolm and all this fucking.
Yeah, and he's fucking gay.
Or whatever the fuck his name is.
I'm calling
all this shit is.
Hold on. When the Vlad stuff happened recently, I got on stream and laughed at Vlad and said it was completely fair game to laugh at Vlad and was like, yeah, this is fucking hilarious. Tear him apart. I didn't moralize to anyone. I was like,
you literally said, look at you people always trying to find words to fucking twist to make me look trans. Like the sissy clip, okay? That I'd never hear the end of. It's like a year old at this point. I thought that sissy was like a synonymous with a pussy, like a coward. So when you call someone a sissy, you're saying they're acting like a total like fucking pussy, acting like a, you know, little kid or whatever. Apparently, that means something very different online. And because I'm not a fucking degenerate like some people in my chat are, I did not know what that meant.
This is so bad that people are making content out of this. I was like, yeah, this is completely fair fucking game. What? What am I moralizing? I'm just
in your stream last night. The grandstanding last night.
Yes, but
it was
okay.
There were moments where you're going. It's not even just to Killjoy. It's to Ash too. You go. If I'd known, I would have stepped in. I would have stepped in.
No, I would have stepped in. But that's not with ACC shit. Like, no, hold on. You can call me gay and everything, but this has been my consistent position with editors, as you yourself fucking pointed out the other night, Kuihman. Didn't Beckett get all crazy about Will and his channel not paying his editor? I've done this with Wick. I've done this with Will and his channel. I believe I've done this with other people. It's an ACC shit. If you don't like my standard or you think it's gay for me to care this much, fine. But I've been consistent long before I was in the ACC that like I fucking hate people who screw with their staff. Like I don't know what to tell you. This isn't you.
So I don't know, man. There's a gap between. Because I think Ash was even fucking paid for being on the Upblock stream.
Yes, she was.
Right? For being on the stream.
I have to check. I believe there was a dividend paid. Yeah, and then it changed.
I thought she was paid. She was sometimes paid for thumbnails and editing. Was my understanding.
Yeah, and then it became more formalized. But like, so yeah,
Aiden
there was-
always pretending to not know the connotations of words to create clippable, acting like there is anybody in here that would clip for me. Good one. Honestly, fucking good one. Good one. But if you want to support the channel, a great way to help us out is by liking, hitting that like button. It's free, it's easy, and it's quick. Want to take it a step further? You can tip. You can tip. You could be the third tipper of the stream by donating through Streamlabs and Super Chat. Want to take it a step further? You could even, maybe, possibly, join my Discord server. Maybe follow me on Twitter too if you're feeling really crazy.
there was payment involved in these things.
Because the thing is that being kicked off the host role, that was when you were saying, I would have stepped in. It was around when Ash was being told, you can't host on stream if you're working for Malcolm.
No, that's not what I said. I said that's when it became a firing call.
No, I'm saying around that point. I'm just saying that around that point,
Okay, around that time
is
like,
where you say.
If I'd known about the slander about Ash, like KJ and Q going over to Sai and Malcolm's community and becoming gay oppers against all of them and get a slander campaign, that's why I would have stepped in and because they're staff, particularly on like Ash and KJ's part. Q, I mean, again, it's shitty, but I care less. This isn't a page.
I don't even understand. Why is there all this fucking, why is it even a problem if people are in Malcolm's community? Why does everyone hate Malcolm
question.
now?
I don't hate Malcolm. I was DMing him today. We're friends.
Yeah, have we ever gotten
So why does it matter how Fauci telling people?
What the fuck is this? How did Aiden end up on the Predator panel from... I wasn't on this panel! I'd like to be. This could be keynote, dude. Who do you have on this lineup? You got Nux Taku, Chibi Reviews, Lucari, Tectone. I don't know who this guy is, so apologies to you, sir, if you're not a rapist, including these three right here. But, oh my god, dude, we got the whole fucking sex offender registry pulling up. Could be some prime content.
That they're in Malcolm's community, cut them off.
Like, that's a very good fucking question, Kuihman.
But how is it a slander campaign?
Because it's Fauci's the one cutting them off, and then lying.
But you're saying you would have stepped in because it's hurting them to other people, basically. But how's it hurting to other people? It doesn't sound like it matters.
Because he was running around being like, these people aren't just... He's not running around being like, these people are working for Malcolm. He's being like, these people are A-logging for Malcolm, and they're feeding Malcolm information, and you can't trust them. And this person's a doxer, and this person's lying to
Who
us.
did they tell they were feeding Malcolm info to?
So they told that to like my admins. They tried to feed that information through them to me. They tried to feed it to Diesel to get Diesel to cut these people off when he's working with them. Like I think there's like I think this is also spread into like the general ACC space, though they don't operate there, so it matters less. But
this
yeah,
is
like,
all AC's coping. He's drawing these like for our sake, for normal people. We're normal people. For relatively normal people's sake, as far as matters, everyone involved in this story is ACC. He draws these like he's technical about where you draw. It's all ACC. If I'm ACC, then everyone being discussed here is ACC. And personally, I don't think I'm ACC, but I think people still remember the false accusation of someone I got accused of grooming a man who turned out to be like 25 years old. I was accused of grooming like a 25-year-old man.
the general community.
I'm hearing Beckett and Fauci's communities hate Malcolm for disagreeing about Lio.
Yeah, that's true, but I don't hate Malcolm, and I think the Malcolm haters fucking retarded.
But where
I'm
does this come
friends
from?
with
Why do they hate Malcolm? Where does this come from?
There's
Malcolm-
something seriously sick about a community where like Lio is just not widely detested by everyone.
It's really mean about me, and people take it personally.
Oh,
Except
so,
for me,
okay.
apparently. I just, it's gay. I'm just like, who cares? He's a content creator. Like, again, Malcolm will confirm this. We talk in DMs semi-regularly, and we're fine with each other.
Of course, you're Beckett.
I literally sent him this Diesel call that I covered today.
Why do you think
We
you have
talked
this
all day.
intensely parasocial audience?
I think a lot of audiences
'Cause it's
intensely
the fucking
parasocial Kuihman, but like,
ACC.
I don't know. Malcolm talks a lot of shit and people get upset.
But that's not
But
why
Malcolm
you've
does
got the
too.
intensely
Malcolm-
parasocial
There's
No,
audience.
nothing
Malcolm-
wrong with having a like you're allowed to have I know Kuihman finds it cringe. You're allowed to if that's what you want, you could have that. But there's just so many problems that come with that, and it's so gay.
Also-
You have said, you have already classified this audience, the audience that you have. You said it about someone else's community, but it's the same audience.
Do you think your audience is intensely parasocial, Kuihman?
It depends how you're grading it. I don't think it's more than average. No, I don't think it's more than average. There are some times where I see
Kuihman's audience is not parasocial because he's like almost anti-community in how he operates. As was when I came back to this shit, I was very big on community building, which even early Dickers said I was exceptionally good at. I think when I came back to streaming in late 24, I was going out of my way to try to came up with we had a name, little funny bits and events. I was trying hard at building a community because building a community is building the backbone of streaming. That's going to be your core viewership when you fall off, like how I have. That's going to be you know, the people engaging, tipping, etc. But sometimes when you cross in that like parasociality, there's negatives that come with that. Like, and I I had to deal with some of those on at different points, I guess, in time. You know, I had a mod that took it very personally, because he was trying to get attention by doing some dramatic exit or whatever. He's like, "Can I leave now?" I'm like, "Yeah, go ahead. I don't need you." And just totally like, it's never gotten over that one. Someone else that believed it was their mission, they were appointed by God to convert me to Christianity. And I had to reassure them that, you know, they were not a personal useless failure for failing to convert me or whatever. That one was interesting. So I've got a few of those, but
certain chatters, I'm like, okay, you've got a problem. But broadly, no.
In different ways.
you should become.
My audience are
legitimately was considered. I considered it for a long time, or not a long time. I considered it for a year. It's probably the year I was having like an existential crisis. You know, I'm a nihilist, but I was desperately searching for. Instead, I was being I was being an avoidant nihilist. I was attempting to avoid the idea of a meaningless existence, and I sought refuge in Christianity. And I was legitimately going to convert, or I was seriously thinking about it, but I realized I don't actually believe. I don't actually have faith. I don't have faith. I just want to have, like, I just want to, because I want to feel, it's so much better to feel like life has meaning, and it isn't meaningless, but like, it's kind of like what Marx said about religion being the opium of the masses. I was using it as my opium to avoid having to deal with existential truths, and that is why I didn't convert and probably never will.
Militantly ideological. That's what my audience are. Okay, no, it's like different. It's a different thing. Parasocial. Maybe it's off-putting some people.
Kuihman is not parasocial.
It's not the same parasocial.
They just have strong hatred and strong likes and dislikes, and they clip and they astroturf like fuck, which is what we need to be doing.
I mean, define parasocial then.
Well, it seems like you described it as parasocial. You described the ACC, Fauci's audience, you know, that sort of end of things as parasocial. Now, you must realize it's the same people, Beckett. It's the same people in your audience. So what did you mean by parasocial when you said that?
Okay, so what I'm describing when I say parasocial in particular is the fact...
How do you miss one of two... I'm sorry about that. When will you destroy streamers like Dickers for streamer? I just rebuilt the bridge with Dicker. I'm not trying to, you know, immediately tear. I'm kidding. If Dickers does something egregiously wrong, of course I'll cover it. But it's not like I'm looking out for any opportunity I can to fucking pounce. There's a cool YouTube channel called No Nonsense Spirituality. They talk about dealing with nihilism from the perspective of a nihilist. They used to be religion. Yeah, my intro to philosophy teacher broke down nihilism for me in a very cool way. But understanding active nihilism as opposed to passive nihilism was the exciting part. It's the exciting part.
The fact that Fauci is interacting with these chatters in his Discord, he's much more available to them. Generally, I'm not available to my audience in that way. No one is really sending me things other than content they think I'd be interested in, or like something they want to see me cover. I'm not like having nice conversations with these people. That's not the same for Fauci or other creators. I think to an extent, I had a conversation. All stream audiences become parasocial to some level, but the only people I really talk to on Discord are other creators, mate.
I don't think that's what we were talking about. I don't think it was just about Fauci talking to his audience. No, we were talking about the nature of the audience being parasocial. We were not, back when you referred to them as parasocial, we were not just talking about...
Well, I describe audience members, if they don't get enough attention, leaving and getting upset, as intensely parasocial, but I don't feed those people. That's why these people in this case fucking turned on me, because I didn't engage in that parasocial behavior, because it's fucking weird.
If anything, it's the opposite. A lot of us streamers are parasocial about our audience. Like, I consider you guys personal friends. If I got married, you would have an invitation to my wedding. Okay? You would literally be invited to my wedding. I think it's the opposite, the inverse that's true. See, I actually have your names, addresses, and photos of you printed out on my wall, which I've edited in to family photos. That's how parasocial. Thank you so much for the 10, Bobby. One must imagine Aiden happy. I am. I woke up today. I know. I said. Remember, I said it on the other stream. I said one day I was in a mood. I was depressed. Okay, and I know how I work, and I knew I was literally just gonna wake up one day and I was gonna feel incredible because that's how it works. And today was that day, I guess. I just woke up today. I felt good. Felt very fucking good. We all sleeping with your wife. Damn, bro.
Right? If I was engaging with it, I wouldn't have had like people leave my community.
If you say it enough, Aiden, it will be true. Okay. I feel good. I do. I really do. I feel fucking good. Now, give it a week. Give it a week. And I'm probably not going to, because that's not how I work. But give it like a week, or it takes like 2 weeks. But give it like 2 weeks. And yeah.
Those parasocial people would stay because I'd be doing it. Like,
okay. So don't you think, Beckett, it may have something to do with the fact that you surround yourself with people that do this intensely parasocial thing with their audience? That you're with Lyo Convoy, who does like the 50
I'm not
person.
bipolar. I don't get manic. Only well, I guess you don't need to be manic to likely to have bipolar, do you? I don't get manic. I get, you get what's the word? I don't get like it's like the word is how it was explained to me when I was younger. It's like anhedonia. I just don't feel excited, or I don't have I don't feel like nothing I'm doing is fun. Nothing is exciting. There's nothing to look forward to. It's not like sadness. It's just like you're tired, and there's like literally there's just nothing to be happy about. You know what I mean? That's what it mostly is. And it's not like a super it's like that, but that will go on for like weeks, and it gets really tiring really fast.
And Senate calls, which is like half of it's like more people in here watching streams half the time, I'm sure. That there's a Fauji around, that there's all these people around that all have these big discords where they're doing all this insane shit, and then you've now got all of those people, all those hundreds of people collectively that are involved in these intense parasocial networks following you around as well.
Well, I've got a mix, right? So my Discord is like active with say 100 people, but like most of my viewers are not in my Discord, mate. Right?
Yeah.
And they're not like super active in my Discord.
Bring on this. I'm not a sociopath. I remember when Gama was unironically trying to accuse me of being one. Everyone's asked themselves if they were a sociopath at one point. I have too, but I'm definitely not. I absolutely feel empathy. I have a, I don't necessarily, it might be listen, I don't think I'm diagnosed autistic, so, I can't claim that card, but I feel it a little, I definitely know that I feel it a little bit differently than other people, but I absolutely have like a sense of like empathy and feeling bad for other people. Sometimes.
Discord every fucking day.
Sure.
And I would consider that as my core audience. My Discord's like the community that's growing around it, but...
Just said you feel nothing? Okay. Temporarily. Sociopathy is not like temporary. And it's not like when I say feel nothing, I mean like you just, that's general numbness. Sociopaths are capable of feeling happy and excited.
It's like, I don't know. Okay, this is like a really hard one to argue because sure, maybe.
But I think okay. I guess my point is here. It seems like, you're saying, oh, I hate all this parasocial stuff, but it does seem to gravitate around you, and
it has a bleed over, sure.
And you don't seem to the people doing it, the people that are causing it, the nexus points for all these parasocial people. You're not like sat there like, oh, wow, yeah, this Fauji guy's like kind of a fucking retard and he's involved in all this Discord shit. You're not like sat there saying that and being oppositional to it. Only at the only at the 11th hour is it?
So, okay, my answer would be to that. If I had known of the extent that Fauji was being parasocial with this group, I would have done something sooner, and it probably, would have been a fucking issue. And I will say this as well, like, because I don't know whether this is kind of, comes across on the stream. I've had issues with Fauji, because I started bitching about him. Like, Fauji and I have had, like, issues over the last couple of months.
Acting like these two weren't, like, fucking buddy. Yeah, now he's gonna, I've had everyone always likes to pretend when some new shit comes out, like they've just had a long-ranging issue. Beckett's even doing this with me. I've spoken to you multiple times about this, I just can't get through to you. No, you fucking haven't. That's not true at all. Me and Beckett had, like, one sort of sit-down chat when I was, fucking up. And it was mostly just him telling me, because I was contemplating at that point, like, my day might just be done here. Not that I think I did anything so egregious where I would have to step away forever, but just because, I wasn't big to start with, so obviously it wasn't gonna you know, I didn't know if when I went live, if like I'd have much people there or whatever. So I was like thinking about the idea of, you know, maybe just throwing in the towel and calling it a day. I didn't, right? I didn't, but I think he had advised that might be a good idea. That was the extent of like him trying to get through to me, which I was super receptive to. So I don't know why he's claiming that I don't listen to him somehow. I do listen. I think I've listened to every word he said. I just don't always agree. And you can be listening and not necessarily agree with what it is that you're, you know, hearing. Which in the case of Beckett has just happened many, many times.
And other people have noticed. So it's not like I haven't done anything. Like I've had comments about it because like, yeah, he's like fucking gone off the wall way fucking more.
What do you mean by that?
He started to get like really egotistical. Like I think I described him as LARPing as 2016 Keemstar to his face. It was just intensely gay, and like he came on my stream at one point and he was like, "Oh, if you say this about my friend Quite, I like had to stop him before he started like giving like a fucking death threat on my stream." It's bizarre.
Can we
Wait, you said
Ali Khan, can we get out? Listen, it's very easy to reference like past shit because you know nobody's actually gonna go through the effort of pulling it up. Somebody get that clip. I want to see if Beckett's reaction was as shocked as he pretends it is. Somebody find that. Somebody find the clip that Beckett's just described. Because a lot of people do this. You're just not gonna pull it up. You're not gonna go do that research, which many times you're not. But
he was making death threats on your stream.
I had to stop him from making a death threat to somebody on my stream. Yeah.
Do it yourself. You know what?
Yeah,
You know what?
So yeah, it's been like.
Will you guys say you're proud of me if I go find something myself? Because then I'll do it. Then it will be worth it. All right. It's not gonna be the same because it's not coming from my dad. But no, okay. Hold on. Fuck. Pickle vehicles specifically designed for water. Watch how I somehow get it. Please try again. The option was like 4 boats and like 3 trucks. I selected all the boats and somehow I fucking got it wrong. Maybe it's like a... Okay, there we go. Like an amphibious vehicle. I don't fucking know. All right. Cope and sieve. And then we're going to put in... Quiet. I bet you Quiet is probably not... This will probably be relatively easy to find because Quiet is probably not mentioned on his channel all that much. Quiet. There we go. Search automatic subtitles. Nothing. Maybe YouTube picked it up as Quiet? Or wait, no, I know. Quite. There you go. As the word yeah, I'm so stupid. Okay. Quite, filter to newest. We'd filter it to newest. Oh, we might not be able to find it because aren't some of his streams behind like fucking members only? I could be wrong about that. We might not be able to find it. No, don't think it doesn't exist just because I can't find it. I'm kind of shit at those. For quite, he says quite a lot. Quite. All right, we'll find this. I'll find this off stream.
Like I don't know.
I thought the corporate speak in private is worse than making death threats.
I'm not moralizing about the death threat. I'm like, I don't want.
No, I know, but I'm just saying, like,
yeah,
you know,
like,
in every way it's worse. In every way it's worse.
Okay, sure.
It doesn't matter whether you're moralizing or not, because in every way the corporate speak in private, we're talking about your, 100 viewer YouTube channel is worse.
Actually, we should
so
get
what
comfortable
happened?
with moralizing. Okay. I don't know why it's bad. Why having morals is like bad. These Kuihman and Beckett types are always like, you're moral flagging or whatever, and it's like, have morals. It's not. Listen, it's woke. Okay, it's woke. It's woke. Kuihman gives me shit. Have morals. Have standards. Have lines you're not willing to cross. It's good. It's good. It's okay. I actually am proud of the fact that I will morally posture. I like morals. I like morality. I think we should have a standard a code we abide by.
Okay, I don't quite understand. How did Fauci become the face of the op block?
And before Chlorovetla's like, well, if you're an atheist, then from where can you possibly derive your sense of morality, since all knowledge is based on the word of God?
Again, this is like so fucking weird. So he moves into Diesel's community. He joins like Diesel's news team. That's what the op block is. They occasionally streams. They're just doing docket work for Diesel.
Is it still that, or is it now gone? Is it now not that?
It's not that. I mean, Diesel's not really making content because he's like doing his IRL stuff. He's like started a business.
Who is the owner of the op block? Because surely Diesel would be the owner of his news team.
No. So he's like Diesel set up the news team, and the news team decided to make their own channel, and that became the op block. Kind of like how your channel was originally the Spice Pit, and then it became Kuihman, right?
No, it was never the Spice Pit.
Yeah, that was.
Was it
Even
not?
I
I
know
thought
that.
Chud's second
originally,
channel.
like-
Chud's second channel was the Spice Pit, and that became Chud's second channel.
This is brutal. It's been years. I'm getting the law wrong. Terrible. I thought you
Yeah.
used to stream the Spice Pit stuff there.
There were two different periods. At one point, I was doing
Yeah,
streams with
Doxer
DK
ate
for-
him. Doxer ate him.
on my channel,
Mm.
and then that stopped for a while, I think. And then there was another period where we did like a Spice Pit every couple months on Chud's second channel, and those were pretty similar. So I begrudge you mixing them up because it was basically the same cast and similar shit. And then that stopped, and then I started doing more solo stuff.
Alright, does
Yeah,
this
so I mean,
get
but
better?
originally you're like,
Does this
I
get
don't think
better?
that's fair. I genuinely think that's unfair because lots of
Oh,
people hate Malcolm.
we haven't gotten to the
I don't
Lyle
hate
part
Malcolm.
yet.
I'm
We haven't
still
gotten to the
friendly
Lyle
with him.
part
Lots of
yet.
people hate conspiracy Lima. I don't hate Lima. I get on with Lima. Lots of people hate fucking, I don't know who else. Like lots of people hate you, or they hate fucking Aiden or Morale.
No,
I don't
okay,
hate them,
yeah.
like-
So yeah,
Lots of people do not hate me. I, for one, am universally liked. Every room I walk into, they say, who the hell is that guy? Who the hell is that guy? And what's his number? So, it's actually the opposite. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I'm actually internet sensation, Aiden Underground. But that's not Malik's thing. No, that's not gonna call myself a rising star. I'm something positive, Aiden Underground.
I think you're missing what I'm saying. I'm not saying that you hate you like you're like on teams or some shit like that. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying when something personally hurts one of your friends, and that's the drama that's being covered. It's quite, because you're friends with so many people, that's happening like all the time. And it's not saying your take's changing. It's not
Girls,
saying
yes. British lesbians flock from all corners of the United Kingdom just to make out with me.
that
But wouldn't that mean I look like a... Okay, never mind.
you're
It's actually, I don't think that's something to brag about.
just going along with it because you're friends with the people. It's saying that when you're giving your criticisms, you are grandstanding. You're getting upset about intricate parts of this drama that don't actually really matter to the story. That
Okay.
I don't know how else to put it.
Well,
I don't know how else to put
okay,
it.
sure. If that's okay, I'm always happy to reflect, as you know. I'm happy to like have a look over my content. I'll admit I've been doing a lot of ACC shit. I kind of like some of the commentary stuff has just really annoyed me, and I got really.
I've been
fucking
doing a
bored
lot of pretending like he's not ACC. You are ACC. It's okay. Just own that.
talking about Ethan Sandestiny, so I'm very deep in the weeds. I'll happily accept that. Yeah, if I'm doing that, that becomes fair criticism. Like, oh, dude, I don't mind being like, I don't have it.
British plus lesbian. How low are your standards? I was so drunk. I literally was like slurring my speech. I was very fucking drunk. I was very drunk. It's a curiosity. She was decent looking. Much better looking when you're drunk. I'm a curious man. So, obviously I wasn't gonna say no. But yeah, that did happen.
Point out to me because I don't want to be like that. So if that's what you're seeing. and
That's
what
that's definitely what I was saying last night. That's definitely what I was saying last
Yeah,
night.
last night I will agree with you. That is what I'm doing. But I am annoyed, like on behalf of KJ Nash. And it's not because they're my friends, because I don't hang out with these people. It is because, like, especially with KJ, I will completely own this. This is a guy who's like helped me and is doing a load of work for me for free because of the shit I went through last year with the channel, and I need the help. So I do have an emotional investment. Like Fauci's fucking over somebody who's done like a massive favor to me. So yeah, I am going to have that like stronger thing, right? Is that unreasonable?
No, that's not wholly unreasonable. No.
Okay. But yeah, sure. I
but,
owned morally grandstanding last night. I was pissed off. I was more pissy than normal. I don't want my content to be like.
There's just something about listening to people with British accents talk to each other that makes you want to fucking fall asleep. It's like actually, I'm not doing. Listen, I think the Anglophobia, like TikTok safe edgy thing is like, I felt this way before that was a thing. Okay, it's like, dude, it's so like there's just something about their voice that you just want to fall asleep.
Like that totally, and or at all. I never want to have to do this again. I never want it to occur again. But yes, sure. If you're Chris,
Can we get this dubbed? Can we get this? Who can we get to like dub this?
like I'm grandstanding. I will own that position. But KJ's been good to me.
All right, because I'm gonna lose this interview in a sec if I don't do this. We have an interview actually, and to get to that interview, I have to cover something. We're gonna briefly pause this for the next few minutes here. because this person's going to bed. So I might lose the interview if we don't interrupt this segment right now and move on to this other one real quick. So for those of you that don't know, Himpleton is a rising star friend of mine. I like him. I think Himpleton's a good guy. I think he deserves the success. And he tweets out today. Rose Malay at Hey It's Rose Malay is blackmailing me with a false strike if I don't take my satirical song parody about her down. On top of that, she's currently planning on false striking anyone who covers too much of her video on Dogpack, which hasn't yet been released. She's currently drafting a fake cease and desist to me. Okay, let's just read this. Let's read through this. All right. Just a heads up, you should probably unlist this. I'm okay. I can have formally done something with him and still not advocate for his actions. Planning on streaming about it when his response comes out. Like, who did he collab with in this? Let's look at... So this is We Are Rose Malay. It's knowing Himpleton. Listen, I love Himpleton. I love it, but he's so fucking corny, dude. This guy will pull up the unfunniest shit in VC. He'll show you a reel. It's like the shit like your like coworker that wants to seem young and hip. Like fucking show. It's so cringe. But he's a little corny. He's a little corny. But let's take a look at this. The video that's gotten, I haven't seen this. The video that's gotten Rose Malay so mad.
Obviously, these fucking commentary channels are gonna be like, oh my god, like, he's being so fucking fake. He's not actually trans. It's just the fact that he knows that, like, his viewers are gonna be like, oh my god. So it's bizarre.
I think he wanted me to record a line for this, and I know better than to participate in cringe.
She hurts the beast. The voice of a lost,
Dude.
a woman of spite.
The cringe. The cringe!
She whipped the dog. She leaked bright taste.
I really like that we're getting to see like every street that Himpleton commutes on, just so we could get a general idea of where he lives. I think that's really cool, Himpleton. Thank you.
With hey, what a mark. She'll sew your face off. If you take it off.
Oh, wig? Himpleton balding reference?
Off. We are Rose Malay.
This is so bad. Who was in this? Who was in this? That Himpleton has to apologize for collabing with. Okay, we got Spinlang. We got Spinlang. We got, who is this?
We are Rose Malay.
Himpleton wanted me to film a part for this.
We are Rose Malay.
Alright, now you, Yen.
We are Rose Malay.
We are Rose Malay.
We are Rose Mullet. Oh crap, I mean, we are Rose Malay.
We are Rose Malay.
We are Rose Malay.
Yeah, so I turned this down. Honestly, one of my bigger regrets. I should have been in this. I'm thinking about hopping on a track with Dumpy. We'll see. All right. Me and Dumpy are going to go into the stew. We got some shit cooking up. You'll see. But, yeah, I had to say no to this one. I have been described by some as having the voice of an angel, so... Anyways. Where was I? Yes. Let's read these DMs. It's like a parody song. I don't know. You know, some jabs were taken. The dude slandered me and said I worked with a pedophile because he mentioned me in his Google Doc. I'm just saying it bothers me and you're complicit by leaving that up. So I'll ask you once again kindly to please enlist it. It makes me uncomfortable. You can also watch the videos to know his interactions with me have been odd. That is such ridiculous and insane standard, Rose. We're having a nice and normal conversation and you made it wacky. You made a chorus on a song, or he made a chorus on a song I wrote and made. He had nothing to do with it otherwise. I didn't remove it after it turned out Jacqueline was a false accuser towards Turkey Tom. I'm not going to do it now. It does not reflect on me to have something did Himpleton know one of Tom's accusers? I'm not going to do it now. It does not reflect on me to have something I did that had a collaborator I no longer stand with the support. That happens all the time and isn't seen as complicity to any normal person. Please respect my answer and move on from this. We don't need to be hostile or mean or silly. You had a guy on who said this to me in a video about me. That makes me uncomfortable. Sorry to hear it makes you uncomfortable. I hope you're planning on going to each and every creator who has talked about you and had him on and doing the same thing you're doing now with me. You can do the right thing or be an asshole, but to pretend I'm being unreasonable here says way more about you than it does about me. Also, you don't know the conversation I'm having, but you giving a platform to this man for the sole intention to mock me, you just don't give a shit. But clearly what you did was wrong, and I am a forgiving person. Just unlist the video, and we can be cool despite everything, lol. No thanks, if that's the only way for us to be cool, we unfortunately are not. I was more than happy to be cordial and pleasant and polite, but I stand by making a funny joke song about you. I'm telling you right now, if you do not unlist the video, I will take down any live streams where you watch my content, my upcoming dog pack video. These kinds of streams explicitly go against YouTube's policy, replacing viewership of the original content. It is just that most creators try to be nice about it. I am telling you that I have no reason to be nice to you. Holy shit. Okay, so now you're threatening a false copyright strike on me if I do not unlist a stupid parody. Not a good look. It's actually transformative, which is why reaction content is such a huge thing on YouTube. If I were you, I'd be careful about how you proceed next. You'll be hard-pressed to find anyone on your side about that, and it will vastly outshadow any press you get on your video. Streaming someone's entire video is not fair use. I tried being cordial. You just want to bully people and get mad when they actually stand up for themselves and refuse to be okay with it. Leak the DMs. I don't care. Your stream serves as a replacement to my video. People who don't like me but want to hear my exclusive info will watch your stream instead, which hurts my video. It absolutely is. It is 100% transformative, which is a form of fair use. I'm not looking for your permission when you're directly threatening my livelihood because you're too much of a brat to be able to take a joke song. You're definitionally being a bully. Okay, this is a bit gay, Hempleton. You're definitionally being a bully right now and attempting to censor me, Lamafau, because you can't take a satirical song and criticize you. This is so fucking pathetic. Oh, Hempleton, it is a total L to look like a try-hard in DMs with Rose Malay. Oh, so out of curiosity, how much of the video can people watch while still being transformative in your eyes? Is this too complicated for you to be able to answer? I'm informing you now that I fully plan to take this to court if you decide to violate my copyright protections. Are you able to answer this? Very simple question, since you said one of the issues is the fact that it is the whole video. Do you have an email? I am drafting up a cease and desist letter. Okay, I don't know how... Hempleton's saying she's drafting a fake cease and desist. I don't know how you draft a fake cease. How do you fake a cease and desist? You don't need to be a lawyer to make one. It's relatively easy, right? You would just, and it's not legally binding. It's just informing you of possible future litigation if you don't cease a given action. So anything that does that serves as a cease and desist, right? If it warns you of possible legal consequences if you continue to engage in the behavior that they'd like you to cease. I don't think you could fake one. This is Cole? Well, hold the fuck on. Here's what's going to happen. My original music will be playing throughout my entire video, which will trigger a shutdown the moment you try to live stream it. And if that didn't work, I will do it manually. Okay, got it. Here's what we're going to do real quick. I'm going to make a coffee. We've heard both sides of this argument. I'm going to ask everyone to enter this with an open mind because sometimes you don't see the full picture when it's two people arguing in DM. Maybe there's more to this that I am not picking up on. So we are going to be talking to Rose Malay, figuring out what's going on here. I'm going to, I've had polite conversations with this person in the past. I'm gonna, be polite, and get their side of things. Before I do, just gonna make a quick cup of coffee. I'll be right back here in one sec. And I will leave you real quick with just, I don't know, the fucking last stream or something. Here you go. Don't go anywhere. I'll be back literally 2 seconds. Else, and I've told there was one incident in the span of months of coverage.
I understand you two.
Sorry, it's just my opinion, my fashion opinion.
Boyfriend really happy to see you expose yourself live for your raped audience.
Yeah, I thought Morale was just like yapping and didn't have anything, but apparently he came through. Oh, fuck. Okay, apparently there was a leaked mod call.
have. You could be back a little bit.
So what's the context of the mod call? Yo, think of the $5, Bobby B. Remember Enemies of Aiden? You mess with him, you get his powerful. I don't know what that word means, but it's probably some like obscure racial slur. You've been warned. True. Oh, thank you, Poop Swag. Thank you, Poop Swag. So this is a Falgi mod call, and I asked what the context was. And Poop Swag has contextualized it for me by letting me know that this was in fact a call. The Falgi mod call is a call where Falgi is calling mods.
I guess. I'll just disconnect it real quick.
Sounds like he's mid-bust throughout the entire call. What?
Just because there's like some changes in the Discord, things like that. Just want to kind of discuss it real quick. Currently we have enough mods, so I'm going to make the decision to start relieving people of mod duties because I don't think the ops and other staff things need to be.
Why didn't it say it like that? These are just remove their mod. Just remove it. We don't need to, this isn't like this isn't like an employer relationship. You don't need the termination call. Effective immediately, I have decided to. You'd think this guy's like running like a fucking enterprise over here. It's like his like shitter Discord server for like these people. That's what I'm saying. The unironically, lol cows are better than like the laughing at the lol cows types, because at least lol cows, okay, that's not true. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back. So that being said. Let's go give this person a call. Or at least try to. Cancel. Okay. Alright. Rose. Hello.
Hello. Okay, I just hope my internet connection isn't completely awful. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Good?
I can hear you.
Oh, thank goodness. Okay, so just for context, I am extremely tired, but I will talk about this. I don't even know why the Himpleton DMs. I knew he was going to leak the shit immediately when things went south. I'm like, this is going to be on Twitter, whatever, just leak it. I don't care. Generally wasn't trying to make this a drama. I know some people think that I'm eagerly seeking attention for shit. But no, that wasn't what I was trying to do. But yeah, I don't know what your issue is or why you want to talk to me, but yeah, just let me know.
Yeah, so, well, I'm just covering this. I think it's fair to air out your side. I know you've been willing to call in the past, so I thought you might be willing to here, and you clearly were, so I appreciate that. My question is, I guess, what were you trying to achieve?
Well, the first thing I was trying to achieve is like, okay, so you know the Falgi stuff, you know, like the op block controversy.
Yes.
Have you been following that?
Yes. Yeah. Yep.
Okay, so I've been seeing. Hold on, wait. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I just had a thing go off on my phone. So I've been following everything going on, right? And there's some interactions that I've had with the dude that I've been looking back at. And I've been seeing them in a different light, and I kind of send you those videos. You can watch them afterwards or whenever you want. I don't care. So I've been looking at that, and I've been feeling some type of way. And obviously, this guy Himpleton has him on to do this weird fucking Charlie Kirk song parody. Bizarre. I don't even know. And so I basically think that I'm going to send him a message about this. Now, he had previously been DMing me because I have this video that's coming out, and he wants to stream it. Whatever. I'm not like huge on that, but I'm not going to like ruffle any feathers. So I figure I can use this Falgi situation to be like, hey, can you like take this down? This is kind of making me uncomfortable. And then he's just like, no. And so eventually at that point, I'm just like, you know what? I'm just like straight about how I feel. And then it turns into the whole thing. So, I mean, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so this other stuff, I guess, what do you feel like your grounds are for a copyright strike? I guess.
I can make this perfectly clear. So first of all, when it comes to like streaming stuff, right? A lot of streamers just watch other YouTubers' videos. And I think in the vast majority of cases, YouTubers don't really care in the sense that, like, you know, their videos are doing well, they're successful YouTubers, it's all fine. But when it comes to like somebody like me, like, I don't make that many videos. And when I do make a video, I work hard on it. So, like, to see some streamer who fucking hates my guts, by the way, not that that's like relevant to, you know, being the core of the issue, but it's a factor. Somebody who hates my guts and then wants to take all the work and then streams the entire fucking video and then they profit off of it. And these are people that are not going to watch my video because why would they have to do that? And so, yeah, it does piss me off. And it's like, if I'm working hard on this, you don't get to just fucking watch my video in its entirety. And I don't care if you stop to like, have commentary.
Well, Rose, he does. And if he's stopping it and having commentary, that would make it therefore transformative, and it wouldn't be considered merely a restream. If your argument is that his usage wasn't transformative enough, maybe it would have been helpful if you could show like the length of video compared to like the amount he actually paused and talked or something to like make a case that this wasn't transformative whatsoever. But with merely the knowledge that he watched and commentated on your full video, I don't think that's nearly enough to warrant a copyright strike nor threatening it, which I think is counterproductive and makes you look bad.
And the thing is, that's your opinion, and that's fine. But I would argue when it comes to the sense of like what the law is, I think a lot of YouTubers are stuck in our own space that we don't tend to think like just because this is how it is on YouTube doesn't mean that like the law agrees with us, right? Like you can't just stream a movie, pause it every 5 minutes, talk about the movie, and then watch the whole thing. So then why would that be different in terms of copyright to somebody's original work that premieres on YouTube as opposed to like a movie theater, right? Why would that be any different? If you're watching the video and your stream serves as a replacement, you don't have to watch it because you watched the whole thing on the stream. Well, then that's like
we can look
copyright,
at, well,
you know?
well, to get our answer, we can look at copyright law. Ultimately, with terms like transformative, everybody has like their own subjective opinion whether or not something is transformative or not, and ultimately whether or not something is like a copyright violation or not is going to be determined by the court. But we can base what that decision might be based on, you know, the law that exists. And it seems like transformative content is explicitly protected if it's done for purposes of criticism, parody, etc. It is explicitly protected under American copyright law. Now, the case would be if he was playing your video, claiming he was supposed to be critical about, but then just said nothing, then you could say, okay, well, this isn't even critical. It's just he's literally watching the video. Then you would have a case. But to me, it doesn't even sound like you think that he had like some exceptional lack of commentary. You're just upset that he watched your video in full, which is something we all do.
Okay. First of all, we're talking about a hypothetical to a stream that hasn't happened, to a video that hasn't been released. And the fact that I'm even giving him a heads up is like, I feel like that's courteous. Like I'm saying, hey, if you do this, it might result in an issue. I'm just giving you a heads up, right?
It's about that. It's not courteous, Rose. It's a threat.
I mean, listen, I'm telling him this is how I feel about copyright. If he proceeds anyway, I'm just telling him how I feel about it.
Okay, well, if you're telling someone, if you do this, then I will do something that invokes a negative consequence against yourself, you're just threatening them. You're threatening them by definition.
Well, first of all, there's a lot that you don't see in the sense of what I've had to deal with behind the scenes and just the fact that like this is causing me stress and impacting my video. Like, part of me is like losing motivation because like you're putting all the work in. It's just, why would I do that just for some fucking asshole to just like profit off of it and get a bunch of viewers who are gonna shit on me and not take it?
Well, you don't know.
And here's the thing, right? Like people can.
The thing is, Rose, it sounds to me like you're mad about one thing, and be mad about that. That's fine. You're allowed to feel angry. It seems like you're mad about one thing, and you're using this other thing, the copyright issue, to litigate your anger over the parody.
I am mad about two entirely separate things for entirely different reasons.
Why are
so these are separate things.
Do you not admit that it's just par for the course when you upload and publish public content online, you always run the chance of that being covered by other streamers, YouTubers, etc. because people
Okay, no, this is a great thing because you can actually cover a story in a way that is transformative. Like if somebody were to make a video being like, okay, so this is what the video talked about. This is what I found interesting, and actually respond to it. That's fine. But you can do that without playing the entire fucking video. Like, I don't think that this is such a crazy bar to say.
You could.
Like that, hey, if you're going to react to something, don't watch the whole video.
You could, but why would you when you can watch the entire video and still be transformative, and you would have more
because that's what lazy hacks do when they don't know how to actually make content.
So
I'm
they
sorry.
They can do that. Or people who want to criticize content can watch a video in full. So you do have people, I'll admit, that really like walk up to that line that are just blatantly restreaming content. But those are people who don't pause or have anything to say. I've seen Himpleton's streams. He seems to pause regularly and talk a whole fucking lot. And criticize and discuss what it is that he's covering, which would make it transformative. And it is far from unusual compared to what is accepted in this space. We cover videos, especially drama-related videos. Your video is going to be drama-related, right? Like, obviously, people. If anything, Rose, if anything, but advice, you should want that. That's a great way for drama. Look at what's his face. Look at Nick Andros. His video when he released that video Nuxtaku. All the streamers were watching it. That was getting that video tons of extra promo. And they know that. People who make videos know that. They'll send it around to streamers. So if your video is good, if your video is as good as you say it is, you should want people watching that shit without fear that they're going to be struck.
So that's actually kind of my point, right? And that's kind of my opinion as to why this has been allowed to like exist for so long. Because like clearly it's my opinion, right? And this is something that can be tested in the courts. This is something that there's no definitive answer, but obviously I feel some way. Others might disagree, but I feel like creators are biased to have a certain opinion. I just feel like if I make a video and somebody is streaming it and watching it in its entirety, that's not fair use.
Well, okay, so you can feel that way, but that doesn't mean it's true. Someone can absolutely watch your full video and it can still be fair use under established copyright law, so long as they do so long as the video meets certain thresholds, right? That the main one being, is it transformative or not? So they actually are allowed to do that. If you personally don't like that, that's unfortunate. I would probably recommend not making drama-related content, because if you make
So when it comes to drama-related content, like I said, these are streamers that, have a positive relationship with the people, that are covering them. They're like, oh, I'm going to get more views on my channel. These people are going to promote me. Like all this shit. When it comes to like these people, all of these creators like Himpleton, they're not looking out for me. They're not genuinely trying to put eyes on my video. Like the people that are watching, these are people that, may have curiously watched my video if they hadn't watched his, video, her stream.
Let's be so for real right now. Himpleton literally streams to like 100 concurrent. Do you actually think there was going to be any substantial viewership? But even if like, let's say half the fucking chat went and watched your video over his, you'd get 50 views. Like there is literally no substantial loss of viewership over him restreaming those.
You don't understand. There's a lot of people who have like Rose Malay derangement syndrome. And if it has my name on it, even if it's like something they're interested in, they will just avoid it. And that serves as an option for them to be like, oh, I want to watch the video, but I don't actually want to give Rose views. And so like, that's the kind of the point.
I think you have a hater base. Absolutely. But I think you vastly overestimate how dedicated they are to hating you. Although people don't like you, I don't think you're like somebody that is exceptionally occupying the minds of anyone. I think that you have, and I've said this to you before, I think that you have a very big persecution complex, and you believe that you're just like everyone is against you unfairly at all times. And this has been a reoccurring theme every time I talk to you. And I think as a result of that, you
don't know the shit that I've been through though. Like I've been through some shit.
Well, you tell me about it. I mean, I'm not being a dick about it. But so have I, in the sense like having everyone on the internet or the sphere you're in hating you. I've been through that too. I know what it's like. And it's not great. But what you learn is, okay, maybe there's a reason I'm not liked. Maybe I am doing something that is making it hard for people to accept my presence or like me. How do I, and this is internalizing your locus of control. This is how you actually benefit yourself, right? By realizing I'm ultimately in control. I can do things that influence public perception of myself, and I should do those things if that's something that's valuable to me. And I can tell you, Rose, that if your reputation means something to you, then going into drama streamers like DMs and shit and threatening copyright strikes is not what you should be doing.
Aiden. Okay. Sometimes people are mean to you and there's no fucking good reason behind it. Sometimes people are just assholes, right? You can acknowledge that that is a thing that happens sometimes.
Sure.
And if I'm going into like I'm just standing up for myself and like the rights of my content in a sense that not a lot of people do. But like I've had people take advantage of me and my content. And so I'm just saying like, I'm not cool with it. So like, I'm going to put my music on my streams. Like if there's anything that I have to do to ensure that I'm not going to be fucked over, I'm going to do it. And if people get mad about it, then good. Like I don't see the issue.
Do you feel like I've been fair to you? Do you feel like I've been fair to you so far?
I feel like you've been nice to me and I appreciate it.
Yes.
Kindness goes a long way.
Okay, then Rose, please don't fucking bullshit me. Okay? I know that you do not give a fuck about any of the copyright shit. You're just mad at Himpleton over this song. You're mad at people.
But I do care. What the fuck? Oh, hold on. I was making this video. Like, I planned to make this video like this time last year, because a lot of the dog pass stuff is like old as fuck. And I've been working on it this whole time in the background. So
that's great.
Yeah, the fact that I've been wanting this video out for so long, when it actually drops, it does piss me off that this fucking guy is gonna, get all the spoils for it.
He's not.
Like, I don't think that's fair.
You're not gonna lose any substantial viewership from him covering it, right? If we just look at his, I would get it maybe if you're worried about like XQC watching you. This is literally somebody that is like pulling 100 concurrent. You're not losing anything, Rose. I think you know that.
I think that there will be certain people that based on what's in the video, it will become a story and people will talk about it. And I know how that sounds, but you haven't seen the video. You don't know what's in it, right? When that happens, there are certain people that are going to be like, oh, it's Rose Malay. Oh, look, there's this stream. I can watch it there. Just trust me that I understand.
So what you're mad about, Rose, so just to work clear, what you're mad about is more so the people the hater base against you rather than the copyright violation itself.
No, I'm mad at Himpleton too. Don't get me wrong.
So you mean to tell me, Rose, if I watch your
doing...
drama video when it came out, let's say I watch your drama video when it comes out, I love it. All I'm doing is pausing and talking about how I loved what you did. I think it's really great. And I elaborate on the criticisms. I add some shit of my own that I think you missed. And I say it was a really great video. But I watched the thing in full on my stream. You mean to tell me you'd seriously take issue with that?
I'd probably just DM you and be like, hey, can you like edit it down? You know what I'm saying? Like, I understand what you're saying. Obviously, when somebody's like shitting on you, and this is like a human nature, this is like anybody, right? You're gonna, feel some type of way. But like, it is important to be consistent about these things. Like, if you're saying nice things and just streaming my video, I would probably still say like, hey, I would explain to you how people are gonna, watch your video instead of mine, and just be like, can you just like make this into like an edited video just so that we're not like being repetitive here? And it's also just better for the content anyway.
If anything, an edited video would be more likely to steal viewership away from you because people would be watching it because it's shortened and they don't have to watch your full thing. If anything,
well, it's a different experience, a different type of viewer. Like my video is long as fuck, right? Some people just want the information. They don't want to have to sit through it, but
sure. So
I can understand that. But if you're going to watch like a giant stream about my content, then that is the viewer base that's going to watch an hour-long video.
What has he done that would indicate to you that he's going to violate copyright? What has he done?
I've had negative experiences with the guy in the past, and also he's made it clear that he was going to stream. It's a long story. I had like a 5-hour-long stream with this guy.
Can you make it? Is there any way you could just like TLDR?
TLDR, I mentioned some stuff about Brad Taste. I forget the whole thing about that. Basically, I was like talking about, it was like the Tina stuff? What was it? Oh yeah, because I put leaked by Rose Malay in the photos that I leaked, and people got mad about that. And I was basically like, actually I have a right to do this.
You do, but Rose, that again comes, okay, do you not see, forget all the copyright, who cares? Do you not see? I can tell the public opinion of you, whether you're going to tell me it does or not. You're probably going to deny it. I don't know. Public opinion of you does matter to you. Hell, it matters to me. It matters to me. It matters to a lot of people. That's not like.
I mean, it. Like, everybody cares. Like, I'm not gonna lie and say that it doesn't affect me.
Yeah, so
I mean, it's not gonna, make me change who I am as a person. I'm just gonna be fucking honest about myself. I'm not gonna lie so that people like me. But yeah, I mean, I would like to be liked as if everybody.
Well, yeah, and you're aware of your like reputation, and it is something that every time I've spoken to you, you've cited. There's bitterness there. There's bitterness, and I think that bitterness is like.
Because it stems from when I was 16, tweets that I made about my trauma, and it's just been a consistent thing, and no one's ever given me a fair chance. So yeah, I am bitter about that.
The tweets you made were not about your trauma. That was you like justifying, or it was you like providing soft defenses for rapists.
I don't need to get into the whole thing, but it's tweets that I made because of my trauma. And
that's maybe a better description. Maybe I know you've litigated that a million times. But if I were you. And this is something that why wouldn't you just do the option that benefits you the most, i.e. the option that helps your public reputation? And the option that helps your public reputation at minimum is to not do things that are like reputationally suicidal. One of those things is that other creators all the time have been criticized for, made fun of for whenever they start threatening strikes or doing strikes. So why would you put in writing that you might go and do that? You know that in this space, in the drama space your video is going to be appealing to. That's going to hurt your reputation.
Well, my opinion is if I feel like something's wrong, I'm going to say that I feel like it's wrong, and I don't really care what people think. And that's part of the reason why I have this information with Dogpack that nobody else has. That's part of the reason why I exposed Brad's arrest like a year before everyone else when people were defending Brad. And I'm going to continue to have these things, and I'm going to do things that people disagree with, but I'm going to say the unpopular thing, and I'm okay with that. That's just what I've decided.
Why are you like scared to admit you really do care what people think? You really care. I
do. But it's not going to stop me from doing what I think is right. Okay, that's what I'm telling you. Why does that not make sense?
Yeah, but I don't think you're fighting some greater moral mission. I think you're mad at Himpleton for being a dick to you. And this is like what all of this is about. I don't think that there's like I'm just doing what's right. This is...
I mean, multiple things can be true at once. I think he was being a dick to me, but I also think that, like, it's not fair use.
No, but the reason I don't believe it is you haven't even thought of an argument for that, for why it wouldn't be fair use. You don't even have an argument for that.
I explained it. You're literally watching the video in its entirety and replacing viewership. You are serving as an alternative to watching my video.
I've just explained to you, Rose, why. I've just explained to you why you can watch a video in its entirety and it would still fall under fair use if certain criteria are met.
I strongly disagree, and we're just gonna have to agree to disagree on that.
Well, we agree to disagree. This is fucking copyright law.
We would have to go to court about this kind of stuff to see what the law thinks fair use is, because it's very vague about this specifically.
Well, yeah, okay. It's in the there'd be case by
case.
Just
strongly believe that I'm right here.
There are defined parameters for copyright, which are written out.
Like if it was a movie,
which are written out. The court's job would be to interpret specific instances to figure out whether or not they fall within that range, right? But we can look at what the range is. We can see what courts deem fair use and what they don't. And there's nothing in copyright law that says that if it is watched in full, all of a sudden it is now non-transformative. That doesn't appear under the transformative stipulation of U.S. copyright law.
Again, my argument would be a copyrighted movie. If I were to sit and stream and watch like a movie that's in theaters right now and play the whole thing and then pause every minute to give my commentary on the movie, no court in America is going to be like, well, that's fair use. So then why would content on YouTube be any different? And that would be my argument in the courts.
They might. Well,
that's what I'm saying. We just disagree on that, and that's okay. I just strongly believe that the court would side with me.
Okay. I just don't know what you're basing that off of. Doesn't seem like...
I just explained it to you.
Yeah, you just thought, hey, it kind of sounds right.
Because people, here's the thing. No, because people, if it was a movie that was in theaters, everybody knows that they would watch that commentary as a replacement for the actual movie in theaters. When you provide a summary of it or you talk about your review of it and play clips of the movie, that's fair use, but not playing the whole fucking movie and then giving your opinions throughout the whole thing. Like, there's a difference there, and a court would see that.
The only reason we think this is because movies, as a form of medium, are backed by large studios with lots of lawyers.
Because they have the power to protect their rights legally, and creators don't. And most creators are nice, and they don't want to rock the boat. That's the difference. That's what I'm trying to say.
Rose, it is not protection. It is overstepping. It is overstepping.
See, but that's your opinion, and legally there would be no difference between the two, besides the fact that one group has money and one group doesn't, and that's what I'm trying to say.
I got a 21 million view video where I watched a clip from a TV show that was a few minutes long. I watched part of the clip and I commentated on it. I would have made off of that video like 50 grand. The studio, Viacom, took literally everything, even though it was fair use. I couldn't take them to court because it's fucking Viacom. They have deep pockets, tons of lawyers. It's just not worth it, right? But that's how why studios and like music labels, etc. They abuse DMCA all the time because ultimately,
I'm not saying that they don't.
Because ultimately,
I'm not saying they don't abuse it.
Rose, because ultimately, whether or not it's fair use or not will be up to the court. What we as individuals can do, we can look at pre-established copyright law and precedent to make our own arguments as to why something would or would not be in violation of U.S. copyright law. And I'm telling you that under the transformative stipulation, I forget which code it is specifically, you actually could watch a full video theoretically and have it be still transformative and therefore okay under U.S. copyright law.
Again, this is kind of like an opinion thing of like an agree to disagree, and also heavily depends on the context of a lot of things. Like if it's like a very short video, for instance, right? As opposed to like a feature length.
Is that considered by the court? I don't think that's a consideration, is it?
I mean, there's a lot of factors that could go into play if it were to like go into court. You know?
I don't think.
But also, I also disagree with the idea that like you could just watch somebody's video in its entirety, and that's. I don't want to get into it. I also think you're very heavily biased in one direction, and that's okay. We're all biased to some extent, right?
You have to, Rose.
No, but it's true. Okay, you've had a very negative experience with this, as most YouTubers. And I'm not even saying it's a bad thing that you are, but it's also just the objective reality that YouTubers are going to feel a certain type of way on average.
Why does there always need to be some like outside underlying motive with like someone must have a preconceived hatred of you or some preconceived bias or some, believe it or not, like
I'm saying it's a bad thing. I'm just saying that if a YouTuber, you know, is making reaction content, they're gonna think that they have a right to be making that content.
Well, no, I don't think that because I make it. I think that because I've read the part of U.S. copyright law that has the transformative stipulation, and I understand that theoretically this is totally fine under U.S. copyright law if you're doing it in the appropriate manner. That's why I think that, because I've read the law.
It's a case by case thing, and like I said, it's edited down video is a lot different from streaming something in its entirety.
It's different.
And that's the kind of nuance that you're missing.
It's different, but both can be transformative.
Streaming a video in its entirety and stopping for commentary is not fair use.
Yes, it. Okay.
And again, we can see in a court how they would feel about that, but I strongly think that I'm right about this.
Okay. Would you?
And I think people that are not on YouTube would feel that way.
Would you be okay? Would you be willing to talk to Himpleton at all?
Is he on? Like, does he want to talk to me right now?
Yeah, let's get him in here.
Okay, like I said, I'm.
Come on. Is he gonna? Fuck.
Oh.
Hold on.
Okay, just letting you know, I'm a bit tired. I can't be on for too long.
Yeah, no worries. No worries.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
He'll be here in a sec.
Oh, you know what it is? I blocked him.
Oh, you blocked him? Do you mind just like
maybe actually wait, someone you blocked is here. If you leave, they will stay blocked.
Oh yeah, can you unblock him temporarily?
Temporarily I will unblock him. I don't block people enough to be completely honest, and it's kind of like a self-care thing. Like I don't know. I will. How do I do this? Okay, fine. All right, unblocked. Let's talk.
Go into his stream chat. I don't think he sees that I'm calling. Go into his fucking stream chat. Tell him to get in here.
It's funny, like I'll be on a 5-hour long call and everybody's just like talking shit to me. It's like you can watch that too, where it's 5 hours where people are saying like horrible things about me, and I'm just like chill the whole time. And it's like, oh my god, Rose Malay has a persecution complex, and it's like I wouldn't if people were just normal about me, but you know,
if people were normal about
whatever. They're not normal about me, and maybe you're not like fully immersed in like what's been going on, and that's fine. I don't blame you. You've got other shit going on. You know, nobody wants to be thinking about Rose Malay all the fucking time, because why would they?
I mean, when you say that people have been, sorry, I was just doing something on that. What was the word you used? People are what about you?
Persecution complex, not normal about me.
Not normal about you. Yeah. What are people not normal about?
They just don't treat me like a normal person.
They don't treat you like
You know, they wouldn't treat me like a random person. They wouldn't give me grace like just the random person that they met. Just want to be treated like everybody else. I think that's a fair thing to want and expect. So yeah, it just kind of feels shitty. I've had people say to me, "Oh, you know, all you have to do is just be somebody else and just not tell people who you are." And it's like, I don't want to fucking lie to people. I just want to be myself, and the message should be, "Hey, maybe just like be normal." So yeah, I mean,
to yourself.
I don't know. I don't think that that's the message that I should just. And then that would be a whole thing too. It's like, oh my god, Rose is lying. She's deceptive. This is more proof. So I don't know. It's just all fucked.
Oh my! This guy's doing an interview. Can he get out of his fucking bum ass interview that nobody's fucking watching? Get his ass in here. Sorry. I'm sorry. He might be unavailable now. I thought he was. That's my bad. But I mean, I think Rose. Do you not think this is all your fault?
What is my fault?
People
The
not being
fact that
normal
I
about you and
tweeted
shit?
dumb shit when I was 16 that I constantly regret and wish I didn't do. I mean, you could say that, but I would say the reason I got in that mindset in the first place, you know, I was like asexual before I fucking got groomed, and then I tweeted sexual shit because I wanted attention, because I was taught that I would be loved if I did this. It's all fuck. I don't want to get into all this shit.
You don't have to.
It all stems from this, and it's been a spiral thing ever since that moment.
Well, it's been a spiral thing because you put yourself, because you got, and I think you understand why that got you.
Because I refuse to silence myself. I refuse to, you know, be quiet. Like most people
you're
would
not
want
Rosa
from me.
Parks. You're not Rosa Parks, like bravely refusing to get out of the seat. It is as simple as you said things that were very controversial, got a ton of shit for it, and as a result have created this image of just a permanently disliked, persecuted individual. And I'm telling you that you will always be that if that's the image you have and maintain of yourself.
Well, I'm sorry, I disagree with that message, and I think what I want people to take from it is that no, the internet does not, you know, get to define you. You define yourself by the things that you do and the way that you want to be seen by the world. And that if you just keep persevering, eventually people are gonna be normal. And I kind of want to prove that. I want to, you know, persevere for as long as I can and just see, you know, if people are eventually gonna, you know, change their mind about me. It's kind of the goal with all this. Just to,
do you feel like people are going to change their mind if you're going into drama streamers DMs and threatening copyright strikes? Do you think that's going to like make people change their mind anytime soon?
I mean, you know, with you guys, you're probably not going to like me, and I'm okay with that.
Well, I'm not personally. Quite frankly, I don't care. It's like I'm personally involved or whatever. It's not going to make me like or dislike
I'm going to say I feel like I've explained myself, and people can feel however they want, but I believe what I believe.
You believe it? Okay. I'm just telling you, like,
and I think I've explained my case.
I mean, you have, but it sounds like you were very unopen to maybe looking at things a little differently. And I think
because I believe that I'm right.
But Rose, if you've been trying for so long and you're still dissatisfied with your circumstance, have you ever considered you might be wrong and what you're doing isn't working?
You know, it's funny because like I have these conversations and I try to hear people out, and then I hear what they're saying and I'm like, okay, well, that doesn't sound right to me, right? If I've had this many conversations with people where I'm trying to hear them out and it still doesn't sound right to me, then it's like, no, I feel pretty good about what I'm saying and my opinions on things. And that even though it might be unpopular in certain spaces, I don't think that just because it's an unpopular opinion, you know, means that it's bad or wrong in some way. It's just different.
Are you ever unwilling to? There have been times where I was totally wrong on something, but I believed it to hell and back. And I also thought when people talked to me about it that they were wrong as a result. But that was because I was wrong and my whole view was wrong. And I was perceiving what they were saying from the framework of my incorrect viewpoint. So do you not think that it is possible that you might be wrong and that the people you're talking to always seem wrong because they're saying the thing that challenges your worldview?
No, but that's the beautiful thing. And the reason why I have these conversations is like, I know that I could be wrong about things. And that's why I open myself up to these conversations. If somebody says something that makes me question my worldview, I think that's a fucking good thing. Like, why wouldn't you want that, right? Why wouldn't you want somebody to educate you or to help you see a different perspective? Even if you talk to somebody and you don't change your opinion, at least you understand somebody else's perspective better than you did before. Like, it's a net positive all the way through.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know, that's why I talk to people, even people that fucking hate my guts. I don't see a reason not to, unless they're like bad faith actors.
That's fair enough. That's fair enough. And you were willing to talk to me. I appreciate that. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna stick a fork in this one. He says he'll be done with his interview in a few minutes. I'll call you back if you're still around. I appreciate your willingness to call in.
I'll try to be up until give me like 30 minutes, okay?
Yeah, no worries. Appreciate it. Thank you. I'll talk to you in a bit.
Yeah, get back to what you're doing, okay? Your chat's probably upset.
All right, anyways. Aiden needs to learn to not give free attention to every bit that asks for it. I asked, to be fair to her, I think I asked her to call in. I asked her to call in. She wasn't asking me. Because when I see a drama, that's the natural inclination, because that is how you get content. And funny stream moments, and also conversations, productive conversations. I think that Rose is a challenging one, because I think that she is very rigid in what she believes and what she thinks. And literally nothing I say will be able to dissuade her. Okay. You get better content talking to a brick wall. Well, you know what? You got to talk to everyone to find who's entertaining to talk to. But anyways, Aiden's been having the same convo for 3 years. Yeah, I have spoken to Rose Malay a lot. Anyways, we are going to cover, I don't know if Chronic Sonic is here. I did promise him this segment. We're going to cover Chibi Reviews. For those of you that don't know, Chibi Reviews is like a anime, manga type YouTuber, similar to who we were just talking to. He also is obsessed with people that dislike him, and in a guide to the internet 101, how not to deal with trolls, haters, etc., he has done everything wrong and knows he does and continues to do so while playing the victim. He will make cope tweets about his hater base. He'll respond to them all the time, entertain what they have to say, talk about they're ruining his life and threatening his family. Did we ever hear any money on he started a GoFundMe for lawsuits, and then apparently that never went anywhere and people don't know what happened to the money. I don't know if there were any updates with that. But the guy is always playing victim, yet always doing things on purpose that kind of shake the hornet's nest. And one of those things, as of late, was in relation to Lolicon. Now, Lolicon, for those of you who are unaware, is in the Japanese art style, the fictional depiction of prepubescent girls in sexually suggestive or sexual, sexually intended artwork. Chibi is, just like a lot of people online, is one of the people that is a defender of Lolicon, and while simultaneously complaining that everybody is coming, he has this dedicated hater base that fucking despises him, he's coming forward to try to defend pedophilic artwork, which is like, let's say you have a good argument on that. What's that going to change? Like, let's say you have a nuanced take on it or whatever. That's not really going to change anything. Everyone's always going to be viscerally disgusted by this, rightfully so. And all you're doing is incurring the wrath of the hater base that you constantly complain about. So I don't know what you could hope to achieve. But he made this video that was supposedly defensive. We watched the beginning and never finished it. And I don't even remember. I was so out of it that stream. I don't even remember what the fuck he said. But we're going to take a look at his video. And then we're going to take a look at how this evolved into a full-out war on Twitter with many names that we've known and heard before. Hold on. So let's take a look at this. Chibi Reviews. And unfortunately, recently, Chibi had a unfortunate breakup with our fiance. Listen, no worries, Chibi. We'll take good care of your girl. Just like Jamal was doing. Hold on. So this is the Chibi Reviews Lolicon defense video. I don't know what you could say that would be like a... Let's take a look.
Catch a lot of heat for this video and probably receive hundreds of thousands of death threats for even making a video
He's literally, he like gets off on being hated by everyone. He like, even the start of the video is like, I'm gonna get death threats. Because it's all this guy... I think there's legitimately a part of him that loves to get hate. Loves it. Because while he loves to be the victim, he loves being the victim. Because if I think of the perspective of somebody who's legitimately terrified of this rabid hater base that is trying to fuck with them in every conceivable way possible, I think of someone like that. I think of someone that's going to be playing shit pretty carefully. If they were legitimately scared. They'd probably play shit carefully. They wouldn't be coming out out of nowhere with a fucking lolicon, with a lolicon defense video.
Discussing lollies and even trying to defend lollies, but we're gonna get right into it because I've already faced death threats, I've already faced
another mention of the death threats,
slander, false accusations,
and then a laundry list of everything. It never stops. He's always talking about how persecuted he is.
Doxing me, sending me stuff in the mail, all sorts of horrific stuff for my stances on fictional content. So, you know what? Screw it. I'm not gonna bow down and bend the knee. I'm gonna just straight up get into what needs to be said. And so this is a post that crossed my feed today by Real Schlep. Now, you might not know who this is, but there is a very high chance you do. This individual is someone that is very well known for being a pred catcher. They are someone that makes...
Don't pretend like... I like attention, but I like attention for doing something. I don't want a constant attention for being a victim.
Their entire channel around catching predators on Roblox and different forms of the internet, as you can see here, and they have 2.4 million followers. So this is a pretty large channel that gets very decent views, as you can see here, 7.7 million views, 8 million views. Obviously, they are very successful as a content creator, someone that is way beyond...
By the way, we're a quarter of the way to Streamly goals, so if you guys want to help us earn above Alabama minimum wage, you can support the stream as always by tipping through Streamlabs, Super Chat. Anything helps, anything's appreciated. Another great way to support the streams, if you haven't already, is by liking. It's free, it's easy, it's quick, and it's simple, and there's no reason you haven't done it unless you hate my guts, at which point I'm going to take it very personally and cry. So, like up. If you haven't, join our Discord server, follow me on Twitter, all that good shit.
Success. I am just a drop in the bucket.
Would you ever open a PO? I could see no conceivable reason for me ever opening a PO box, unless I want to have to deal with like the post office's like disinfection fees after somebody sends like human feces to the like every week.
In comparison to this individual that is making YouTube content. However, what really shocks me is that an individual that has their entire career based around being a predator catcher is someone that cannot separate fiction from reality. That is what really blew me.
So this is the argument that a lot of the lolicon defenders like to make. They like to overemphasize this is fictional, this is fictional, which is true. It is fictional. I'm not, and I don't think anyone else is claiming that these are real kids, right? And they'll harp on this, and there are people that do pretend as if this were the same thing as CP, right? No, these are not real kids, obviously. That's not like a serious argument made by like anybody who's like opposing lolicon. What the culp that these people will use is that they say, or he's going to try and claim that Schlep can't distinguish fiction from reality because he's calling this pedophilia. What is the problem with that? Well, pedophilia, as a descriptor, does not actually need to involve you going out and touching a kid for you to be a pedophile. Part of it is it is merely a paraphilia, sexual attraction to something that isn't ordinary, and that can involve fantasies, and that can involve supplements to fantasies like drawn material. So, for example, a guy could be homosexual if he is sexually aroused by drawings of naked men and the body parts of naked males, and is you know, jerking off to it. Is he going out and fucking real guys? No. Is he going out and dating real guys? No. Is he going out and kissing real guys? No. But he's probably somewhere on the gay spectrum. It's probably bisexual, probably gay. You know, he is aroused at the thought of men. So lolicons being depictions of prepubescent girls, if when you look at that and that thought goes in your mind and that becomes arousal, you are achieving arousal at fantasizing about prepubescent girls in sexually suggestive or sexually explicit positions or activities. You would therefore, under the way we colloquially use it, because technically it needs to be an exclusive attraction, but when we're calling someone a pedophile, nobody's ever using that distinction, because that's really more for medical reasons, right? We call pedophiles people who are attracted to prepubescent kids. And ultimately, if that evokes arousal from you, you are a pedophile. You just haven't offended. But you are still a pedophile, and I don't know why they're always like, well, it's fictional, it's fictional. Yes, it can still be fictional and pedophilic. Believe it or not, yes. People are sexually aroused by fictional content all the time. There's literotica on made-up scenarios. There's, to pretend as though because these characters are fictional, that arousal doesn't mean anything or isn't indicative of, that doesn't make any sense.
Away when I saw this post today and the amount of damage that this post and this individual is going to cause to actual real people and victims.
And the truth of the matter is, if they are fantasizing about real kids in addition to that, we wouldn't be able to know. I mean, you can say it about anyone. But in regards to what they are allowed to legally partake in, right? They kind of demonstrate what they're into when they decide to engage with this shit and openly refer to themselves as lolicons and admit that they achieve sexual arousal from these prepubescent depictions. And sometimes these people are looking at real kids. I fucking Spinal BJ. He's literally watching channels of prepubescent teenage girls, the same age range depicted in the lolicon that people like him and so many others consume. He's watching these channels in full with videos that have no, you know, clear, interesting topic it's just like 40 view videos on channels run by obvious like 15-year-old girls. He's watched these channels in full. Obviously, when you know that he's admitted to finding it arousing to view these depictions of girls in a similar age range that are albeit fictional, you begin to understand, okay, this is possibly in relation to his sexual, you know, I don't want to say preference because that legitimizes it, but his, you know, sexual disorders. And yeah, so like to pretend like this doesn't like carry over into any real pattern of arousal towards prepubescent children, it just isn't true.
Out there and allow criminals to actually get away. He also responded to me twice before I even uploaded.
Also, there's no evidence of allowing criminals to get away.
This video, and instead of even countering the points I made, he decided to go straight into slandering me, bringing up my personal life that's completely irrelevant to the topic at hand, and basically shifting the subject matter away from the topic to kind of muddy the waters, and basically try to make my points seem kind of invalid when he's not even addressing my points to begin with. So I think more or less the case is closed, that this man right here actually doesn't care about victims and people. He's more or less just wanting brownie points, making a profit off of people, and that's about it. So this is it says a lot about his character, honestly, just seeing these type of posts from him. And so let's just get right into this. So first off, let's address the elephant in the room, which is what Schlep is talking about. He's talking about how
I can't ignore, why would you ever just like put this in your room?
These are basically, if you like lollies, you defend lollies, you're a PDF. That's what he is pretty much saying in this post.
Yeah, that's pretty much what he is saying.
And what's very interesting about this post, by the way, with him trying to compare the two of fictional content that's a drawing on a piece of paper or an animated.
He's not comparing the two. This is their like, they have these pre-recorded, lolicons have pre-recorded arguments in their head, and they'll just spout them out even when the counter argument isn't relevant. He's at no point, it's always fictional characters aren't real fictional. He's not saying they are. At nowhere here would it indicate that Schlep is unable to distinguish between fictional characters and real children. Nothing about this tweet indicates that. Yet this fucking retard is still spouting out like the pre-recorded argument used by his pedo community. The other one they like to use is they like to cherry pick examples where people who didn't like Lolicon, which is a wide sample pool, because most people would have a visceral reaction to the sexualized depiction of prepubescent children, they'll cherry pick examples of people who didn't like Lolicon that actually got convicted of sex crimes. Do they have statistics? No, just cherry picked examples to make it look like this is a pattern, and if you don't like lolly, you must be some sort of pedo. They turn it back around on you. We know that's a shitty argument. It's definitionally cherry picking. And the other pre-recorded argument they use doesn't even work here, and he's still trying to make it fit anyways.
Pixel, he actually edited his post here, which Packer Girl showcases a screenshot, and I'll showcase this as legit in a second, but basically you can see his original post here, you know, he actually has anime in front of it, showcasing what he's actually talking about. Then he quickly edited his post to remove it, to make it seem more extreme than it actually is, and I don't think I need to really explain why this is bad, but it obviously is very disingenuous in trying to basically make a molehill into a mountain, or trying to make something look worse than it actually is, pretty much saying that basically nobody would care if it was a drawing, but the fact that he removed that wording of anime from it, it makes people tune in more to what he's saying and believe what he's saying is actually talking about real victims and real people that are actually getting harmed. And to showcase that this tweet actually has been edited, by the way, here it is, the actual post here, as you can see, getting community noted, by the way.
This guy is like the nerd emoji person, just the way it's like a caricature. It's a caricature of like a fucking loser anime fan. It's just like a caricature. It's like caricature of like American guy that wants Japanese wife. Like everything, that the nasally voice, the weak chin. It's like the amount of soy emanating from this man is like, it has to be studied. If I'm surprised by the amount of soy oozing from another male's essence, it must be pretty fucking bad. It must be pretty damn bad.
And if you go here to last edit, you click on this right here, you will see his original post at the bottom here. This is a legitimate post he made that he edited out anime. He changed nothing else with it besides removing anime from the actual wording to basically make the post look way worse than it actually is. So this is actually insane. And this gets into the topic of what I just talked about.
How does that make, specifying it as anime or not, doesn't anyone who's reacting to this knows what lolicon is? They know that he's still doing oh, it's fiction. Nobody is arguing here that it isn't fiction. So that fucking pre-recorded pedo argument doesn't work.
About that, it's really horrible that someone that dedicates their entire career and like presence online to actually go after criminals would actually compare a drawing to actually real victims. That's what.
When has he done that? Where did he? Literally never happened. He's not done that. Nowhere in this tweet.
So here and like
this is a lie. What part of this is unable to distinguish fiction from reality, or making the claim that lolicon inherently involves real victims? That is not what he's nowhere here is he saying that. But this guy apparently is so in it with the lolicon community, so familiarized with the arguments, that he literally is like just spouting his pre-recorded lines. He doesn't know how to formulate like a new original argument to counter what's just been said. So he's just going to use the one that they've concocted for like 50 IQ shitter randos that try to argue against that.
Acknowledged, and that is lolly in general. Now look, anime from the actual wording to basically make the post look way worse than it actually is. So this is actually insane. And this gets into the topic of what I just talked about, that it's really horrible that someone that dedicates their entire career and like presence online to actually go after criminals would actually compare a drawing to actually real.
Dude, how many times? I can't. Whoever pointed that out, honestly, go fuck yourself, because I'm not gonna be able to unhear it. So fuck you.
Victims. That's what's so disrespectful. And let me explain why this is a problem. So first off, you are a police officer in, you know, the office at the county sheriff office or whatever, and you only have a certain amount of officers. Let's say there's 30 or 50 officers within the police office. You receive a call that apparently someone is harming someone, and you take this call, you take it very seriously because it's your job. So you go and investigate, and when you go and investigate whatever's going on, you come to find out it's actually just a drawing. It's a pixel on the screen.
Where is this happening where you think that everybody thinks that lolicon involves the depiction of real kids? Nobody is calling 911 and reporting a lolicon image and describing it as if it's an actual child being harmed. This has never happened. This has literally never happened. One example. Literally one example. It just hasn't happened. I'm so confident. Normally you could always say maybe once. This I'm confident. I don't think this has happened once. Where has anyone actually been calling 911 and taking up precious police resources to report lolicon as if it were real kids? Thank you for the 5, Ryan. AIDS Gang represent. Thank you so much, buddy. Much appreciated. Super based. First and last stoner of the hour. Much appreciated. But the once again, he sounds psychotic because he's fighting demons, because he's fighting the retards that do insinuate that it's real kids and real CP, right? But that's like a minority of a minority. Like, that's not the mainstream arguments against lolicon. And he knows that, and Schlep isn't making that argument, but he's gonna pretend as if Schlep is, because he doesn't actually have an argument. He has to be to offer a defense of this wretched, depraved community. you have to become bad faith. You have to be bad faith. You have to be bad faith. All of their arguments are insanely bad faith. It's the cherry picking, as I told you about before. They literally have preloaded compilations of people that said they didn't like Lolicon on Twitter that got arrested for touching kids. It's like, I could do the same thing if I went and found like people that didn't like Trump. I could find if I found people that didn't like Biden. Whenever you have an opinion that's going to be held by such a wide sampling size, you have so many opportunities for cherry picking. That doesn't mean that's indicative of some wider trend or problem. And the truth of the matter is, most people are not as sick as this fucking freak and are disgusted at drawn sexualized depictions of prepubescent kids. And these people will actually get up there and try to argue that you're like some sort of pedophile for thinking that they're pedophiles for jerking it to depictions of prepubescent kids.
Nothing. There's nobody being hurt. No.
I made the mistake of getting into a fucking war with Rev Says Desu fans on X, like in 2023, 2024. Worst mistake of my fucking life. These people are the most bad faith, insufferable. They totally rely on being in a group. That's how they, having so many of them. That's where their power comes from. It's in numbers. But their arguments are just shit. Total shit.
Victims, nothing. It is just entirely a drawing on the screen. And I don't think I really need to outline why this is a problem, but all this does is it stalls police from being able to actually catch real criminals.
So I've made up this scenario where police could be stalled by someone thinking this incorrect thing that you've never advocated for. And I have no evidence that this has ever actually happened before. But this could happen. What is this fucking argument? Because you said that lolicon is pedophilia, which can involve pedophilia, you can be, once again, a pedophile that never touches kids. Because so long as you fantasize about it, you're aroused by the fantasies, right? It is merely the exclusive arousal and attraction to prepubescent kids. The exclusive part is mostly important for a medical context. If you're attracted to prepubescent kids, you're a pedophile. That's what we all call you, even if you have fucked an adult woman previously. With that being said, there's nothing about that relies on actual offense, like in regards to actually touching kids. So I don't know why he keeps pretending like that's what Schlep was saying.
And help victims be able to recover. It really just actually overloads the system, and it causes a limited amount of resources.
Where can one piece of evidence?
To be used for false calls. That's pretty much what happens in this case.
Do they have one example of people using police resources to falsely report lolicon as if it were real material? Do they have an example? Because they managed to do the utmost of digging and cherry pick and find any like 50 follower shitter on Twitter that once said something negative about Lolly that ended up getting arrested. They have the efforts to go do that, but there's not enough effort to find one example of where this is like inundated police resources. And also, that criticism wouldn't even be applicable to Schlep, because once again, Schlep is not saying that this is the real thing.
With people that can't separate fiction from reality. And so the fact that you have someone like Schlep that his entire career is to try to bring people to justice.
We can separate fiction from reality. The fiction is the fiction is that these are drawn prepubescent girls fictionally portrayed as such, and the reality is that disgusting, chinless, victim complex, soy-filled fucking freaks like this loser get off on that. That's the reality. And the people that get off on that are pedophiles.
Willing to water down a term and actually cause it to be harder to catch real PDFs is actually insane to me. Now, I do want to talk about something that does need to be acknowledged, and that is lolly in general. Now, look, I'm just going to outright say it. If you find lollies and stuff weird, completely fine. I think there is nothing wrong with someone thinking it's weird, bizarre, whatever. You don't want to associate with people like that. Fine. That's completely fine. It's well within your rights.
More than weird. I think it's pedophilic. And I think that the people that derive arousal from that are pedophiles. It's more than just weird. It's more specific and less subjective than that, right?
To do that. However, you cross a line when you start calling people accusations that aren't true. For instance, you calling them a PDF, or you start comparing a drawing or a pixel to an actual living.
Who's doing that here? Who is doing that here? Literally nobody. Literally nobody. This whole video is just a fucking straw man attacking an argument that was not made, making up a fucking ridiculous scenario that has never happened before to make it look like if you were disgusted by sexualized depictions of prepubescent kids in the form of lolicon, you're somehow wasting police resources. He has no evidence for that. He's no evidence, he's no basis for that, but have you considered that hypothetically it could happen? It is possible? It's like, what? It is literally like this guy just was on Twitter, got mad, and hit record on OBS. There was no forethought. There was literally no effort put into this video or handling or making a decent argument.
Breathing human. There is a very hard line there that is crossed when someone does that. And all it does is water things down and makes the entire conversation very muddy to where now when you have a conversation around stuff like this, like if someone's a PDF or not, what it comes down to is like, are they talking about a real person or are they talking about a drawing?
Nobody is confused. It is literally feigned confusion. Nobody is walking away from that confused. Anyone who has any knowledge on this subject is not I wonder, are they talking about a real person or a drawing? Why do you think he prefaced it saying lolicon instead of just CP? If they thought it was a real person, they would just say CP. Well, some people do and also don't think it's real, but obviously that wouldn't be correct. But why wouldn't he just say that? He's obviously describing this medium specifically because he understands that this is drawn content, this is fictionalized drawn content under a specific medium, which he calls by name, indicating an understanding that it is not real.
When you have something like this brought up into a conversation, it's already bad, and it's happening. It is something that has definitely grown exponentially in the last 5 to 6 years to where the conversation around this entire topic has been muddied and just tampered with to the point to where people don't take it as seriously anymore because people cannot separate fiction from reality. And
no, not a single example of somebody being unable to separate fiction from reality.
All they have done is actually help criminals get away with stuff.
Not a single example of people actually helping criminals get away with stuff.
And in fact, most of the time when people are this adamant about lolly content that are basically saying...
Oh, he's gonna do it! If he does it, we have the holy trifecta of bad faith arguments made by pedophiles. We're about to have the holy fucking trifecta. Is he gonna pull out? He's probably gonna pull out the pre-made video that they all send around, acting like it is not, by definition, it is cherry picking.
It is the equivalent of actual real people. Most of the time, from what I have seen, they turn out to be some form of a problem or a criminal themselves, or they have skeletons.
Every single fucking time these people have the same, it is copy paste argumentation. Every time. Every time. And you know he's in it. You know he's in it because he knows the arguments that these pedos use to defend their content. He's familiarized himself with it. Every bad faith argument they use. These arguments are shit, by the way. You think that a community that is fighting for its reputation, has had years to do so, years to come up with a narrative, etc., would have some better fucking arguments than just cherry pick, hey, there are bad people amongst a sample size of a widely held position. Wow, dude, that's crazy. Or, hey, did you know that hypothetically it's possible for some fucking retard somewhere to call the police and tell them real kids are being harmed over lolicon? Yeah, that's possible. It's possible for me to call 911 right now and tell them that somebody's being murdered across the street and that's not actually happening. And I go and waste police resources. All that's possible. But just because something is possible doesn't mean it's reflective of a wider issue. And he can't produce a single fucking example of police resources ever being wasted by misunderstanding in relation to lolicon. Just like he can't show a single argument in the context of what Schlep has said that would show an inability to distinguish fictional content from reality. Because people like Schlep, people like myself, we can distinguish it, and we still think your fictional content is pedophilic.
In the closet. Something is...
I did list the trifecta. I did list the trifecta earlier. I could do it again. Literally, if you were ever... I've said this before. If you're ever arguing... fuck, I just clicked on this video. Hold on. Fuck, man.
So,
Fuck. But I was saying it before, right? If you are... Dude, where is it?
I want to catch...
Okay, where were we at? We're right here. If you are ever arguing, and I unfortunately know this from experience because I made a tweet that incited the wrath of Rev Sesdesu's community. If you're ever arguing with lolicon defenders, they have a set of pre-made copy-paste arguments that they always throw out to, in bad faith, completely remove any insinuation that they might be pedophilic for getting off on prepubescent drawn children, right? These arguments are, they will either show you a pre-made slideshow of people who didn't like lolicon, as most people who know about it don't like it. It's a widely held position. They'll show you examples of people who didn't like lolicon that turned out to be pedophiles, to say, hey, look, this guy believed this thing and he's a bad guy, so you are too. You might be too. We know that argument is bad because it is fucking cherry picking. It is literally cherry picking. There is no statistics to show a trend, and people who don't like this are more likely to be this. It is literally just cherry picking, and they feel comfortable using it anyway, knowing it full well it's a shit argument. The other argument they use is that fictional characters are not real. The problem is, when you're doing what this fucking idiot is doing, and you're responding to somebody calling lolicon pedophilia, you saying fictional characters aren't real 50 times doesn't fucking work, because nobody's saying that it is. Pedophilia can involve mere fantasies, not actually going against what you could just fantasize about kids and find sexual arousal from that, and you would still be classified as a pedophile. So people who are sexually aroused by depictions of prepubescent kids are fantasizing or engaged or aroused by fantasized depictions of prepubescent kids, and it would be more than fair to refer to these people as a result as pedophiles. But those two arguments you're always going to hear from lolicon defenders, and they are dog shit. They suck.
I feel like Schlep should be really ashamed of himself for even making a post like this. Once again, if he wanted to call lollies,
I'm sure he can't sleep at night over this. He can't fucking sleep at night over this.
Just tampered with to the point talking about a real person, or are they talking about a drawing? And when you have something like this brought up into a conversation, it's already bad, and it's happening. It is something that has definitely grown exponentially in the last like 5 to 6 years, to where the conversation
Chronic, have we ever got an update on that GoFundMe? I know Chronic like autistically A-logs this guy. Did we ever get any update on the GoFundMe? Has he ever like does he just not talk about that? Just like someone pointed this out. He loves to list like it's a badge of honor, every way in which he's been wronged and victimized. But supposedly, this guy's been swatted, and people, I don't know the details of it. A lot of people claim it didn't happen. It's fake. Obviously, he's a dislike figure. People are going to claim that about everything he says. But apparently this one might have a little more basis behind it. And I found it interesting how, as he's listing his, like, medals of honor, I've been doxxed, harassed, swatted does not come up. Someone pointed that out. Swatted doesn't come up. Why has he abandoned that as, like, a victimization talking point? Why is he not talking about that now? Well, one could infer that possibly, it is because he fucking lied and doesn't want to have to address it further so that he would get challenged or caught on that lie. Who knows?
Around this entire topic has been muddied and just tampered with to the point to where people don't take it as seriously anymore, because people cannot separate fiction from reality, and all they have done is actually help criminals get away with stuff. And
no examples.
In fact, most of the time when people are this adamant about lolly content that are basically saying it is the equivalent of actual real people,
he doesn't say that.
The time, from what I have seen, they turn out to be some form of like a problem or a criminal themselves, or they have skeletons in the closet. Something is going on there, and I feel like it's absolutely insane. Like this is really, I feel like
it's absolutely insane that this person could be a pedophile. You don't know. Have I seen any evidence of it? No. But have I seen any evidence that they're not? Like, dude, what is this argument?
Schlep should be really ashamed of himself for even making a post like this. Once again,
I agree. If I were Schlep, I would be shivering and going to bed crying every night and praying for forgiveness, because I dared say that lolicons are pedophiles.
If he wanted to call lollies and stuff weird, that's fine. Nothing wrong.
I don't know. Does Kuihman still disagree with my take on this? I've argued with him about this before. I think Kuihman might disagree with my take about lollies being pedophiles, but I'm pretty strong on this one. Could make for an interesting debate. Who knows?
On with that. That is completely fine. But to go this far, and then even to change his actual message to remove anime from it because he knows people don't take that seriously because it's not real, because it's not something to take seriously, that's just insane. And once again, you know what this makes me look?
If he wanted to word it so it sounded, he would just say CP. He wouldn't say lolicon. He's obviously distinguishing between the fictional medium. There's widely defended and promoted by people on Twitter versus like the illegal material of real children. There's obviously he's distinguishing the two, as in he's calling it by its proper term, lolicon.
Look at his entire channel. It makes me look at it's not about actually bringing justice to people to catch actual criminals. It's about making a profit and making money off of it. And look, yeah, how can you not view it like that? Like, this person clearly doesn't potentially care about children if he's willing to water down terms to this degree.
Okay, so now he doesn't care about children. This guy doesn't care about kids because he thinks lolicon is pedophilia.
That's what it looks like. It's not a good look. It's not. And I feel like this is just such a shameful
His reputation is really hurt by this. His reputation in tatters. Whoa, didn't mean to full screen. I'm turning red. Dude, I'm turning red.
To do.
Is anyone a doctor? Does anyone know why that happens? Why I just start turning red?
Cannot believe he actually did this. Now, with that being said, I will say, I will always have the stance to protect fictional content. I have been very adamant about this for a very long time, and no amount of death threats, doxing...
Oh, so brave! So brave! How many times have you fucking listed it? You crybaby bitch! 8,000 times! 8,000 times! And a lot of this shit is applicable to every single large creator ever. The truth of the matter is, if you advocate for controversial positions and show your face online and are a big creator, it's not justified, but you probably have been doxxed. You've probably been doxxed. Everybody who makes videos that has more than 10 viewers has gotten a death threat. In his case, right, it's more prolonged and ongoing because, in my opinion, he actively attempts to incite it and make it more prolonged and ongoing. In my opinion, I don't know if it's a sexual thing. I don't know if it's an attention thing. I think Chibi likes to be the victim. He likes to be the victim. He's proud of it. It's like he's listing accomplishments of every way in which he fits the victimhood status. I don't watch this guy a lot, yet every time I watch him, he does not shut the fuck up about this. And in aggregation, these things have happened to a lot of large YouTubers that don't even talk about it a fraction as much as this guy.
People trying to scare me off the internet, slandering my name, false accusations, whatever. Nothing along that lines is going to make me stop talking.
So brave. I like when people like act like they're like fucking freedom fighting, like moral. Rose Malay was just doing it. Like, they're not going to shut me up. I'm going to speak what's on my mind. It's like nobody is trying. We're disagreeing. People are disagreeing. People are trolling you, sir. Disagreeing with you, making fun of you because your wife's getting dicked down in the next your fiance's getting dicked down in the next room by your bestie, and you're sitting here crying and arguing over law. Like nobody is wait, hold on. Interesting.
About what I believe in and how people have a right to express themselves.
By the way, if you guys want to support the stream, we're like halfway to stream goal. We're probably not going to hit it, but if we at least hit halfway, it will be a stream well worth it. So if you want to help us out, you can tip through Streamlabs, Super Chat, all that good stuff. Another great way to support the streams, as always, is by liking. If for whatever reason you're new here, which you probably are not, you should subscribe for more live streams.
In art and also within literature. And basically, if people are going this hard after, let's say, lolly content, why aren't they going hard after Game of Thrones? There's some very crazy stuff within Game of Thrones' books, by the way, that have actual characters that are technically not 18 plus within it. But for some reason,
the argument they use as well, he's doing this now, where they talk about fictional age. It's like, it's ridiculous to argue. If you ever argue with lolicons, do not ever rely on the canonical age of the character to make your argument. This goes both ways. Because just like when they try to use the 9,000-year-old dragon defense, it doesn't fucking work, right? It doesn't work. Because it's not about the age, it's about the traits being depicted. So the age of the character in lore shouldn't be coming into the conversation when you're making this argument. Because it's not a good way to argue, because we know that the same artist can express a character of the same age differently than another artist. And characters amongst different artists of different ages can look the same. It's about how they appear. Is this, and it's with lolicon, it's overt. It's overt. These are very clear depictions of prepubescent girls.
Completely fine, because you want to know why? It's popular. It's a big series. People accept it. But obviously now with anime reaching a new norm and people...
Also, I don't know what he's referencing about Game of Thrones.
kind of encountering anime for the first time, and the main go-to voice now is to say anything that isn't mainstream shonen, like for instance Chainsaw Man or JJK, everything's icky or weird and needs to be gone, censored, and it's problematic. We could see this. There's a big shift, and there's a lot of hypocrisy. There's a lot of people only playing one side and not understanding, and they're picking and choosing what's a problem or not because they just don't like it. And at the end of the day, they don't really care about actual victims. Or
so he's doing this thing where you take a standard held by one vague group and then compare it to a standard by another vague group to prove a hypocrisy, even though you don't have any like examples. You don't know who's arguing for what. Neither side of this argument necessarily adopts the other position that you're using to prove hypocrisy. You can always prove hypocrisy if you create this big, giant, nameless, amorphous group and say that this group says X, one super vague position, but they also say Y, even though that group's composed of individual members, each with their own opinions and shit. You could always do that to just make like to prove hypocrisy. That doesn't exist. It's the laziest way to do it. It's like, no, can you show us an example where one prominent individual's articulated standard was contradicted or not?
Or people getting harmed, they're all in it for a profit or being able to make brownie points and clout and everything about that. That's basically what they're doing. And I'm just gonna say it like it is, guys. I would make a lot more money and I would have a lot more sponsorships if I straight up just said lolly is bad. I would. I'm just gonna be blunt. I would make so much.
But you won't, because you're aroused. But I like when the people that you have to ask yourself at some point, right? And I had an argument when I was, because I'm a debate bro, and I was super hard, and I love to debate hard to argue positions. And I had an argument where I was debating people who like thought that like lolicon was like actual CP and shit. That argument was pointless because I don't like lolicon. I'm disgusted by it, and all that served to do was welcome people I'm disgusted by into my community and make them feel like they had a place, which they don't. And so that was a retarded thing to choose to debate, just like any other like debate, like I haven't debated this, so I don't think I've ever done a bestiality debate. Those are the debate bro favorites. People debated bestiality. My first debate was the incest debate. I was arguing against incest. That incest was inherently morally wrong, which is like the innate position. I got destroyed, obviously, because in debate bro speak, that's not necessarily true. But I have to ask myself, why is like someone like him, you know, is there a personal interest in defending this? Is there a personal vested interest in defending this? He knows he's going to welcome people in to his community and space that like this. He knows that, you know, and the answer is like kind of obvious. He's almost certainly into this content. It's the same fucking shit with what's his face. What's his fucking name? The movie reviewer guy that was like doing the bestiality arguments. You know who I'm talking about. Fuck, I forget his name. He's the guy that you collab with I Hate Everything. Your Movie Sucks. Your Movie Sucks. YMS. YMS was like fucking, you saw an aggregation, all of these like defensive VCI, and sometimes entirely in bad faith. And you have to ask yourself at some point, like, obviously there's some vested interest in this for the guy. And the knowledge that, okay, Your Movie Sucks is also like a furry and shit. It gets suspicious. This guy is into like sexualized anime characters, albeit I haven't seen proof he's into prepubescent ones. But if he's sitting here and just defending in bad faith, going through hoops in bad faith to poorly defend the nature of lolicon, I have to ask myself, is this guy a lolicon himself? And the answer is pretty obvious, isn't it?
Much more money, and I would be deemed less problematic to work with or anyone to talk with me if I just straight up went against it. But I won't, because I'm willing to separate, and I see the difference between fiction and reality.
So do I, and I still think that lolicons are pedophiles.
I know there's a big difference, and
I don't think they're pedophiles, but a lot of them haven't touched actual kids. Okay, and you know what? That's great. I hope that you continue down the path of not touching actual kids. Simultaneously, there are good arguments. Surprisingly, Kuihman is the one that gave me the best anti-lolicon argument, other than it's disgusting, which is, its acceptance in these like online, I don't know if animes is otaku the word used, these like online like weeb communities, etc., and like posting the art and like allowing like creating entire communities based around it is normalizing the idea of adults interacting with or commenting on a child or conception of a child in a sexual manner. And if you were a kid that, like, for example, likes anime or likes the art style and is in one of these communities, to you, when you witness this, the idea of adults commenting sexually on the features of children, it's a norm. It's normal to you. It's normal to you because that's what these communities do. That makes you more susceptible to things like grooming, because when somebody, an adult, might go and talk to you in a manner that is, might go and talk to you in a way that is inappropriate, or you might not pick up on it or view it as inappropriate as the kid. Because this has actually been completely normalized to you. It's normal for adults to like little girls. It's normal, right? That would be the argument, the normalization and mainstream of this, right? That can make children more susceptible to grooming. And for any fence sitters, could normalize this, actually like a healthy thing to entertain, could normalize this attraction that they've had towards kids.
Trying to say they're the same hurts real people. And
nobody is saying that. It's just you that said that so far.
I feel like that is so horrible to do to people. Actual people that have...
The fake, like, moral posturing. When he's pretending, the police, their resources will be wasted by... It's like you know that's not true. That's why you don't have a single fucking example. It's, like, so funny when he's obviously trying to pretend like he's morally outraged. Schlep doesn't care about real kids, guys. It's so fake.
So, long story short, I'm probably gonna get mass hate for this video.
Oh, fourth time is the charm. Time number 4. Oh, he's probably creaming himself as he says that because he loves the idea of getting hate.
No, I'm gonna get mass hate, but it is what it is. It's something I've already dealt with before. I can take it, I guess, at this point. But just,
so brave. So I don't know how you do it, Chibi. Just dealing with the haters all day as you fight this holy moral mission. Chibi, you're just such a stand-up guy. You shouldn't have to suffer like this, man.
I could not believe what I actually saw here. But
you couldn't believe that somebody thinks that getting off on the drawn sexualized depiction of prepubescent kids is pedophilic. You're surprised by that? That's shocking to you? It's like, have you fucking been outside? Have you left the house?
Thank you so much for watching. May all of you have a fantastic day or night wherever you live. Be safe, stay healthy. Chibi out.
Chibi out. Also, isn't the word, because I remember this, because lolicons also use the chibi argument, where they're like, there are a lot of arts that just depict petite women like chibis and stuff, and it's like, is his name a reference like the petite woman art style, Could be wrong. I could be wrong. I don't know. I'm not like a fucking weeb, so. It's distinct. Okay, got it. I don't know. So then he makes a video. I tried to get Diesel on for an interview. Unfortunately, I couldn't find the name of his Discord because he always changes it. But apparently now, it escalated to now involve Diesel Patches, who is somebody that I have known for a few years. I used to find his content very funny when I was a kid.
Diesel just uploaded a video an hour ago talking about my situation and more or less slandering me and calling me a PDF for defending lolly content within my video. But what I find very interesting about this video is that 1 year ago, he made this post on his YouTube community post tab, more or less joking about lollies within One Piece and anime, and he says with his own words, "Guys, my cousin hacked my account and publicized a video that was meant to be private. What a weirdo, am I right?" And this comment...
That's a joke. It's an obvious fucking joke.
Was made after he posted this video, and people were starting to say it was a little bit weird, and so he quickly privated.
That's a joke!
And apparently deleted this video. So I find it very interesting that someone...
Did he? Is this a real video title?
Someone that is calling me a PDF for lolly stuff is...
I think this is was this video ever actually uploaded? Like, I think that's the joke. Check stream clips. Yo, thank you so much, Navakva, for clipping us. Me. Thank you so much, and thank you, Chronic. We need clippers are the backbone of a successful community. and streaming enterprise. So all clippers are greatly appreciated. You are the backbone of what we do. Much appreciated, guys.
Turning around and making posts about it a year ago, and even making light in
the video does it, but it's clear as shit. Yeah, so I don't know why he's addressing the shit. It's like I just, you would think that if, once again, this argument relies on whether you're going to be a pedophile or not, because that's what people are saying. The content that people like Chibi, or I presume Chibi is into, that people are saying that is pedophilic. So this is an argument. You're pretty high stakes when you're fighting this, and you'd think that with years to fight this argument and obfuscate and try to make themselves look less pedophilic, you would think that by this point the lolicons have better fucking arguments. It is so desperate. It's so he's going back and finding jokes from like a year ago to be like, that's a little weird, but he acknowledges that it's also a joke. So what is your point exactly? It's just like they'll do the vague point at that, and then not have to actually go and litigate it a little bit. That's a little weird. That's a little weird. So they can like make it insinuate that you're a weirdo yourself, but never actually have to defend the thing that they're using to make you seem weird. And apparently he's done this now with Schlep. The stream keeps bugging out, so I'll have to clip on. No worries. Apparently he has done this now with Schlep. Where, hold on, I don't want to go. This fucking maniac, his Twitter is like is nuclear. So I just want to be very careful here. So, I guess at some point, my fiance was a Shotokan. Do some research on that. Wait, what? I didn't even read the beginning. What? I didn't even fucking read that. I didn't even read that. What? My fiance was a Shotokan. Do some research on that. She also liked lollies too. You were changing topics because you know I'm right. Attacking someone's personal life to change the subject matter. This speaks volumes about your character, and it's not helping victims. Let's hop on Gideon's stream right now. I'm more than willing to talk. I ain't debating with someone that resorts to slander and instantly instead of actually addressing my points. I have no interest in talking with someone that has bad faith arguments. As if that's not literally your entire line of argumentation to argue how this obviously pedophilic thing isn't pedophilic. Yeah. Actually, my wife and her boyfriend get off on this shit too. Yeah, it's a great argument, man. But a contender jumps in the ring to get his blows in. And somebody with Parlo, he comes with a document that says Schlep defends pedophiles. Parlo coming in here. Let's take a look at this. Nick Andros posted the Diesel Patches video if you want to watch it. Is it long? I'll take a look. That could be useful. By the way, if you guys are enjoying the stream, as always, we're nearly halfway to stream the goal. I bet we can make above Arkansas minimum wage. All you have to do is tip through Streamlabs, Super Chat. Anything's appreciated. Another great way to support the streams that is completely free is by hitting the like button. You can also clip, as I thanked the previous clippers. Great way to help us out. Also, join the Reddit, join the Discord and follow me on Twitter. The Reddit's gone, because people decided to start posting BBC cuck porn and like anti-Semitic caricatures. But the other stuff is still there, so you can go watch that. Anyways, so Parlo comes in and says Schlep defends pedophiles. Let's take a look at this. I just want to be careful if I open this document. Hold on. Damn, it is 29 pages long. Ace the Narrator is currently working with and employed by Schlep to be a voice actor for his channel. Schlep is aware of the ongoing allegations against Ace, such as child porn distribution and solicitation, as well as Ace the Narrator having allegedly sexually engaged with a 13-year-old girl when he was 16. Okay, that is very strange, odd, incredibly odd. You should get a fucking life, but that is not like pedophilia. He's a minor. I mean, obviously, yeah, minors can, but like in a case with 3-year age gap where both participants are minors, obviously that's not going to be something where you'd apply a permanent life-ruining label to it. 16 and 13 is really weird. Let's just be clear on that. Like the like incredibly weird. You have to be some sort of fucking you have to be like some sort of like you know, socially maladapted fucking weirdo to think that's like a thing to participate in, but not that's not pedophilia, and it's absolutely something that you could just grow out of and get past. Schlep was made aware of this as of August 2025, yet as late as December 10th, 2025, Schlep was still seen having Ace the Narrator added on Discord. Okay, having someone added on Discord means jack shit. I don't filter who I have added on Discord. I have added people just to talk to them temporarily and never unadded them. I don't think I ever unadd people unless they're calling me and spamming me. So that doesn't necessarily mean fucking anything. But whilst following him on Twitter, Schlep defended Ace by claiming that people are spreading lies about him, documenting the alleged illegal and predatory actions of Ace the Narrator. Numerous examples of Ace the Narrator openly admitting or attempting to solicit CP from numerous girls he was actively sexually messaging throughout 2020 to 2023. How old is he now, by the way? Just out of curiosity. 2020. He would be 14, and even when he... Oh my god. Okay, so this is literally what this says. Yes, technically, that would be CP. But two teenage... Oh, she was 11? Okay, that's crazy. But regardless, okay, that is insane. That's nuts. He would be 14, and even when he was 15, she was 11. Yeah, that's nuts. At 15, talking to an 11-year-old, like, what are you doing, kid? What the fuck? Yeah, it's pretty crazy. But the five, thanks so much for the 5, Sublime Lion. Alabama minimum wage contribution. We're nearly there. I think we've surpassed American Samoa and Guam. I think we've surpassed their minimum wage. So Sublime Lion, people like you are the backbone of this channel. Much appreciated. Keep the lights on. See, this is a case where it's like, because both participants were minors, if this person's an adult now, they could be just like a normally functioning adult, and should this be held against them for life? Probably not. If they've grown to have normal sexual attraction. Probably not, no. Especially when they're fucking 14 and 15 here. And obviously saying that they were soliciting CP, it's obviously a different context when you have minors talking about sending nudes to each other. Yeah, that technically qualifies as CP, but there's an additional stipulation there that would make you assess it in a manner that is not akin to when you're thinking about an adult in possession of this material. And many times, because of prosecutorial discretion, kids won't be charged over this shit. Could they? Yeah, I think so. But once again, prosecutorial discretion, and I'm pretty sure a lot of times they aren't. It's not treated like the same thing. Thank you so much from Will for the 2. Spare. I'm like a fucking dude. I'm a beggar. Put 5 cents in the jar, dude. I've gone to such lows. I've changed. Remember when I was fucking eating raw eggs for $100? Everything is embarrassing to Toki. Everything's fucking embarrassing. Also, I need your help, Toki. I have a fucking Spanish oral assessment in like a few days. I need your help. I'm so cooked. I'm actually cooked. I don't have that hunger anymore. Of course I have that hunger. I woke up today with it. Okay. Let's read this. Yay, until I want to see your big, beautiful boobs and everything else you let me see. Show me those massive tits of yours, everything you let me see so I can come to them. Okay, I don't need to read all this in detail. You get the point. Numerous more examples of sin. Ace the Narrator openly admitting or attempting to solicit CP from numerous girls who's... Okay, when you say he was a minor attempting to solicit nudes from other minors. Just say it. Which would be technically legally CP, but obviously it would be atypical when we think of this. Our heuristic, when we think of somebody that is getting CP, our heuristic wouldn't be applicable here, so you should probably add greater specifications so that people are not misled. And whoever wrote this, I think, knows that and purposefully did not add those specifications so that the person reading this would be misled. I've dated 7 girls. All he dated. He attests there are numerous girls he actively solicited CP from, even admitting on the 10th of January that he's dated 7 girls online. Yeah, he's like 15 in this, by the way. He's 15 here. Like, actually 15 years old. Yo, thank you so Master breaks with the 3. Thank you so fucking much. Ladies and gentlemen, we're so lucky we might have just even passed, I'm pretty sure we've passed minimum wage in Iraq. Ladies and gentlemen, yep. Take that, mom and dad. I'm racking in the fucking real bucks now, not a real job, deadbeat son. You know what? This is what money, power, fame, and influence looks like, mom and dad. You should understand the vision. This guy says he's hungry, but forgot to call. Rose said she's going to bed. She literally said she's going to bed. He took too long. To be fair to Himpleton, this was impromptu on my part. I gave him no warning. And he was in the middle of an interview, so. Himpleton has that hunger. I think Himpleton is going to do well. And I think that is a good thing. Because I like when underdogs who have had to work against an upward hill see the beauty of victory, feel the glory of victory. Okay, so much larger age gaps being present between Ace and these girls. Schlep is attempting to defend Ace's behavior by their claim the situation is a lie with no evidence, or once again attempting to claim Ace was a minor when this took place, so therefore it is excusable. It's not, but it is absolutely minimizing. 180% minimizing. If you think that we should treat, like, teenagers soliciting nudes from each other like we should treat adults in possession of footage of children engaged in sexual acts, you are an insane person. You are crazy. You want to see, like, kids just, like, go to fucking prison and probably become hardened criminals that way. Like, it's obviously not the same thing. I don't know why we're pretending like it is. Everybody in high school would be on the fucking registry for life. Except me, because I didn't get or receive nudes in high school, because I'm good. Unlike the dirty, disgusting degenerates and heathens that I was forced to occupy classes with. But, you know, they would all be in prison. $5 from Sublime Lion, living wage. I think we've just made basic universal income, ladies and gentlemen. We've just met the United Nations standards for minimum wage. Okay. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you, Starfish. Thank you, Sublime Lion. Super fucking appreciated. By the way, the Game of Thrones thing that, stream more at East Coast friendly hours. It is East Coast friendly. What? Are you like old? It's like what? Almost 9 o'clock on the East Coast? I feel like this would be like the prime time where you'd be watching this shit if you're on the East Coast. Because what the fuck are you doing at 9 p.m.? You've already had dinner. You're chilling out. Maybe doing the dishes. You can watch me while you do the dishes. We got any dishwashers watching me? Leave for the 5 Starfish. By the way, the Game of Thrones thing Chibi was talking about is mainly with Daenerys. She is 13 and gets sold as a wife. So in that context, once again, would be a depiction of pedophilia. The difference is Lolicon is explicitly intended for the arousal of the viewer. That would be like part of the plot line, supplementary to the plot line, but that's not, so long as it's not, that argument wouldn't hold up, the parallel wouldn't hold up if it's not done in a way that's intended to seek arousal. It's merely done as, like, yes, movies have actually, like, had pedophiles in them, or pedophilia be a part of a plot point, without actually, like, attempting to arouse the audience, because they understand the audience is probably not going to be aroused by this, and it is purely to supplement the plot, for a better story, if it works. Thank you so much for the 2, Ivana. Video game controller gives a thumbs up and says, GG, thank you so much. Much fucking appreciated. Yeah, so Ace the Narrator being credited in 2025. Schlep, why did your friend attempt to solicit CP from an ID verified 11-year-old when he was 14? Because he was a 14-year-old that wanted nudes. I think at 14, the average 14-year-old, at least when I'm thinking back to myself at 14, an 11-year-old, I would be like, I'd view at 14 an 11-year-old as like a fucking child. Obviously, obviously at 14, I was a child, but I view them as like a child when I was 14. In this instance, right, apparently for this person, that didn't come into play, but part of me would take a wild guess and think if this person comes from like the Roblox adjacent community, it's probably some like autistic, parasocial kid, doesn't talk to many people in real life, and was attempting to get some activity online as a young child. And in the process of that, had asked people for nudes, people that were underage, like himself. And that does happen a lot. And at the end of the day, yes, if anything gets sent, that is technically CP. Is the person, the minor that receives it, going to be treated as like an adult in possession of that? No. There's prosecutorial discretion. You'd be like hard pressed to find prosecutors that are going to charge that the same. Thank you for the dollar, Will. A pile of poop with a face. Thank you so much. Glad you're repping your mom in chat with the choice emoji. When you're younger, when you're in those younger ages, the gaps so much, because the gaps are much wider. The amount of maturity that goes between being 11 and 14 is astronomical. To me, that felt like forever. If I think between the time period of when I was 11 to 14, that feels like it might as well have been like half my fucking life. The compared to now, at least, like between 21 and 18 or 19, that feels like yesterday. But there's a lot of like growth and maturation, etc., that happens in between in your transition into your early teenage years. And the differences are going to be there and present. The thing is, if this is 14-year-olds are also kids, little kids, and well, not little kids, but they're kids, right? And they are impulsive. They don't exercise good judgment because they are kids. And if you have a kid that is like some loser that plays Roblox all day and is like autistic and just watches YouTubers and doesn't know anything about anything, and to him, that pause and that understanding of the gap in maturity with a kid who's younger than himself, he just sees the 3 years and he's not considering, oh, maybe there's like he knows he's a minor, he knows there's 3 years. He's probably not actively considering that there's a huge maturity gap between 14 and 11 because he's actively 14. As a result of that, I don't think that this is like indicative of somebody who's going to be a pedophile. The label of pedophile, you're attracted to prepubescent kids. That doesn't change. A paraphilia doesn't change. You will always be attracted, unless you're like chemically castrated, which even then I don't know if that works. You will always be, that attraction will always be present. And as a result, you will always be a risk, right? You'll always be a risk. I would never feel comfortable making the assertion that somebody has this paraphilia and will maintain this label for life, or they will always be considered a risk by myself if at 14 they were chatting with an 11-year-old. Do I look at that and see that as incredibly odd for a 14-year-old to do? 150%. When I understand the context of how some of these kids are literal terminally online losers, some of which are incredibly immature, these kids are on Roblox and shit, it makes a bit more sense to me, right? It makes a bit more sense to me, and I think that it's like fucking absurd to pretend like this kid is like some sort of pedophile over this. Your memory does not go back that far. To 14? I can remember shit from when I was like 2. I have weird memories that I can remember. I feel like I've always had that probably predate being... Like, I have a memory of literally... I have a memory when I was a kid being in a totally white space, like a void. That's why I think it might be a dream. And this dude that looked like the stereotypical, like, depiction... It was an old man with a beard. He, like, dipped my finger into a bowl. And I always had this white mark on my finger from like your calcium deposit or whatever. And I always thought when I was a kid, that's how I got it. Because my hand got dipped into that bowl. I don't know where the fuck that memory came from. I've just always had it. Did I remember my creation by God? Is that it? Who knows? Who knows? I have this memory about how a grown man touched me as a child. Okay. You spin everything, you people. You just fucking find your little angles and you spin it. Always scheming these times. Archive of a Discord group chat containing Ace the narrator and okay, so Ace is talking to this guy, and when he was a kid, he was chatting up other kids, and it was fucking weird, and apparently Schlep still associates with them. Anything that's been proven in here, if this guy's an adult now and is not entertaining this paper, I don't know if I would, if he like is demonstrating a good character, is clearly grown up, except I don't think that this would be worthy of like, I don't think that's necessarily wrong to work with somebody like this. He was literally 14. Like, I mean, I don't know what Parlo is pretending. Like, and the way they work, the detail, Parlo knows what he's doing here as well. And it sucks because it's useful to have like an autist that gets as obsessed as Parlo does. And like, you know, Parlo could have maybe been useful or something. He knows how to spin shit. He knows what details. He did this with his document on IA. And I didn't follow that situation to its full conclusion. So I don't know what IA fully did wrong or what he didn't do wrong. But I know that he would purposefully choose to leave out certain wording, overuse certain wording, or emphasize certain wording to leave you with a conclusion that you wouldn't have been left with had the facts just been presented without his spin. And what he's doing here when he says that Ace the narrator was soliciting CP from kids, right, is you're admitting he was a young child himself asking other child for nudes. And that would substantially change the outcome, interpretation, and judgment of the person reading this if those details were included, therefore making them relevant for inclusion constantly whenever you're reiterating what he did. Parlo seems to not do that, and I think that is a deliberate attempt to mislead. But that Himpleton goes and says to Parlo, "This is so miserable, dude. You're clearly just doing this out of a pure grudge against Schlep when you said multiple times on my streams you're putting it aside and aren't talking about him anymore. You've contradicted yourself so many times, it is not funny. So pathetic. Fuck Chibi Reviews and fuck Schlep. If you want to talk about grudges, since you are a D1 Schlep cocksucker, stop defending platforming and associating with Humbringer, who posted porn to a 14-year-old when he was 18. And address when Schlep disingenuously framed me as a pedophile for the dupe situation." Yeah, I think that that's bad on Schlepp's part. Once again, you can say something that is 100 people use this all the time. You can say something that factually is true, but as I said before, you can, without actually overtly lying, you can overemphasize certain details, use certain wording in a sneaky way that leads to different, or leave things out that leaves people with a false conclusion as if you had just outright lied about what happened. That's the power of framing. It can also, just like a lie, be used to make people think that something happened that didn't happen. When Schlep is recounting what Parlo did, right, although this is factually true, there is crucial context that it seems like, even Parlo's critics seem to be in agreement, that Parlo did not know the age. He believed this person to be older than they actually were and had been misled as a result. So I think to say Parlo was talking to a 12-year-old without that context being present leads people to a completely different fucking conclusion. A misleading one at that. And yeah, this is obviously inexcusable to not put that in when you're recounting this situation. Ironically enough, it's the same shit Parlo's guilty of here. This is a Schlep L, for sure. But it's also Parlo L. They're doing the same, like, tactic. Oh, wait, I didn't see the first one. Parlo's an idiot. Oh, wait, the second one is the lie. Or not the lie, the framing. The manipulative framing. Parlo is an idiot for this, don't get me wrong, but calling him a pedophile as a predator is a giant stretch. The other person developed an elaborate lie about their age, and once Parlo found out, he cut contact, as far as I know, as well. No nudes were ever exchanged. Legally, there's no crime here, but in general, pedophilia is defined as knowingly being attracted to a minor. Yeah, the knowing, obviously, yeah. But he just doesn't say that here. I think that, Schlep did fuck over Parlo here, for sure. And Parlo is probably very spiteful. But Parlo is, like, being super bad faith with his argument, which is spite motivated. And I think Himpleton's assessment is probably correct. But he's saying that Himpleton is talking to somebody who posted porn to a 14-year-old when he was 18. Himpleton says, a crop of the porn in question that I spoke about on my stream already, another example of something we've litigated, figured out, and moved on from, only for you to decide to bring up again when convenient. Also, thanks for confirming this is literally just fueled by a grot. This is the porn, apparently. Why'd you crop it if it isn't porn? Oh, wait, so there would probably be presumably a sexually suggestive image under that? I mean, if he's 18, they're 14, they're like doing like, I don't know, what would it, what's the game you play on they're playing like Jackbox or something, and it's an 18, 14-year-old, and he like, the guy just drew like a giant fucking donut with a dick on screen. Like, yeah, it's probably inappropriate, but like, I wouldn't say necessarily that the 18-year-old is a fucking pedophile for that. Just like they've just become an adult. There are now new norms, rules, and expectations being imposed on them. They could still be in high school. They could literally still be in high school. You could be 18 still in high school. I was. Most people are, right? But, you know, there's an easing period of getting used to that. You will have friends at 18, many of which are still minors, and your jokes will stay the same, and the shit you say will stay the same, and all of that doesn't just change the day you turn 18. And you kind of learn that, you kind of learn gradually what the expectations and responsibilities of an adult is. And one of those is, yeah, like you shouldn't do like sexualized jokes and stuff around minors. But there's leeway here because this person is literally 18. Aiden, what's up, Sardina? But yeah, I mean, this is all desperate. Empathetic. Ultimately, at the end of the day, Chibi deserves, well, I can't say that. Chibi deserves the hate. He deserves the hate. I won't elaborate on what hate specifically, but he deserves the hate. Obviously, the constructive criticism. Levied in a polite, respectful, and civilized manner is what he deserves, of course. Nothing else. Wait, Himpleton is calling me. I'm calling him back. Okay, he just didn't pick up. Cool. So how long is this, holy death? It was for 2 seconds. You'll live. Trust me, you'll live. You'll live. Oh my god, my stimulation. All right. Strapping these people to a fucking chair and making them watch a Kuihman stream. Wait, what is this? Hold on. A little Destiny snark.
Ductioning. Okay, I'm not gonna dig into drama because I love everybody on this planet equally, okay? I just want to make a quick meme comment. One of the most annoying trends that have happened in like online progressive discourse recently is this concept of like consent. Justical and people try to push this to where if you don't have full information about like a thing and it would have changed your mind about having sex with somebody, it's like a non-consensual encounter or whatever. So like if somebody, like, I'm trying to think of the most ridiculous version of this. There's a thing right now that's playing out in some other...
Like, for example, I just put it out there. You've recorded sexual material of somebody, and they've literally never given you any indication or permission to share or distribute it, and you distribute it. That would probably be non-consensual because consent was never given. He does his little argument and cope of implied consent, but you... And the way I've heard him argue it, unless there are better arguments he's made out there, it literally could just, it's the rapiest sounding argument I've ever heard. Like, the implied consent shit, I feel like is like for the most overt forms of that. Like, if you're like making out with a bitch, she starts taking off your pants, like obviously if you go and touch her like fucking tit or something, like it's probably implied by the nature of what you're doing, that like, yeah, you're gonna fuck or whatever. Obviously, I'm sorry, not gonna fuck, not necessarily, but like, for example, if you're making out with a girl, like you don't ask like, do I have your consent to put my hand on your back? Do I have your consent to? Obviously, the natural progression is the implied part. This wouldn't really fall under that because it's an atypical. This is not the natural follow-up from a sexual act. It wouldn't be the expectation or implied, and would be extraordinary, as most people do not share or not comfortable having themselves shared when engaged in sexually explicit acts, and would therefore require, when you're unsure, explicit consent should always be asked for. And even if you are sure, if that sureness is like really based on a lot of assumptions, you should still ask. You should still ask. But in this instance, there's no good argument here for fucking implied consent. Yo, thank you so much, and Fix with the 10. I've just donated to you. Destiny thinks that gives you implied consent to steal my card and drain my account. True, you did give me money, so obviously it would be implied you're somebody that's okay with giving me money. So giving me money is merely removing that money from your account and putting it in mine. So if I was just expedite that process and take the money from your account and put it into mine, that would have been implied because you indicated that you were okay with giving me your money. Sorry.
Community, but like if somebody would have lied about their job, or if somebody would have lied about being racist and you have sex with them, and it's like, oh, well, I wouldn't have fucked this person if I would have known that they were racist. But then people won't just say that, oh, fuck, I wouldn't have slept with this dude if I thought he was racist. They're like, oh, our encounter, that was non-consensual. I wouldn't have consented. Anytime they try to...
Do not compare me to Destiny. He ran from a debate with me. We're not the same. We're not the same. This old man, this fucking rusty-geared old man, clearly losing it, dementia Destiny, is in the little leagues compared to me. I would destroy him in a debate, which is why I challenged him to one, and he watched my challenge and openly said he would not debate me. Is Destiny giving his post-hoc cope for clapping empath? I doubt he would even try to justify that. You were both gay, so you were the same. Destiny was literally just at UCLA doing open debates. Well, nobody informed me of that until after it happened, so... I don't know. If you'd give... Or someone might have added me while it was happening, but I was asleep. Had I known in advance that that was occurring, I would have shown up. You people have my DM. My DMs are open. You have my inbox. You have my... There are a million ways to get in contact with me. And if you want me to go do something... to tell me it's happening, because if I don't know what's happening, I can't do anything about it, right? Now, in other streaming news, streamer Only Use Me Blade, a name I've heard quite a lot. I saw a very sad clip of a woman in a car where he was passed out and sleeping, get a donation where she had a epiphany and realized that she was living a shit life and started crying. It was a sad clip. But he's apparently like some alcoholic. I heard a rumor that some guy died at his house. I don't know if that's true. Some dude like hit his head or something. I don't know if that's true. I don't know the details of that. I just know that his whole thing is like he's like an alcoholic, like an intense alcoholic. And a clip is making the rounds, going viral, where... This is interesting. Clip's going viral of his morning routine. Let's take a look.
I hear the dog.
That is a Jaeger bomb. Jägermeister. Tastes like absolute fucking ass. I don't know why anyone would ever drink it. I will give him this, okay? Are his hands shaking? His hands aren't shaking. Because sometimes you're such an alcoholic that before you get like your alcohol in for the morning, your hands will be shaking. Dude, the day would be shit if I started off drinking. I just feel stupid all day. I'd feel really dumb and tired and lethargic all day. But for people like this, they probably don't care if they feel that way. The Red Bull makes it bearable. This is why they got to bring back Four Locos original recipe. I think we should mix caffeine and other various exotic stimulants that you've never heard of that are technically legal with alcohol, 4 main ingredients, and package it into a drink and keep the original recipe. Thoughts?
hair the dog?
Okay, well, that's that. Anyways, do you never react to the Gama stream? Well, it's so funny you say that because that's what I'm going to be doing now. I was going to end stream, but, you know, I'll give you guys another fucking hour. If you want to tip, that'd be great. You could donate through super chats, all that good stuff. Another great way to help us out is by liking the stream. If somehow, fucking 4 hours into this shit, you've not hit the like button yet, this guy is literally has more willpower than you do. Okay? When he wants something, he gets it done. And you know you want to like this stream. So get it done. He wants a Jaeger, he drinks it. He doesn't give a fuck what society thinks, because he's not woke. It's not a segment, it's a brief, it's a clip. It's a clip. Only used me blade, ran out of Jaeger, and decided to take his mother's car to go buy another bottle, but the police were called by his mother. He's supposed to be a full-time carer for his mother, got into a heated argument with her over her not wanting him to stream himself drunk. He decided to no longer care and started to drink more often. She no longer wants him as her caregiver. He has been given a notice to move out. His mother reported her car stolen to the police. The police saw him at the store and let him go back home with his bottle after blowing a 0. How did the police let him go back home? What? W police? Yeah, dude, I just want more drunk drivers on the road.
Dude, stop, dude. Stop calling me, dude.
That is, to be fair to him, it is annoying as shit when somebody's calling you, you have the ringer on, and you don't know where you just put your phone. It's so fucking annoying. Yeah, the legal limit is a 0.08, but if you're an alcoholic, a 0.2, you might genuinely just function the same as a sober person at a 0.2. Or wait, no, you'd be, no, you would not. I'm sorry, that was a misspeak. I guess, no, you could at a 0.2, because there have been, somehow, alcoholics pulled over that have blown over a 0.3 that were still standing and talking. You'd be surprised at how the same amount of alcohol is handled by different people, depending on whether or not they're an alcoholic.
Hey, yeah, his stream is still going. He's got it up on his phone in front of us, and he just gave us a PBT. Yeah, 1 John 7, PBT is going to be 0.222.
Received PBT, 0.222.
1 John 10, I'm going to break for 1 John 10. 6200 block 108. John 3. You can do Brian Michael Risso. It's going to be 12382. And drop his info on the call.
Saber Mav is well on attack. Still have some.
Let's go with that info.
Saber 1203 1982. Going to be a convicted felon of robbery 1, burglary 1.
Field sobriety tests should overrule breathalyzers, especially since you might blow fatal results if you just chugged a drink but aren't actually at that BAC. I don't know how I feel about that, because sometimes maybe there will be like legitimate impairments at that level, but on the surface level, the most basic of tasks, you can do shit normally. But if your like reaction time is heavily impaired, etc., I don't think it is a good idea for you to be on the road. Like, it is as simple as do not drink and get behind a fucking wheel. Just don't drink and get behind a fucking wheel. It's that easy. Drunk driving is the most retarded crime ever. It's so stupid because it is like so easy to not do. To be fair, I don't drive. That's me saying. But like, if you know you're going out to drink, have a fucking plan or don't drink. Why would you ever risk that? That's just so dumb. I heard Jimmy was me. Listen, I like Jimmy. I've promoted Jimmy. Jimmy's always been a core part of my community. And he has built a little community of his own off of that. And I think that is great. For whatever reason, Jimmy he's like a teenager rebelling against his father. And he has some issues with me right now, which I don't know. I'm not too sure of. But he'll grow out of it. He'll grow out of it. Okay. He's a teenager. He's like 19. He's a teenager, man. He's a fucking teenager. When are you getting your license, buddy? Someday. Someday. Can I debate you on drunk driving? You want to debate me on drunk driving? Yeah, let me just, yeah. But let me just get a coffee real quick. You could join cause if you're serious. I just need to make another coffee if we're going to keep going. Aiden gonna drive a flower-wrapped VW Bug. True! Unironically, yes. Yes. I've been looking at that. Hold on. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm just making a coffee. Apparently the guy's completely fucked. It's you. Now I can tell. I recognize it because the account types like a retard, kind of like you do.
Trying to do them a little bit more.
Good. Yeah.
I mean, there was like a few solid weeks where I was streaming every single day. I was uploading some VODs. There was a few solid weeks where I had locked in. It's been a motive. Listen, it's gonna happen one day. And you won't hear me tell you that I've locked in. You'll see it and you'll know. And when that happens, you know that's your call to action. We're gonna need all hands on deck. We're gonna need clippers. We're gonna need clippers. We're gonna need fucking astroturfing Russian bot farms. We're gonna need I don't even know, man. We're just gonna need everything. We're gonna need everything.
But yeah,
are you depressed, buddy? Me? Of course not. Me, you know what they say? They always say, they used to call me, they say I'm happy Aiden. They'd say, they'd look at me and they'd say, that guy over there, that's a ray of sunshine. Look at this smiling, beautiful specimen. Happy Aiden over here, being so happy.
That's pretty much just how it's going to be. If you guys have questions, concerns, things like that, let me know. Say your piece now so we can kind of figure it out.
I've already separated stuff. So all the D&D stuff is its own category. I have the staff stuff, or like wherever you put thumbnails in its own little
I hate her.
area. So
dude, we're not bringing back the purple hearts in 26. I am okay.
You should, all the perms and everything should be set to that you guys still see that stuff. I'll just adjust the mod rules. And it was an
Beckett would help you, but you fucked up. I fucked up because I wanted to call Beckett to call in because he had made false statements about me publicly. You know what I'm just gonna do? When I move, remind me, guys. Just start giving me life reminders. When I move, I'm just gonna get a fucking Keurig on my desk. That's gonna be the plan. Sorry, I'm back. So, in the world of non-10 that we saved for the end of the stream, I don't know if this is non-10 or not. We'll check it out. Apparently, my CIA sources had come to me and had told me that, because they report on the happenings, I had been told that Dickers and Gama were supposedly having a rift. And then there was a bridge-burning argument yesterday. Now, one of our agents, David, was able to get a recording of this argument. And it is apparently very funny and very autistic. So, shout out to David. We're going to be watching this, and we're going to see what the fuck is going on. Now, many of you were actually probably there last night. I don't know. Do we have any name chatters? Name chat, just chatters whose names are notable? I don't know. Where's David's video? I think he put it in inbox, right? The recording, he put it in inbox. Oh, there we go. Yeah, QQ put it in inbox. I was about to
Some viewers may
Thank you, QQ.
find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
In there, I'm not explaining to you what's actually outside, dude. Holy shit! You're fucking tying these two things together as if I'm telling you that's what he fucking doxed, but that's not what I'm telling you. What I'm telling you.
So this all started. This is my understanding of how this argument started. This is my argument of how this started. Okay, Goat, Cato, and Just a Robot were there too. Okay, Here's what I heard about how this started. Some of our other CIA sources were able to obtain. Somebody DM this to me. Did they undm it to me? Fuck! I lost it. It wasn't DM'd to me. It was sent somewhere else. But I was sent DMs that showed that Gama was essentially Angry Slug Productions, a guy who's doxed people previously, and is apparently openly threatening to dox people now on Twitter. If they go after somebody's I don't know what the deal is with that. But somebody had debated previously, who faked a power outage to get out of a debate with me. He's apparently releasing some sort of document. It relates to the Falgi shit somehow. I don't know. But there was apparently Gama sent Dickers a DM that like insinuated that there was docs info in this document. And then later on, Gama saying that's not what he was saying. And I read the DMs, and it looks like that was clearly what he was saying. Now, before Gama starts accusing me of maliciously lying here, I am being fed secondhand information, and I'm open to any revisions or additional information that would, invalidate what I've stated. If anybody has a copy of the Gama DMs to Dickers that are being shopped around or sent around, which I had literally hours ago, but can't seem to find now, please feel free to send those in the inbox. The DMs that acted as the sort of catalyst for this argument here. Thank you.
Because what I witnessed within these fucking conversations is girl talk, so it's not interesting.
Take a look at the first.
We can finish Beckett and Kuihman after.
First message. You were talking about the new leaks from Slow.
Dude, do we have the I need the messages. We're gonna do this. I need the fucking messages. Somebody sent it to me. They didn't put it in my They probably put it in the most inconvenient location ever. That's why I can't fucking find it. Fuck, it was Nosferatu that sent this shit to me, dude. Or he screenshots. I just saw these last night. Why can't I get them up? They put it in the art channel? What? Oh, wait, it's not in there. Lock it. You know what? You're right. Dear content gods, please manifest and produce these screenshots that I do not presently have that will contextualize this argument. Where are the screenshots? I'm manifesting. I'm manifesting it.
Okay, you're talking about the new
Yes, he told me he was gonna get. Yes, he told me he was gonna get censored some more. Yes, but they're 12 hours apart, and then what I'm telling you in between, he told me he was gonna censor some more. It might change, but keep an eye out, right? Keep an eye out.
Such Coleman, you say, is you have absolutely no better suggestions, so you're just whining.
Just in case there's any slip-ups. All right, he hasn't posted yet. I'll double check it before I stream. It's behind the paywall. Okay, never mind then. I'm sure the information is crazy. I'm sure. And then I'm like, I'll TLDR. But when you say, I'm sure the information is crazy, and it'll blow the case wide open, the interpretation that I'm gathering from that is like, okay, here's what's included in it. I'm not telling you what he's actually fucking publicizing. I'm not telling you what he's publicizing. I know you're being sarcastic.
Dude, what the fuck? I was not expecting this, okay? I was expecting, like, I've had heated arguments with Gama. Me and Gama have argued. I'm stubborn as fuck, and I can debate, and I like it, and I can go for a long time. And Gama is like a fucking brick wall that will not concede. So I've gone with Gama for hours, okay? I've gotten him very angry. And I don't think I've gotten him ever to, like, this point.
I'm TLDRing what's included in the fucking info. I'm telling you what they're fucking talking about. I'm not telling you that's what was fucking publicized. I
need the DMs to make my argument here. I just need these DMs. I hope whatever fucking retard decided to show me them last night and then never put it somewhere accessible or put in our DMs. I honestly, I hope that you live a miserable existence and die alone in a nursing home one day. Dying is too easy. I want you to experience every moment of suffering on this earth in a long and extended, uneventful life. For passing away at the age of 101, surrounded by nurses who are changing the piss and shit pans at your bed, and not family or friends. Does this guy have it? Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Hi, can I help you?
Yeah. I wanted to debate you on drunk driving.
You want to debate me on but are you driving right now? Just so we're out of curiosity.
Actually, funnily enough, I do happen to be behind the wheel.
God, so you want to debate me on drunk driving?
Yeah, I do, man.
So you're as you're behind the wheel. You are pro
Well,
drunk.
okay. I should specify. Okay, like obviously drunk driving is bad. Let's not LARP. But like I have a counterpoint, if you want to phrase it that way. If you could phrase it that way.
Yeah?
So basically, we need walkable cities, bro. We need some walkable cities. Like maybe we wouldn't be arresting people for drunk driving en masse if the American transportation system was better. You know what I mean?
Well, I agree that American cities are built to be they're not built with the pedestrian as much in mind as it would be in places like Europe, etc. And that causes them a litany of issues, like, or contributes to it, or obesity crisis, sedentary lifestyle, even like social activities. I agree. We should have walkable cities. You'd be hard pressed to find a liberal that would not agree with that position. So I don't know what the debate's about.
No, but I'm just saying, because earlier you said you don't understand why anyone would ever drunk drive. The thing about it is, when you live in a place where there is like no means of transportation, essentially, without being behind a wheel yourself or having a friend behind the wheel, it is kind of hard to, it's kind of hard to, when you get into that situation, to just like sit around.
If you don't make enough money if you want to go out and get drunk, don't have any friends that can drive you, and don't make enough money to pay for an Uber, you shouldn't be going out and getting drunk. You clearly have like a lot of work. Your broke ass has like a lot of work to do if you can't get a fucking Uber for a night out after you got drunk. But other than that, like, I don't understand like why, like, if you know this is the only way you can transport yourself, I don't know why you'd ever get intoxicated outside of the house.
Okay, well also, here's this. What is, I think this comes down to perspective slightly. Like, what is your idea of an ideal drinking situation? Are you going to go to like a bar and like sit down and have a drink?
You could. That's one way people drink.
Yeah, because I mean, from my personal experience, and I know this, obviously this is perspective. This is subjective, but dude, I prefer to, like, do something interesting while I'm drinking. Like, have the alcohol like amplify an already fun experience instead of just sitting around like a loser on my ass while I'm drinking.
Well, that's great. And it's a nice, it's an activity to enjoy yourself and relax. And I think that's great. But if you're not making enough fucking money to pay for an Uber to get back, you should not be enjoying yourself. You should be getting your ass to fucking work. And shouldn't be going out and getting drunk.
Yeah, but you got to think about the walkable cities, man. Like,
I'm pro walkable cities. I'm pro walkable cities.
Dude, I live in Idaho, bro.
I'm sorry to hear that.
It is a very terrible place with zero public transit, bro. I get stranded in cornfields whenever I drink.
I used to live in Utah. Don't know that. It wasn't far from Idaho.
Dude, bro. Isn't that where they grow the potatoes, bro?
That's your guys' place.
Okay, bro. Okay. Good one, man.
Well, thanks for calling in, sir. Just out of curiosity, how many times would you say you've driven drunk in like the last month?
I
think you're immune.
Right now.
You're immune.
Right now.
This is a satirical, comedical stream. You'd be legally immune from any admissions of a crime.
So you want me to give you a number in the last? Okay, in March.
Ballpark it.
Probably like 9.
You've driven drunk 9 times.
Well, okay. It also depends on your definition of drunk. Because, like, I don't drive sloppy drunk.
Okay, that's what every drunk driver thinks. I could totally handle getting behind the wheel.
Okay. All I'm saying is, like, I do not hit things when I drunk drive. But yes, I have drunk driven 9 times last month. Yes.
Well, have you ever like considered not doing that?
Well, I don't know. From my point of view, it's always been like a necessity.
Well,
like
see,
I can't walk, I can't bike. I guess I could pay for an Uber. I hadn't really thought about that, but
yeah, you could do that. Yeah, you could pay for an Uber.
I don't know.
Do you have friends?
I guess. No, man, I'm a friendless loser, bro. I'm a friendless
So am
loser.
I. So am I. It's okay. I mean, but yeah, just like get an Uber or some shit. Like, there's literally no. If that's too expensive, like, yeah, if you ever get caught, obviously the expenses of that is gonna rival as if you had to pay for an Uber any of the 9 times you were driving drunk. So you should probably just get a fucking Uber if you're going out and drinking. And if you don't want to get an Uber and can only drive, then you probably shouldn't be going out to get drunk until you can establish some means of transportation. It's an unnecessary risk. And even if you think you're fine, every drunk driver thinks they're fucking fine until someone dies. So you should probably not do that.
All right, man. I'll let you get back to.
Have I convinced you you're not going to drunk drive anymore?
You have.
I
Thank
have.
you, man.
Okay. Yeah, no worries. Thanks. I think I've just saved like the life of a child somewhere who would have been hit by and killed by a drunk driver.
Wait,
that's what
okay.
the fucking
Come on.
The fucking impression I get by that message.
Location info, names.
They're 12 hours apart, you fucking dense retard!
Dude, I didn't realize it was like this. Now listen, Dicker's just an infuriating person, okay? It's like fucking smug voice and shit, okay? Sometimes sometimes you want to just go off on the guy. But Gama, let's exercise a little bit of self-control here. What's going on?
12 hours
haven't
apart!
Even let me finish.
I'm sure the information in there is crazy. Yes, I'm sure.
This is Boblaxian. I sound like a Nick Diorio fan. A clip live poster saying this. This is Boblaxian. This is Boblaxian.
The information is crazy. I am not correlating. I am not correlating.
Boblaxian crash out.
Yesterday to the information now.
Hold on.
Oh my fucking god!
When you were talking about the new slug leaks from Falgi, let me just ask you this really quick.
Yes.
Does anybody have I got shown them last night. I see Ali Khan's popping up and David's popping up. Does anybody have the DMs between Dickers and Gama that started all this? Because I was shown those yesterday by someone, so I'm assuming they're out there. I can't seem to find them. I don't know if it was screenshot to me. I don't know if it was DM'd to me. I checked my DMs, not there.
But listen, you're trying to tie two things that are fucking contextually things. You're talking things. No, you're talking about things that are contextually fucking different.
What are you even talking about? What are you saying yes to?
Okay, wait.
What class that you're saying yes to?
Wait, hold on.
Ask what question I asked.
Why not? Like, I don't understand. Like, people are like, Aiden, get into nuclear now, go debate. Why not do this on stream? Why not just do this? Why not host your debates on stream? Like, I used to do this. I would sit in VC for hours doing it. It's like pointless if you're not. It can be fun, but clearly Gama is not having fun, so I don't know why he doesn't just have Dickers come on stream or let a neutral third party, myself, mediate a discussion between the two.
You're saying yes to right now. Actually, no, don't cough the fucking stall.
No. I'm telling you, I just forgot. I literally didn't pay attention. I'm just like being
no.
with it.
It's not that I didn't pay attention. I haven't asked a question yet. Okay. So the news leaks from
I didn't pay attention.
Radioactive, by the way. You're talking about the information that's public. Yes.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. At that point.
What? When you're talking about the new.
My favorite it's crazy. That's just my official label. Okay, it's my official label.
Slug leaks from Falgi are radioactive. Do not touch. You're talking about private information.
Slow down.
Everything I do is doxing now. I go and eat a meal, and I enjoy a doxer dinner. I eat my doxer chicken, and my go sleep on my dox bed.
Let me get a fucking consistent line of thought out so that you can fucking ingest it and actually gather what I'm saying. When you're when you ask that question, the way that I'm interpreting it, the way that I feel you're asking me is, in these first line of message that you sent me, are you suggesting?
What is this even about? Well, it's about some DMs that someone is supposedly about to send to me. So when I get those DMs, I'll be able to tell you exactly what this is about and what my counter argument would be. But for now, just enjoy the ride. Oh, it's an icy. Okay. Right. Going forward, if I say like, because I'm gonna have inbox open, if Going forward, if you're sending me something for me to look at on stream, just send it in inbox. You don't need to, but not to. I'm saying in general. I appreciate you sending anything at all, because most people would not. So I appreciate that. The new slug leaks from Falgi are radioactive, by the way. Do not touch. So there's something about this that would cause harm to dickers by touching these leaks. Has a lot of location info, names, and PII. So if you say this radioactive is in, if you cover this, this will cause harm to yourself, and then immediately follow that by claiming there's existence of PII within this document, you're obviously saying that there's docs info within this document, right? And then he sends, the location info isn't that bad. It just says cities where they moved to, distance for the event that took place. You approximate where they live generally, though. I'm personally more concerned about the accounts and usernames being open because it could all lead back. I didn't check that far back. So it's clear he's just he's giving Dickers a heads up about potential docs, right? In this document. Dickers says, new leaks, the new slug leaks from Falgi Radioactive. Oh, he told me he was going to censor it some more, so it might change, but keep an eye out. Oh, right, hasn't posted it yet. I'll double check it before I show it on stream, I guess. He did. It's behind a paywall, lol. Okay, never mind then. I'm sure the information is crazy. I'm sure it would blow the case wide open. Sadly, I refuse to give any money to people for private drama coverage. Base? I'll TLDR them. Give me 2. As far as I've seen, it is just girl talk between Cloudy and Rena about how much she dislikes certain creators, and it's very much the same between Cloudy and Falgi. Same shit, just not that interesting, because they talk about a lot of person PII, addresses, Rena's child, etc. It's literally pointless to touch, in my opinion. There's a few embarrassing things there, but who cares? Okay. So what is the dispute then? What is Gama disputing about Dicker's characterization of these DMs? Because the beginning is not in the recording. So I know people like David were there. I don't know if Ali Khan is so on. What is the core dispute here?
Information in the second line of questions is doxable information about her child and her address, and I'm telling you that no. Okay. So by the initial line, considering these were like several fucking hours apart, half a day apart, the initial 2 messages that I'm telling, the initial message.
Gamma's the same thing I have, where when you say we've lied and we didn't, like obviously we get caught up in that because a lot of people, I don't get so caught up on it now. But a lot of people do this thing where if you get something wrong or make a mistake or make a mistake, say something that you don't believe what you're saying is. If you were saying something and you do not believe that what you were saying is false, at the time you say it, you're not lying. Now, obviously, we can't get inside the heads of every single person that makes a mistake or gets something wrong. So that's why you rely on context. Like I've been accused of lying for miswording something because I had made an argument at first that sounded as though. Sounded like I was making one argument that differed from the argument that I was intending to make, which is why the argument that my wording would suggest I was making, I never actually defended it on substance, but rather defended the argument that I claimed that I was trying to make all along, which would make sense as to why that would then be a misspeak, right? There are context clues to figure out whether or not someone has just worded something poorly or if they are overtly lying.
So much as if these.
I am not harping. I am not harping.
Posted the interceding messages to show that not that much conversation
and I am
happened.
telling you that the interpretation, the way that I read what you're asking me by it, the information that'll blow this case wide open. I'm telling you what the information is, not what was fucking published.
Gama. Oh my god, dude, how fucking bad does this go, dude? I'm saying I'm sure the information is crazy. After saying, okay, never mind then. I'm sure the information is crazy. I'm sure it'll blow the case wide open. Sadly, I refuse to give any money to people for private drama coverage.
Yes.
I'm being sarcastic.
Okay, wait.
I'm not
and what I'm telling you.
Genuinely thinking
yes, I know you're being.
Damn, what the fuck? Navakva's clip is actually doing well. Yo! What the fuck? People say I'm unclippable, and then someone clips it. How many followers does Navakva have? How many followers? What? His thing, it already has 36 likes. Does this guy even follow me? The one who's replying to him? No. He has literally, no offense, Navakva. I guess he gets some interaction. You can get likes clipping me. You can get viewership clipping me. Do it.
sarcastic. I know you're being sarcastic. I
insane.
understand what you're not I don't understand what you're not understanding here. Look, I just don't get how you're not understanding this.
I'm not
Okay,
understanding
look,
how you
Dickers,
think that I'm
Dickers,
asking you what the information is.
Dickers, slow the fuck down. You're not letting me get a fucking consistent line of thought.
Dickers, slow down. It's like Dickers are like 5 words.
That's holy shit. You keep fucking
God,
interjecting, and I get that's
Come on.
ironic. Okay, all right, pay
Well,
fucking
guys,
attention, right?
He's allowed to be overtly hypocritical so long as he acknowledges the irony.
Right. When you are telling me, oh my god, the information is gonna blow the case wide open, I know by the fucking capitalizations that you're obviously being sarcastic and that you don't give a fuck about what's included in here, right? But I'm telling you,
Oh, because I don't know, because it's all.
I'll TLDR what is being discussed, right? Because that's the interpretation I got. Not that you're like the interpretation I got from that isn't that you're being sarcastic about the shit that he publicized, right? That would be doxable information. I'm thinking that, oh, I can't wait to see what's in here. Surely it'll be amazing. And I'm telling you, well, the information that's in there is actually not that interesting. It's girl talk, right? They do exchange some of this information, right? That's what Slug told me about. I'm not telling you that's what was actually published. I'm telling you that what came out isn't that bad because it's general location. Why, like what I'm telling you here is like, why the fuck would I renege that 12 hours later? If I sat on
no. I'm not even talking about the location, Gama. Okay, let's just go back. First line. Thing I've been talking about the entire time. Names. PII. Etc.
Yes. Yeah. Wait, Dickers. You're trying to like fucking force something. You're trying to force something that isn't there.
I'm not
right?
trying to force.
No. You are. You are trying to force something that isn't there. You are.
There's never gonna be a productive dialogue when we're doing you are this, you are that. Everyone's gonna get defensive. It's like I feel like you're seeing something, Dickers, that isn't there. Or even Grant will understand. Like I could see why you see that. That is not how that was intended to come across. As exemplified by XYZ. If that's how it's interpreted. That's how it came off to you, then I didn't communicate effectively enough, and I'll do better, right? Easy. What is he gonna say? $5 been fixed! Gama needs to get off steroids. It really impacts his debatability. Well, I can help Gama become a better debater, but Gama will never follow advice from me because he is, he's also like my rebellious, listen, I've spawned a bunch of personalities. A lot of them are rebelling against me. Look, they'll all come back. They'll be back.
Are trying to force something that isn't there, right? Because pay attention to the fucking hours. This was yesterday at your time at 4:11, right?
God.
Right? You mess it. You like.
Oh my fucking.
No. Listen, because you're
saying
fucking
even
trying
on the
to
first
imply.
message-
You're
even on
trying
the
to
first
heavily
message,
assert.
ignore the
You're
second,
trying to have.
People who say me and Gama are both literally the same It's like an IQ test, right? They literally just analyze people on the most surface level characteristics. We both debate. We both talk fast. We're both stubborn. On substance, I can actually debate like on substance. I can do a debate where I can moderate myself so I'm not constantly interrupting the opponent or unwilling to, unwilling to make a concession, have a complete misunderstanding of what the argument is. I make sure that we're specific on what's being argued before we proceed, which is something I explicitly do at Gama, because Gama will always change what's being argued. I don't do that. So we're very different in that sense.
Really assert that I accused this guy of doxing when I didn't.
Oh my god, Gama, ignore the latter one, okay? I'm saying even on the first one, yes or no to any reason.
Okay. So Gamma's saying he didn't accuse this guy of doxing. If you read this DM, this is a doxing accusation if you're to read it and interpret on the surface level. If that is not what he intended to do, then that was a problem with communication. And you would have then just communicated more. Or admitted that, hey, that's not like I should have fucking added some specifics. That's not what I intended to do. Right? But this is obviously, this reads as because what is, if something is radioactive, if you cover it or touch it, it will cause harm to yourself. What will cause harm if a streamer opens it, touches it, and interacts with it? Dox material. So if this is then followed up, do not touch is followed up with location info, names, and PII, right? And you can't touch as a result. Obviously, there's not a problem if a streamer is touching PII that the person the PII belongs to releases themselves. Like, if I was to cover Anthony Fantano, that's his real name, that's PII, but he shared it himself. Nobody would consider that nuclear. You're considering it nuclear when this PII is being shared, and it shouldn't be. It's not consented to being shared by the individual, and it is potentially dox material. PII that is linked to an anonymous online persona by another party, typically with malicious intent. So this obviously reads, if you're saying this document is nuclear because it contains X, Y, and Z, the obvious logical follow-up would be if we know there's not a problem with streamers covering PII that people themselves have released, i.e. if somebody goes by their full name, and we know that something being radioactive means it will cause harm to the streamer if they touch it, and we know that doxing is something that if you pull it up on stream that will cause harm to the streamer if you touch it, right? And then we know that Gama is specifying that whatever it is that will cause harm is in relation to PII. The logical follow-up would be this document contains dox material, making whoever posted it a doxer. Following to, well, yeah, Gama's calling this person a doxer. So based on what he wrote, the logic to go from that to this, he's calling this person it's sound, it's valid. And that's how you would interpret it. If that is not what Gama intended to do, then that is because Gama was not good at explaining anything or wording himself. Which I can believe. I can totally believe that. That's not the same charity he's afforded to me in the past, but in this good faith, I could believe that, I could see that happening. But at this point, he should just like admit that. Yo, thank you so much to Blind Line with the 5 poverty wage. We're definitely making it into, we're moving out of assisted housing in Oklahoma and definitely making it into public housing in Idaho with this money. Thank you so much, Sublime Lion, and everybody else that has generously chosen to support the stream with a tip. Another great way to help us out is by liking and subscribing.
Reasonable person. The way that you describe it, there's a clear implication of doxing.
Yes, and anybody within the community, that would probably be a clear implication, right? That would probably be like,
and your clarification
but I'm telling you, if I'm talking to you,
right?
Yes, but if I'm talking to you, right? My understanding would be that you would ask questions.
You gave me the implication of doxing, a strong implication of doxing.
Sure, if that's how you took it and that's what you ran with, that is on you.
That's how Gama Gama, just say I communicated it in a manner where I could see you leaving it with that conclusion. That's not what I intended. That's not what I meant to say. What then? What then?
You, right? But I figured that you would be more perceptive than that.
You
literally, if you break down every single word that he's decided to use, that's just how it's read. What is there to perceive here? What is there to perceive that would make this all of a sudden not look like a doxing accusation?
So you're saying any reasonable person would view it as that and read it as that and only that. You expect me to be able to be more perceptive and realize that you're like...
Dude, I'm totally neutral. I talk to Gama probably more than I barely talk to either, but I talk to Gama probably more than I talk to Dickers in recent months. Like, I'm pretty neutral on this. But yeah, I've just read this absolutely comes across as a doxing accusation. That would be based on what he wrote. That would be how that logically reads.
Massively overblowing the fact that these are public people who are public about their name, and it's references to people who are already public about their information.
Yes, PII released by the person who it belongs to, we know that's not nuclear or radioactive. So if there's PII that does make this radioactive, that PII would be dox material in the context that Gama called it radioactive.
Well, sure, but at the same time, I'm telling you, it isn't that bad, and I'm personally more concerned about the accounts. Right, I'm telling you, it isn't that bad. None of this like city information, I don't think is that bad. Right, the location is devoted to direct address.
I've already agreed. Okay, I've already agreed.
Yes,
the location information isn't that bad. Okay, but what can be contained within an Instagram screenshot, Gama? For example, with the Turkey Tom with Roman, what was contained within her Instagram screenshots? What is contained within people's old Twitter usernames?
It could just contain personal connections. Yes,
accounts.
They could lean back. Yes,
personal accounts because it has.
Okay. Dude, what the fuck? The Navakva clip is actually doing really well. Remember I checked on it like a few seconds ago? Is literally now just gone up 20 likes. Do you want to know what he did right? There are no ads at the beginning. There's a quick little caption, read like a book, or alarms or something, whatever. Call it, you know, little hook right here. Nobody's added at the beginning, so the tweet is not suppressed. The trend of the topic is added, or the subject is added. So as we get the algorithm, people who name search them. Listen, this is how you should caption. It's good stuff.
Do you consider that doxable information, Dickers? Is that doxable?
Going viral on Twitter, 20 likes. It will have 200 likes by the end of today. I will bet you money on that. Better yet, it will have 200 likes within like the next 3 hours.
Information to you.
Somebody's name. I'm saying
exclude the name. Let's ignore the name, but just okay. Yes, let's exclude the name entirely.
That's what I think the doxing information is from what you're saying. What do you mean? Forget the name. The name is the dox.
No. Because contextually, okay, that is actually just like kind of like an error, right? Because I didn't specify that the name is actually just about some person that she used to date like fucking 3 years ago. But that's besides the point.
There we go. And that's the exact clarification that I think would have helped me come to an accurate assessment of what's going on here. And that's maybe miscommunication that I'm complaining about.
So what's the disagreement? Gama wasn't being an effective communicator. What's the disagreement then?
You're fucking here trying to tie a fucking different conversation 12 hours after the fact about information that's what you're doing here.
12 hours later.
No, because that is what you're doing here. You're supposed you're telling me
that fucking hard.
That is literally what you did. That is literally what you did like 20 minutes ago. You literally said, what is this? No, then you're telling me like you literally 20 minutes ago, then what's this about? What is this about addresses, PII, and her child? It's me explaining what's being discussed in the fucking texts, not what was published.
Yeah, okay. If you're saying don't touch it, because the insinuation is you're talking about the published material if you're telling him not to touch it. Because if it's not published yet, unless you've sent it to him privately, how is he going to touch? You're obviously talking about the published material. Do not touch. How would he touch it if it isn't published yet?
Wait, what? Where do you explain that is what you're transferring to?
No, you know what? Actually, you're right. I did not explain that. But I'm telling you, I did not explain that, right? But I'm telling you that the interpretation that I got from your sarcastic message was, I'm sure the information that's in there will blow the case wide open. By the word information, I'm thinking, okay, well, here's what's in it. It's just girl talk. They do talk about some of these things that Slug is censoring, right? Because I say Slug is censoring right now. I think a couple messages before that, right? I'm not saying that that's what was published, right? I'm saying that what was published wasn't that bad. It just contained approximate information, right?
That could lead to for a second. Okay. So Gama, the entire conversation we're having here is about whether you gave me the clear implication, as any reasonable person would say it, that this was docs information and that you should have clarified.
So nowhere in this conversation.
And then you've agreed that 2 different ways you should have clarified to be able to make the information more clear.
Whoever, listen, man, we're just waiting to be discovered. Whoever clips me and the clip does really fucking well, like insanely well, and I blow up as a result of it, you were personally coming to the top with me, okay? I'm grabbing you out of whatever minimum wage goy job you're working. You were coming with me.
But this was not doxing.
Oh my god. Look who it is. Look who it is. Gama. A long time no see. I wonder where you are, man. I haven't seen you in IC lately. Because it was published, taken down, sent around, Slug censored some more direct info, but didn't censor all the users or locations or tied to other people that night. Tie back to, okay, so what is the dispute here? What is the dispute? I'm so confused as to what's being debated.
So we agree.
Do you admit that you were shit at communicating here? And, like, you insinuated something other than apparently what you meant? And that it absolutely could be taken, as the way Dickers is saying? And that a reasonable person probably would walk away from that thinking you're talking about docs material being in the published document? Because you didn't emphasize certain details? So what continues for the next 40 minutes?
Okay, wait. But Dickers, you were asserting that Slug doxed this person's kid and their addresses. But that's not a claim that I ever made. That's what you heavily asserted.
New Slug leaks, Instagram screenshots. Okay, so at this point, you read this, you think, okay, there's docs info in this document that would lead to you not touching it, right? Not touching it, because as a streamer, it is radioactive to touch and interact with docs info. We saw that, like exemplified in, I don't know, when Kuihman accidentally showed obviously you'd get shit for that, right? You get shit. In Kuihman's case, the shit's not deserved, obviously, because it's accidental. But the point being, when you're talking about something containing PII and as a result being radioactive and emphasizing do not touch, it's obvious. The obvious insinuation would be there's docs info in this. And then when you continue, new leaks. Same shit is not there. They talk about a lot of PII. PII, person identifying info, Rena's child. Yeah, so when you're listing, so you're saying there is PII that exists in this document that would make it radioactive to touch. PII that is shared by the person it belongs to is not radioactive to touch. We call Anthony Fantano all the time. Anthony Fantano's PII, right? But he's shared it. That's his channel name. Obviously, that would not be radioactive. Something about this PII in particular makes it radioactive. Well, what about PII makes it radioactive? Well, when that PII is docs info, it's been shared with the consent of the participant. If you have said this document is radioactive because the PII it contains, with the only logical conclusion about being doxing, and your elaboration on what that PII is in this nuclear document is Rena's child, then yeah, it could follow that whoever released the document, it contained the docs of Rena's child. The contention is, I feel like he's asserting that I was the reason people ran with the belief outside of our DMs that Slug doxed Rena's daughter. Well, I never heard this claim, so I wouldn't be able to attest to or discredit that. If you didn't say it anywhere besides your DMs with the guy, then I don't know how he could argue that. If you literally only said this to him in DMs, I don't know, unless he leaked it. Well, I guess he did later, but I don't know, I guess how you'd respond, unless I'm missing something.
That's literally the thought process that you had today. That was never a claim that I made.
Yes,
right?
Because as you agreed earlier, Gama, you did not communicate that you were talking about something different. You come to me talking about the leaks from Slug, and then you transition into talking about the stuff that Slug never even fucking leaked.
Wait, I transition into it. Yes, you transition. Yeah, wait. Yes, because the transition is okay. Never mind. Then I'm sure the information is crazy. I'm sure it will blow the case wide out.
The Slug leaks in the information that Slug is leaking.
I'm thinking yes, but the interpretation that I'm getting there.
For private drama coverage. I'm talking about the stuff that he's put out there behind a paywall. Obviously.
Yes, dude, Dickers is dude.
I'm telling you that the private drama coverage.
I don't even think I've gotten Dickers this angry. It's like I've gotten Dickers pretty mad. Back in the peak Icy days, dude, Icy used to fucking harass Dickers, dude. I don't have to like step in.
This stuff. It's not stuff that he actually published.
No.
I'm telling you that's what the discussion is.
Why is Dickers doing the Gama no, but like more Hispanic to the point where he's rolling his R's?
Yes, and I'm telling you that's what these discussions are. If you are interested, I'm not telling you what. And I'm not thinking about what was.
You never communicated that you were switching and talking about the information that Felgi is leaking about the original source before any censorship. In fact, you never given the indication here there has been any censorship before this went live. I thought that he was posting the raw fucking logs from these guys, and somebody had to say, "Slug, hold on, slow your fucking roll, wait on, dude. There's information in here." You never gave me any implication that he'd censored this stuff at all before publishing it.
I thought that was like implicit because he said he was censoring it actively. And there's a couple of stuff that fucking because there was stuff like look, okay, I'm pretty sure
no theory of mind. It's sad. Some of these younger folks, there's no theory of mind. He thinks because he understands it, he's unable to understand how the other person doesn't understand this info, that he's not communicating effectively, because of his lack of theory of mind.
Everybody got the memo. Everybody understood that Slug was actively censoring stuff. Everybody that was talking about stuff like about this was like, why would anybody trust Slug with this stuff, right?
Yeah.
So
you communicate me actively censoring stuff after telling me there was PII and Rena's child.
No, I'm telling you he's actively censoring stuff, and then you're telling me I'm sure the information will blow the case wide open. I'm telling you this is what's included, not as what's included as a part of a fucking dox attempt. Or rather, like an ignorant dox.
Who's saying
right?
It's a fucking dox attempt, dude? You're fucking inventing stuff at this point.
No.
Wait, you said this is the information that's included. Okay, is he claiming that when he says this is the information that's included, he's responding to Dickers' sarcastic remark? Okay, there's obviously going to be more information in this document. I don't know what the document is about, but there's probably going to be more information in this document than just addresses and Rena's child. What do these two things have in common? These are both pieces of PII, right? So it would obviously follow that this is in relation to the PII that Gama was talking about, not a reply, now all of a sudden a new reply on a new subject matter to Dickers' like sarcastic comment about the information in the document. It's obvious that this is like, would follow, this is the PII that makes this thing radioactive to touch. There is no pause, there's no break, there's no transition. This is like obviously what would follow.
The fuck are you not
It's
listening to?
insufferable.
I'm not suggesting that information as it being like I'm clarifying to you. I'm not saying that that's what the doxable information was that was included. I'm thinking that I'll just spoiler what the discussions are, right? I'll spoiler what the fucking plot points are.
No,
right?
that's a lie. Come on, that's a lie. That is a lie. That is a lie. If he's talking about this, that's a lie. If he's talking about this, that's a lie. This is when he's saying that. Is he saying? Correct me if I'm wrong. Is he saying that this part right here is in fact not him talking about the PII that makes the document radioactive? This is him just listing the info in the document to respond to Dicker's earlier remark, and is actually unrelated to the claim about the document being radioactive and the PII? Because if he's claimed, that's obviously a lie. The contextual info would obviously indicate this is the PII he was talking about earlier. I don't believe that he was just randomly started suddenly. That's exactly what you're saying? Well, then that's the problem, because that's not true. That's obviously not fucking true, Gama. This is maybe the biggest unluckiest coincidence ever, man. I don't know. It's just odd that right after talking about nuclear PII being in this document, you supposedly transitioning to answering Dicker's sarcastic remark involves you listing PII. But supposedly, that's just you listing the info in the document to let him know what's in it. Not actually elaborating on the earlier statement about there being PII in this document, making it radioactive. Okay. Gama. Are you saying it is actually your argument that this specific? I just want to make us make it clear. No room for miscommunication. Just get in the voice chat, bro. Just get in the voice chat. Just get in my fucking voice chat, dude. Why are we doing this? It's gay as fuck. The clip is low-key popping off. Damn!
Yo. Okay. So very, very early in the conversation, which I'm not sure if it was caught in the recording, Dickers makes an argument, right? Where he's like, any reasonable person would interpret this, right? And then he immediately leaks the fucking log so that people can see, immediately leaks the messages. Out of order, doesn't really matter. And he says any reasonable person would read this as a doxing accusation. And I'm like, you know what? Yes, most people in commentary, right, since they're aware of this stuff, would probably read that as a doxing accusation.
Well, anyone
right?
who knows what doxing is would read that as a doxing.
Yes, anybody who knows what yes, that's what I meant. So to me, to be very clear, it felt like he was accusing me of accusing Slug of doxing, right? So I'm arguing with him about him trying to force things that happened 12 hours apart, incredibly breakneck, to try to make it seem as if the intent, or rather not intent, because he doesn't say intentionally, right? Where he's saying that I communicated a doxing attempt.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to explain to him that I misunderstood what you were meant by information, right? When he's saying, I'm sure this information will blow the case wide open. I'm not thinking he's saying, oh, I'm sure that the doxing information is going to blow this case wide open. I'm thinking, I'm sure the information, the discussion about the drama included within will blow the case wide open. In which case, I in my mind, I'm transitioning to after a 12-hour period, right? I'm no longer on this guy doxed somebody.
Yeah, but what is the document about? What is the document about?
Well, it's not a document. It's logs. They're logs, right? Of
what's the main premise? Why are these interesting?
The main premise. That's what I'm telling. That's what I'm saying. It's none of this is interesting. I just wouldn't touch it because there's information in here, such as screenshots of Instagram usernames,
no, Gama,
mentions of
I'm saying, why would, let's say you're pitching these let's say I'm a drama streamer. You want me to look at these logs? What are these logs about? What is the general thing that are they logs showing someone lying? Are they logs showing someone?
Yeah, no, that's what I'm telling you. I'm saying that they're relatively uninteresting because it's just people talking about general discussions that any female friend would have.
But obviously there's some reason these were posted. What is the reason? What are they? What
the
is
reason? Like because fucking ACC retards are fucking miserable and they like making fun of like people shit talking people
What
in
is
like
being
the
made
private
fun of?
DMs.
What is being made?
What is being made fun of? Okay, so I'm just going to tell you verbatim what Slug told me. Slug saw what's it called? The point where Falgi and Cloudy started like flirting with each other, and saw the points where Falgi and Rena started flirting with each other. Right? That is what people care about in these logs, supposedly, and them shit talking other people. Who gives a fuck about that, right? Which is why I'm telling him it's just girl talk.
So Gama,
and it's relatively the same with Falgi.
So when you say,
who gives a
so
fuck?
when you say addresses, Rena's child, etc., and that's the 12 that's a response to you're trying to tell Dickers what information is in the document. That's not you. That's not related to your earlier statement where you says this is radioactive because it contains.
Yeah. In my mind, like again, when you pull all these things together, in my mind, and I'm emphasizing the 12-hour period here, I'm not thinking docs because I was never thinking
But out
docs.
of the main things you list here, if you're just listing the new information in the document, why is it all PI? The two things is just PII.
Because my standard is if it contains loose information about somebody, right? Whether it's an ex, whether it's the name of an ex, whether it's a city where this person lived in or moved to, or where they worked at, I personally, out of respect, would not touch it.
Yeah,
and
so
I was
wait,
telling Dickers in this
so
case.
Okay. So just to be clear, this is an elaboration on you telling Dickers why you think this is radioactive and wouldn't touch it. The PII that would make this radioactive and therefore shouldn't touch it. That's what you're doing when you give him this PII, the PII that was in it, right?
No. In the secondary message that you're looking at, where you're saying I'll TLDR right now, Dickers, right? This was after 12 hours, literally states, I'm sure this information will blow the case wide open.
Read that.
Right? And he's saying private drama coverage. In my head, I am not elaborating on the PII that was published. Yeah, I'm elaborating on the plot. The fucking document.
So when you're so to circle back, my question was when you're listing things under your explanation of why you said that, which I'm open to, by the way. People misspeak. I've misspoken, right? You were so charitable to me. But when we look here, right, and I'm looking at the information, the relevant information that you're supposed to summarize. All of it is just, or the two things you list are very explicitly explicit PII.
Yes. But at that point, I'm no longer thinking about the stuff that he published or the stuff that was actively leaking within the moment. The stuff that was actively leaking within the moment already had all of the stuff that I'm talking about here censored, right? Which is why I specify prior that Slug is actively censoring it right now. There's just a couple of stuff that slip between the gaps that isn't the most insane thing, right? But I do agree it was poorly miscommunicated, but also I did not intend at any point to imply that this guy just leaked this person's fucking name, address, daughter, and faces of them, right?
Okay.
So, that's what I'm clarifying.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. But what I'm trying to argue here within this Dickers conversation is that Dickers is making it seem, right, by not giving me an opportunity to fucking lay out my thoughts, that either I'm lying or I'm asserting that this is what he fucking docs, that this is what he released. And the reason why this argument even started in the first place is because the entire time I'm under the impression that, I wouldn't touch this. The information isn't really that bad, right? Why would I ever fucking refer to doxable information as not that bad unless I didn't think it was absolutely doxing, right? But somebody else is saying, Slug is doxing this person's daughter, and I'm like, where did you get that from?
Yeah, so
and he was like, I got that from you. But I'm like, but that's never what I intended to communicate.
So I can believe you.
And that's never a claim that I made.
I can believe you when you say that's not what you intended to communicate, but I don't know how much I'm buying. Like I said, some of the, okay. So this is what I don't get. We have two conversations here in relation to the specific DM being disputed. There are two conversations being intermingled that occurred 12 hours apart. There's one conversation that is about radioactive PII, or a radioactive document that contains PII, which would, by assumption, be the thing that's making this radioactive. That happens earlier, correct?
Can you rephrase that?
So the initial conversation, you're talking about this document being radioactive and how you wouldn't touch it over it containing PII, right? The PII assumedly being the thing that's making it radioactive, right?
Okay. Yeah. So what I'm going
somewhere. I need to finish. Hold on. I'm going somewhere.
All right, go ahead.
Then you have a second sub-convo that plays off of Dickers' sarcastic remark where he says, I'm sure it's filled with, whatever exactly he said. We know what he said, right? But that would lead you to respond to that by, actually telling him what the actual information or scoop in this document is.
Yes.
So you're claiming that the DM sent at 1858 addresses Rena's child, etc., was in regards to the summarization of the main points rather than the earlier
the doxable
radioactive
material.
PII conversation.
Yes.
So what I don't understand is when you were listing, if this is supposedly a part of the summarization conversation, why everything you list is explicit PII as opposed to the flirting or the other, like the things you're explicitly listing here in order. They're both
because contextually within these logs, I'm just gonna answer you real quick. Because contextually within these logs, the reason why that's relevant to that is because when Rena and Cloudy are discussing things in these documents, they're like talking to each other about like where they worked, potential job opportunities, right? That's what they're discussing.
That's not the main. Yeah, but that's not the. When you say addresses in Rena's, you're obviously listing the PII that was released.
Because from what Slug told me and from what other people told me, these people would send each other stuff that would contain just like outright addresses.
Yeah, so this is the PII that you're telling Dickers not to touch.
But that's no. What I'm telling Dickers not to touch. I'll just send you a fucking screenshot of something real quick so you see what I mean. Because the reason I told him this is because like you got to consider again, go back to the point, theory of mind. What I'm looking at is nothing insane that I don't think even you would be like, this is fucking doxable information, right? Or like, well, it is doxable information. You can go back to usernames. You would just look at it and be like, oh, it's just, them talking about like general areas, right? But regardless, out of safety, especially within the ACC, if there's usernames present, if there's like, names of exes that also have like, public profiles, just to avoid like any like triangulation, I would probably not touch it. Is that a fair assumption to make?
Yes, but this seems more like you're.
But it was
miscommunicating that there is PII that it like would be docs info, and it's not just your personal preference. Being careful.
Yes. Yes.
So you
I would agree with that.
So you agree this part? Yeah. You agree. So that's what I was confused. You agree about the initial miscommunication. I guess once again, what I just don't buy.
I'm frustrated about him not giving me the opportunity to like tell him my interpretation of this conversation that I had with him, and him just like immediately asserting that throughout this, I was the fucking sole factor of that rumor spreading that fucking this girl like doxed her fucking child, or that this guy doxed this person's child.
Well, what do you think the rumor is? Or who do you think?
No. Okay, so this is literally how this argument started. How this argument started is that I'm there like listening to Ali Khan arguing with Dickers. Slug calls in about the argument between Ali Khan and Dickers at some point, and afterwards somebody mentions, I believe it was Dickers himself, about like not somebody mentions, but mentions something about Slug doxing people, and I'm like, well, what did Slug do this time? And then it's mentioned around that Slug doxed Rena's daughter, and I'm like, when did this happen? And he's like, what do you mean when did this happen? Is this not what you told me yesterday? And I was like, no, I never made that claim. Because I did, in fact, never make the claim that he fucking doxed somebody's daughter, right?
Okay, so I will admit, people will not like this. Dickers can exaggerate the severity of certain things. I would not be surprised if he's exaggerating maybe Gama's role and the contribution to the rumor itself. That part I'm not disputing. I don't know one way or another.
Yeah, because even in Nuki chat, which is where unironically, where like legitimately, funnily enough, I want to say concern started and it initially started. Even in Nuki chat, nobody fucking believed that Slug doxed somebody's daughter. It was stuff that was censored. We knew it was censored, right? We were speculating what could possibly be behind those censorship jobs that he did. And we realized that despite the censorship that he did, because he was actively censoring it, all of us knew because we were posting his tweets in Nuki chat to clarify. There is some general, information about where this person worked at some point, where this person lived, where they moved into, blah, 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 blah. And so we were like, okay, this might be a little bit dangerous to touch. And we just immediately fucking scrubbed it.
Yeah,
right?
So I'm not
So when I'm messaging Dickers, right? Again, theory of mind. What I'm thinking is that the information really isn't that bad, but I still wouldn't touch it just out of that safety, just out of that precaution.
Yeah.
But that was what was released, and I'll show you.
So okay, I mean, I'm not disputing any of that. The thing that I dispute or that I don't fully understand, which we're literally going to loop on for forever. I feel as though the shit you're listing is an elaboration on what PII is contained, as opposed to you summarizing the interesting facets. I guess I could just, maybe it is just a coincidence. I don't fucking know. But that's the only part to me that seems like a kind of discrepancy.
And honestly, I don't even, I think it's completely fair for you to presume that. I don't even blame you. I think that if you are reading this without my internal dialogue in my brain, you read it that way.
Well,
and if you were
to look at it, I get it's frustrating. I get it is frustrating when you look like you were trying to do something maybe that you weren't trying to do, and you know what you were thinking, so you absolutely know you're in the right, but other people can't see that. I know what that feels like because I've done it with you. I've done it with you where I fucking said something other than what I meant, right? It happens. But, you know, I think that I get that that's frustrating and shit, but ultimately that's just going to be that's just a thing for you to work on in terms of
sure. But like at the same time, you're 1000% correct. I don't disagree, right? The contention that I'm trying to like get at Dickers for is that I'm frustrated that he's just making like an implication that I'm at fault for that rumor circulating, right? When he could have just asked me about it before stating it like that verbatim, right? Which I understand he has like
Where
he has trust
in VC or?
No. He didn't state it. He didn't state it, right?
Okay.
The argument isn't about a statement that he made, right? It's about how I felt, how he was coming across. In which case, he started arguing about the substance of the conversation we had, right? So there's multiple points throughout this conversation that you're here where I'm like, dude, just say it. Just say it, right? Just say that you think that I like accuse this person. Just say that that's like the fucking claim that you want to make, right? And instead of like fucking saying it, he's like no, and then he argues, but you would see how I would read this, and I'm like, yes, I understand that's how you would read this, but why ultimately, why are you like heavily like just like using that here like and making these arguments for me to like? I felt throughout this conversation that he was trying to make it like that he was trying to get me to like just fall on that sword and say, yeah, I was the reason why that rumor circulated, when I don't believe that's the case.
Yeah, I don't know the nature of the rumor. I can't really comment on any of that. So that's not really my angle to this. But that's all I know. To be honest with you, this is incredibly boring and autistic. And I think that everyone's time has been wasted. But thank you for calling in. Appreciate it. Take care.
Hold on. Let me send you this stuff so you can like, you know, have contextual information to what we saw at the time. There you go.
Thank you.
Later.
Appreciate it. Take care. Yeah, dude. Yeah, dude, I'm gonna totally read all the shit you sent me for a shitter fucking segment. I'll look at this in my own time. I'll look at this in my own time. It looks like it could be interesting. Maybe if I find a major lie or something here, we'll go on and cover it again. But this just seems like a 50-minute like autistic call that you could just hear in Nuki or ICVC like every other day. So I don't know if I'm gonna sit here and watch it. We've been doing this for 5 hours now, and I have to go do shit. But at this point, thank you guys so much for being here on this stream. Viewership was better today. We got over halfway to Streamly goal. We have a clip that's doing very fucking well. I woke up today feeling great. I'm leaving stream feeling great. I think good things are ahead. Don't speak too soon, but I think good things are ahead. And I hope good things are ahead for you as well. So have fun with whatever it is you're doing with the rest of the night. But with that being said, thank you guys so much for watching. As always, like, sub on your way out if you're new here. I will see you tomorrow. And, yeah, all the best. I'll read you guys into who's live. Is Jimmy live? Is Jimmy live? No, it doesn't look like anyone's... No, he's not. All right. Thank you guys for watching. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care. Oh, Malcolm. Wait, Malcolm. You're right. You're right. I'll write into Malcolm. All right. Take care, guys. Bye-bye.